And hello, everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law, where we learn through the misfortunes of others. As always, I hope you enjoy this legal education content, and today is the day I earned that subscription. For today's coverage, we're going to be covering Alex Jones Day 2.
Tony Pattis tell you about the coffee station in Mr. Ferraro's office?
I haven't yet, but I will brief
It's
you.
there for you yourself at any time.
And the unopened package of Oreo cookies.
Mr.
We'll be
Ferraro
commenting on this
presents-
along the way to see what we can learn about this.
All right, so I did see the memorandum, the brief that was filed with the free speech system and PR document. So how do you want to proceed on that?
So my understanding was the court wanted argument regarding sanctions on that issue.
Well, I do, but I'm unclear as to whether that one document that was produced is.
If 4TV is streaming this, if 4TV is streaming it, I'll
It's
switch.
not the document that was referred to. It is, however, responsive to our discovery requests and should have been produced quite some time ago. And there's another document that was included that should have been produced. I mean, it's a document, I think.
Let me see if I can find that now.
2007, and it was responsive to our initial discovery requests. So more of the same, Your Honor. And so we definitely need to.
We can switch.
All right, let's address it.
Goodbye, Law. Goodbye for you. Yeah, I was having trouble finding the links this morning for some reason. They didn't post them in advance. But that's okay. We will do this on the fly. It's not a problem. Chrome tab, share this, share that audio. Great. Okay, there we go. That's much better.
Tony Ryland to the Tony Pattis coffee station in Mr. Ferraro's office. It's there for you help yourself at any time.
And the
They won't pass. All right, so I did see
The judge is prettier.
Memorandum, the brief that was filed with the free speech system and PR document. So how do you want to proceed on that?
So my understanding was the court wanted argument regarding sanctions on that issue.
Well, I do, but I'm unclear as to whether that one document that was produced is the document that was referred to.
It's not the document that was referred to. It is, however, responsive to our discovery requests and should have been produced quite some time ago. And there's another document that was included that should have been produced. I mean, it's a document, I think it's dated 2007, and it was responsive to our initial.
Sound is a bit low. I can turn it up a little bit more.
More of the same.
It's as loud as it's going to go.
And definitely need to
All right, let's address it
discuss the
then.
sanctions
The
issue.
good news is that your jurors were all here early and they're already down and waiting to go. And I assume this is something that needs to be addressed now.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Because if not, we can do it when they're not waiting, but I just wasn't sure if it.
Well, Your Honor, I think the issue is, I don't know what, the first witness today is a corporate representative. Now, I don't intend to get into.
When we have a break, I'll try to download one of those browser extensions that gives you more control over the YouTube audio levels, because I know they exist. I just don't have them installed right now.
Any court rulings may be on the issue.
In question for what is he charged with? This is defamation. This is in Connecticut.
I'm worried about it.
There was a defamation trial in Texas. Some of the plaintiffs brought their complaint in Texas, so the Texas trial is over. This is in Connecticut
Jury stand.
in relation to other
Right, and then we
plaintiffs,
can take this
in
up.
relation to the same underlying incident, but different plaintiffs.
Your Honor, we had also
Well,
filed.
I just wait for Attorney Pattis so that he can hear what you're saying, if you don't mind.
we've covered it.
Okay, very well. Okay, another issue?
One more filing this morning, Your Honor, a bench brief regarding hearsay coming in through the corporate representative. And there, no action by the court is necessary right now.
All right, any housekeeping matters from your side, Attorney Pattis?
I think there are a couple exhibits that we've agreed to, additional exhibits. Mark, I'll let Attorney Maddie speak to those.
All right, can I just see counsel very briefly?
Yeah, so just by way of additional background, just to explain a little bit more, of course, I believe liability in this case has already been established as well. This is just on the damages phase, much like it was in Texas. This is set to be scheduled for several different weeks at this point, I believe. This is all, of course, relation to Sandy Hook and defamation, invasion of privacy, tortious interference, infliction of emotional distress, that kind of stuff. This is all civil in relation to him making claims that were not supported, that harmed people's reputations by casting them in false lights, by, for example, falsely claiming that people were crisis actors. That would be an example of a false statement of fact for which you could get some redress. And liability has also been established in this
Any
case
other
as well.
housekeeping matters?
Yes, they're, I think the plaintiff are going to submit an amended complaint eliminating withdrawn counts of defendants and consolidating the 3 complaints.
We are very happy that Secret McSquirrel is feeling a little bit better.
So, Your Honor,
We
can
are
get
very
that back
happy
today.
that as always, we are happy that she is here and she is feeling a little better. This is good stuff.
You have the one, newly agreed upon exhibits. The record,
Do we have newly agreed upon exhibits that should go on the record or not?
I could do that now, Your Honor. We
Yeah.
have a,
Thank you, Ron.
and there may be more, but what I was able to discuss with Attorney Pattis this morning was Exhibit 10 and the sub clips, which is Shadow Government Strikes Again at Boston Marathon, and then Exhibit 21 and its sub exhibit, and Exhibit 3 and its sub exhibit. And then there are a number of other exhibits, Your Honor, that I may use with the witness as to which there is agreement but have not been offered, and I'll just offer them at the time.
I thought we had an agreement on 43 as well.
43 as well, thank you.
All right, so ordered. Anything else before we bring the panel out?
No.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay.
State line enthusiast, I think you're probably right. I think that this is probably likely to be the end of Alex Jones. I mean, he got past the Texas jury. The damages weren't very much due to caps in Texas's law. So the total amount of damages, I forget what I calculated them at, but it was like something like $7 million, which is a lot of money, but Alex Jones brings in a lot of money, so that was sustainable. For Alex Jones, he could survive a $7 million hit. I mean, obviously no one wants to pay $7 million. It's just he can pay $7 million because he brings enough revenue to justify that kind of an expense. But I assume that this jury, and I assume that by the time they're done, they're going to come out with a figure that's going to drown him. So, yeah, I think this is likely going to be enough to end his business enterprises.
Morning. I heard you were all early. Love that. Thank you for that. So we got a nice prompt start. Council will stipulate that the entire panel is present.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, make yourselves comfortable. And I would just like to point out that Attorney Ryland is joining the defense table today. And I also would like to address one issue. I'll wait for Mr. Farrar to hand out the notepads. All set? Thank you. So you will recall from my opening remarks yesterday, the procedure that I set out that you should follow if you saw or heard anything of a prejudicial nature or anything that might compromise the proper conduct of the trial. I haven't received any written notes from Mr. Ferrara, which is the procedure that you should follow. You would give him a written note and I would deal with it on the record. So therefore, I assume there are no such issues. So at any time during the course of this trial, that is the procedure that you should follow. I will try to remember to inquire every morning or to raise the issue every morning. But in case I neglect to do so, it's your obligation, if any such issue arises, that you give a written note to Mr. Farrar so that I can deal with the issue on the record if necessary with counsel. All right? So having said that, I think we are ready to proceed. And your plaintiffs may call their next witness.
Thank you, and good morning, Your Honor. The plaintiff's called Brittany Paz.
And just watch your step when you come up. You brought your own water too. I did. Nobody wants our water bottle.
Solemnly swear or sincerely affirm that the evidence you shall give in this witness shall be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God, or confidence you affirm.
I do.
Thank you. Be seated. I ask you to state your name, slowly spell your last name for the record, business address.
Sure. My name is Brittany Paz, P-A-Z, and my business address is 4 Research Drive, Suite 402, Shelton, Connecticut, 06484.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ms. Paz.
Morning.
You and I have a look at your deposition.
Yes.
Okay. And just to orient the jury, you were selected by Alex Jones to serve as a corporate representative for Free Speech Systems in this litigation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm sure the jury doesn't know what a corporate representative is, so let's just go through that a little bit. So when a lawsuit is brought against a company like Free Speech Systems, the opposing party has the opportunity to obtain information from that company, correct?
Yes.
And one of the ways they do that is by asking the company to designate somebody most knowledgeable within the company to testify about certain topics, right?
Not necessarily within the company, but designate a person to testify as to topics and be knowledgeable on those topics. Yes.
Okay. And so the company has the ability to select somebody, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who's knowledgeable about the topics that, in this case, the plaintiffs wanted to ask about, right?
Right.
Okay. And those topics, in this case, were things like all the videos that Alex Jones published about Sandy Hook, right?
Yes.
Revenue to his company, right?
Yes.
Okay. The marketing activities that he and his company engaged in,
Yes.
their practices for vetting facts, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And he selected you, is that right?
Yes.
The plaintiffs had, and no offense here, we didn't select you, right?
No, you didn't.
Okay, that's not up to us, that's up to Alex.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you for asking the same question 3 different ways.
And I think you mentioned this in one of your answers, is that the idea here is that in order for the plaintiffs and the jury to be able to rely upon information provided by the company, it has to designate somebody who has knowledge about those issues, right?
Who has knowledge but has become knowledgeable on the issues that you're asking about. That's correct.
Right. And obviously, we can't have somebody up here who doesn't know anything about it.
Right.
Then the jury wouldn't be able to rely upon it.
Correct.
And the person that the company designates them, right, they have an independent duty to discover the facts so that they can testify.
Yeah, terrible sound from Courtstream TV, man.
Right.
That is just
And I
typical.
did
If you've
have a
never
duty
seen
to
trial, if
become
you've never seen a
knowledgeable
courtroom
about
TV
the
before,
topics
man,
that were
this is actually
inquired
pretty
about by
good.
plaintiffs.
Right.
Can I
And
crack
obviously,
down
that
my
person
own
who
mic so I
says-
can crank up the volume on my
You
end?
actually have to figure out whether it is in fact.
I can't hear the balance of audio that you hear.
Well,
It's
as
one of
to
the
what the
limitations of
company knows or
StreamYards.
knew
I
at the
can't
time,
hear
I did make
the
such
balance that you
efforts
hear.
to
So in my ear,
corroborate
it sounds fine.
information from various sources.
So if I
yes.
adjust it, I don't know what to adjust it against.
I thought so. Yes.
And that's because, you wouldn't want just to be kind of the company just parroting what Alex Jones were to tell you, right?
To the extent that that was possible, yes, I tried to do that.
Right. But Alex Jones is the 100% owner of Free Speech Systems, right?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, we've been referring to Free Speech Systems as InfoWars. Is that how you refer to it as well?
I do, and I refer to them
I
interchangeably.
can't hear them when
I
you
think
talk
that's how I
over.
refer
That's
to it in
fine.
my internal documents as well.
I'm more
But
important
it is
anyway. You should
officially
hear
Free
me, not
Speech
them.
Systems.
Right. And
Right.
so if we refer to InfoWars, and for example, you refer to InfoWars or Free Speech Systems refer to InfoWars, what we're talking about is Free Speech Systems.
That's correct.
That's the defendant in it, or one of the defendants.
Right.
And so we asked Free Speech Systems to select somebody to testify knowledgeably about these issues, right?
Yes, you did.
Do you remember when we did that?
I don't recall the date.
It would have been January of this year, does that sound right?
I know that's when I was selected. It was in late January.
Okay. And when you're testifying here today, and when you testified under oath in your deposition, you're doing that as Free Speech Systems, right?
Yes, as I sit here today, I am the corporation Free Speech Systems.
Okay, so if at any point you say to this jury, I don't know, what you're saying is Free Speech Systems doesn't know, right?
Right.
No, that was the wrong answer.
So
That was the wrong
let's
answer.
talk about
She
how it was
bought
that
into the
that
premise.
you were
If at any point you say I don't know free
selected.
speech systems, she says I don't know. That's the wrong
just
answer.
like
She
Alex
say
selected you, right?
something like, I've done my
I mean,
absolute
obviously
best
there
to
were
become familiar with the
discussions
case.
that are
It's possible
privileged
there's information known to
discussions
free speech
amongst
systems that I don't know, but
attorneys
I've
who
done my
should be
best to be as
selected.
well
And I know
informed
that
as I
there were
can.
issues finding somebody, but ultimately
The witness
I
is
was
the
approved
corporate
by
designee
Mr.
for Free
Jones.
Speech
Right,
Systems,
he's
which is
only
the
one
parent
within,
company
InfoWars
for Alex
that will actually
Jones.
have the authority to designate somebody to testify on his behalf, right?
Right, because he's the one that owns the company.
Okay. So we don't need to put, well, he chose you.
Right.
Okay. And when he chose you, you said in January of 2022?
Right, it was like late January. I can't recall the exact date.
Okay, at that time, you had no substantive knowledge about any of the topics that you were supposed to testify about, right?
Correct. I've never been involved with the company.
You turn my
prior
mic
to
down
that
like 2
date. I had no
decibels.
involvement with
I
the
don't
litigation
have that
either
level
here
of
or in
control
Texas prior to
within
that.
free. I don't have that
So
level
the
of
answer to my
control
question is,
inside
correct,
StreamYard.
you had no knowledge.
I don't have the ability
when
to
you
set
selected you of any
decibels.
of the
I can set it
topics
to
that you
percentages
were
as
testifying
best as I can do.
Prior to January.
Let me
that's
see.
correct.
about. And even as of January. when
I
you
can
applied,
set
you
it
testified.
to
Right. So I didn't begin my review of the material until after I was officially retained to do
80%. Is
that. So it would
80%
have been
better?
sometime in the last
Is
week
that
of
better
January
that way?
I started review of the material.
Okay. Because you're not an InfoWars employee.
No, I'm not.
Okay. And what happened was the last.
try to
week
get
of
the audio
January,
levels right so it does
Attorney
it
had a
make
state
everyone
law,
happy.
right?
But StreamYards,
Yes,
unfortunately,
he did.
doesn't give you that
And
much
he offered you
control
$30,000
over the audio levels.
to
80%
testify
works,
on
great.
behalf
Everyone's
of
happy.
InfoWars, right?
No. So initially,
Hold on a second now.
Hmm.
When you were deposed in this case, isn't it true that you testified that the last week of January, Mr. Pattis offered you $30,000?
I'm happy to try to
You accepted it?
try to
No, what
accommodate
I
you
said
guys.
was-
Wait a second, you didn't testify?
Objection.
that was not
Can
the
she be
initial
shown-
number, so no.
Can she be shown the material that she's allegedly being impeached from?
I've just asked her at this point whether you testified to that. and you're
This is
saying
the
that
corporate
Pattis
designee for Free
offered
Speech
you
Systems, who
$30,000
is the parent company of Alex Jones.
I don't recall testifying to that because that wasn't the original number. But if you'd like to show me, I'd look at it. That's
I would
fine.
be happy to do that, but your recollection right now is that that's not the original number.
That's correct.
What was the original number he offered?
So I believe that the original number was 25,000 or 20,000, and then there was further negotiation after that, given how much time we thought would be required between traveling down to Texas, because there were Texas depositions as well as the depositions here. And so there was a back and forth about the number, and then the number finally landed at 30,000.
Okay.
But
So
that
he-
wasn't the initial number.
Oh, so the initial number, to your recollection, the last week of January was 20 or 25,000.
Right,
You negotiated up to 30,
correct,
and Alex Jones agreed to pay you that, right?
correct,
And at the time you agreed to pay you that, you didn't know anything about anything related to InfoWars, right?
correct.
And at the time he agreed to pay you that, you knew that you were going to be testifying under oath within a couple of weeks, right?
Yes, I think that the dates in Texas were in mid-February. There were 2 dates, and I wasn't sure about the dates here in Connecticut.
But you knew that within 2 weeks, you were going to be expected to testify under oath on behalf of Free Speech Systems, knowing absolutely nothing about Free Speech Systems, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you would agree with me that that wasn't entirely reasonable to expect you to be able to, right?
I think I said that at the deposition, that it was extremely difficult, and I don't think there was a lot of time to get familiar with a lot of the material.
Right. And just so that the jury understands how it is that they landed upon you, you're a lawyer, right?
I am an attorney, yes.
Okay. And your first job at a law school, you were hired by Attorney Paz to work at this firm.
Yes.
Okay. And you worked there for about 6 years, correct?
5 years.
5 years.
Yes.
2012 to 2017, 2018?
So I was hired in November 2012, and I left in January 2018. So about 5 years.
Okay, 5 years. Then you went off on your own for a while.
Yes.
Then you started at another firm, right?
Yes.
And the week before he called you up,
She should take
last week in
pause.
January, you'd
Pro
been
tip:
let go from
you
your
should.
private
She shouldn't
firm,
be
right?
answering so fast.
Yes, I had
She
started
should
my
be
own-
taking a
my own
minute to
firm,
answer.
like,
She
the
should
week
wait
before.
till the questions fully
I
asked,
understand, but
and she
you
should
that was
wait.
your choice, your firm would let you go.
She should
Right.
wait like a
You
second
have
or
another job lined
two
up, you
before
start your own solo practice.
Well, I didn't intend to go
answering.
to another job. I intended to be in solo practice.
She's
That's
just
what he
she's
calls
just
it
answering
wrong.
too fast. The reason is she's not giving herself
Yes.
time to think, and she can wind up in a
And-
trap. Like if she gets too fast, she's getting herself into a
Well,
pattern that's
you
going to
agree
be
with
not
me
helpful
that,
to her down the road. That's the problem, right? She's
prior
just
to
answering
you
so
being
fast
retained,
without answering the
Alex Jones had
question.
selected
It could run into a
number
problem.
of people to serve as corporate
So
representatives.
not good practice.
I am aware there were a couple of other corporate representatives that were designated.
There are more than a couple, right?
Can
think
I
there
explain
are
what a
at least
corporate designee is?
3
Yes, a
in the
corporate
Texas
designee is a
litigation.
person
Well,
who
we can
is
do that,
the
right?
person by the corporation to
Yes, I do recall there
answer
being another
questions
one
on
in this
behalf of the
case.
corporation.
And all of the corporate
It's the
representatives
person
that
who
Alex
is
previously,
designated by the corporation to speak on the
designated
corporation's
testified
behalf or answer
were
questions on the
longstanding
corporation's
employees.
behalf.
Yes,
How does
they
her
were
testimony not
actually
violate
employed in
attorney-client
various
privilege?
different
While she is
functions.
an attorney, she
Yeah,
wasn't acting
a
in
guy
the
named
capacity
Rob
as an
Dew,
attorney,
who is
right? Just because I'm an attorney
senior employee.
doesn't mean that every conversation I have is automatically privileged.
Rob Dew did.
So she
do a
wasn't
corporate
hired
rep,
as
though.
an attorney.
Or a couple.
She
I
was
think.
hired as a
And
corporate
Rob Dew,
designee.
just to be clear,
So her
was
entire
one
role
of,
is to
was
provide
one of
information on
the
behalf of the
most
company.
trusted and
The fact that
esteemed
she's an attorney doesn't
employees in-
affect privilege. That's
Objection.
the answer there.
Objection, Judge, that misstates the evidence. May I speak to Attorney Manny for a moment? Objection.
My volume's a little high.
Rob Dew served as
I've already
corporate
changed the volume
representative.
once.
He was
I
one of
don't
Mr. Jones's
have
most
control over the
trusted,
audio
most senior
volume within
employees, correct?
StreamYard. StreamYard doesn't give me the level of control OBS does. Oh, it doesn't give me sliders. It doesn't show me decibels.
I
It just
think
gives me
that's fair.
percentages.
I mean,
And
he's
in
got
my
justices
ear,
in this case
no
who
matter what I do to
also
my volume, it all
strikes
sounds the
Rob
same.
Dew as his right
So
hand
I
man.
can't hear how it
I
sounds to
have,
you.
yes.
StreamYard
He
sucks.
had Daria Karpova, longtime employee of Free Speech Systems, serve as corporate representative, right?
Yes,
She's the producer of the Alex Jones Show.
yes.
Okay. He had Michael Zimmerman serve as a corporate representative, and he's a longtime head of IT at InfoWars, right?
I'm not sure what his actual position is, but I know that he's been employed there for quite some time.
And all of these people, you agree with me, had far more knowledge about the company and its operations than you did at the time you were selected, correct?
At the time I was selected, well, sure, they worked there.
And when it came time to designate a corporate representative for trial,
I'm going to send out this link to other people in LawTube if anyone wants to join me as well.
I think he did it because he had no other choice.
Then I'll have to balance everyone's audio, and that will be super fun.
Alex Jones is the head of the company, right?
Right.
Okay. He could have chosen himself, correct?
Well, I'm not going to go into the
No,
internal discussions
I'm
between
asking you an
council,
internal
but
But you know that because Alex Jones had the authority to select anybody he wanted to represent his company here before this jury, he could have selected himself, correct?
he is going to testify here, but I don't think for
Your Honor,
various
Mr.
reasons.
Strike is not responsive. So ordered. Just because you're a lawyer, correct?
Could he have?
Excuse
Yes.
me, hold on a second. You're a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
You understand that your obligation here is to just respond to the questions I ask,
Yes.
right? Those are the rules, right?
Yes.
All right. So can we just agree that you'll do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a little overly
The
hostile.
question I ask
Fuck.
is to confirm that if Alex Jones wanted to, the gentleman who started this company and has had complete control over it for the last however many years, he could have come and testified to this jury on behalf of this company, correct?
Could he have? Sure.
So when you were called about this,
All right.
you never heard of free speech systems, right?
I don't think I've never heard of it. I think, like all of us, we've seen news articles regarding,
You've heard of InfoWars.
right.
You never heard of free speech systems.
Did I know that InfoWars was? free
StreamYards
speech?
is
No,
browser
probably
based,
not.
yes.
At the time,
So is the answer no?
yes.
You didn't know anything about his business, correct?
No,
You didn't know any employees.
no,
The Fifth Amendment does not apply in
You
civil
knew nothing
cases.
about,
This is a civil case.
correct?
His
No.
refusal to testify can be mentioned because this is a civil case, not
You heard of
criminal.
Alex Jones, but you didn't really know anything about him, right?
right,
You never spoken to him.
no,
You never been to the website, Infowars.com?
No.
Or any of these websites?
No.
You never watched the Alex Jones show?
no,
Okay. You never watched a single Infowars video?
no,
Okay. First, that you knew nothing of any substance about Infowars or Alex Jones.
prior to being retained, no,
And this case has been going on for 3+ years by that point, right?
quite a few. Yes.
Now, you said you negotiated it up to $30,000, but then you've been paid more for your preparation for trial in this case, right?
I did invoice an additional fee, yes,
And you've been paid?
no,
Okay. I think what you're expecting to be paid is another $7,500 for your testimony in this case.
yes,
And the fee is just a flat fee. You're not getting paid by the hour, right?
right, I'm not getting paid by the hour.
And in addition to,
No personal attacks against others in chat, thank
you
you.
didn't have any experience in media, correct?
No.
You didn't have any experience in online business?
No.
No experience in supplement sales, right?
No.
No experience in journalism?
No,
Okay. You never served as a corporate representative before?
no,
And you had 2 weeks to prepare for your first deposition, right?
approximately,
There is no written agreement between you and InfoWars.
right.
They just gave you a check.
Well, we negotiated the fee and then I was paid pursuant to those discussions, so yes.
And who signed the check?
The Fifth Amendment only provides you protection in
I'm
criminal
honestly not sure.
cases. I am a
I don't
lawyer
know
and I'm
where.
telling you.
I'm sorry.
That's right. I'll
So
read it
it
right
can be used, your failure to testify can be used against you in a civil case.
So let's start with the basics about InfoWars. So it's located in Austin, Texas, right?
Yes,
You've been down there since you started.
I did go there, yes.
You had a deposition down there, and you also went to the office
Yes, I had 2 depositions. I saw the warehouse and the office.
and the studio.
Yeah, I don't think I went back to the studio.
Oh, you did?
No.
And Free Speech Systems is a for-profit supplement sales business, correct?
Supplements and amongst other products, yes.
They sell merchandise.
Yes,
They sell like T-shirts.
yes,
They
I would say
sell,
no.
like,
I would have said no.
clothing accessories.
yes.
They're a free speech organization. I would have, because he said, are you a supplement business? I would have said no.
Like
We sell supplements. It doesn't mean we're a supplement
80%
business.
of all Free Speech Systems revenue is from supplement sales.
I mean, I don't know the number. I know it's a big part of it, and they certainly started with the supplement sales, so it is a big part of their revenue.
It is a
I
big
just
part of
don't-
their
I can't
revenue.
say the number, what the number is. You're putting an
Huge
80%
number.
on it, and I don't know what that is, but it is a big percentage.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm asking you because you're the corporate representative responsible.
Hello,
for
Ask to Law,
understanding
$4.99.
revenue
Thank you
for
for
Free Speech
giving us a
Systems,
super
right?
chat. I'm late to hearing, what is
Sure.
this
Not
trial
relying
for?
on
This
money.
trial
You
is in
just have
relation to
choose
Sandy
Free Speech
Hook.
Systems number.
There was a similar
What
trial in
percentage of
Texas with
revenue
some
Free Speech
plaintiffs
Systems
who
is
brought their
from
complaint in
outsourcing
Texas.
supplement
This is in
sales?
Connecticut.
I can't
Underlying
recall
same
as I sit here
incident
today, I'm
relating
sorry.
to people. I believe there are
Okay, so,
9 plaintiffs in this
you've been to
particular
public-
action, bringing actions
you've
for
been to-
defamation from things
Best of
Alex
my
Jones
ability,
said
yes.
You're
about
Free
them.
Speech Systems.
Yes.
Such things as
So,
falsely claiming they were crisis actors
As the company,
and other
right,
defamatory statements. So
what
that
you're
is what's
saying
about. And
right
thank you
now,
for your
as you
super
see right
chat
now, the
contribution.
company doesn't know what percentage of its revenue comes from supplement sales, right?
I think I said, as I sit here, I don't recall. If you'd like to show me a document, I'd be happy to review it, but I
No,
just,
I
as I
don't
sit here
wanna show
today,
you
I just don't
document
recall.
because it's not my job to give.
Make sure you let her finish her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please finish what you're saying.
I just said, I said here today, I just don't recall. I think this was a topic in one of the depositions, but I just don't recall.
Okay, but you understand, it's not my job to give you information here today. It's your job to give information to the jury, right?
Yes,
So I'm just saying, as you sit here right now, Free Speech Systems can't tell this jury, without reviewing something, what percentage of its sales are for something. That's correct?
correct. I just don't recall.
So, I'm sorry, you said you didn't see the studio, right?
No, I think they were on air. So when I was there, so I don't think I went back to the studio
How many
portion.
studios does InfoWars have?
Sorry, I don't recall the number. Not sure what the number is.
Can you ballpark it?
There's a few studios there. Just don't know the exact number. I can't
More
recall.
than 5?
I don't recall the number.
How many warehouses does Free Speech Systems operate?
We had, when I say we, I mean Free Speech. Free Speech had the one warehouse, and that's the warehouse that housed all of the products and merchandise.
Okay, and that's right near the office, right?
It's very close by, yes.
And all the products you're talking about, all the supplements.
Supplements, hats, shirts, etc.
Orders come in online, they get processed through the warehouse packs them up, ships them off. So let's go to exhibit. And I did not want to make the mistake I was making yesterday, Your Honor, about what's submitted and what's not. I'll drive Mr. Carl crazy. So let me make sure.
Thank you for the 260 of you who are currently here. I do appreciate you being here and joining me to see what is going on in this trial. Depending on whether or not this is successful, we may do more of these in the future. We'll definitely do more trials. We're going to be doing the Daybell trial, of course, in January. That's the big one that I'm waiting for. The Crumbly trial probably in October. I believe it starts October 23rd.
We do like to keep him on his toes, though.
And
Yeah, that is.
but we'll see how it goes and whether or not we're doing more Alex Jones or not. Should be
No
interesting.
objection, no objection to 300, Judge.
Now this is coming up here. So if you can just pull that, thank you.
This trial is about
You agree with me
defamation.
that the studio depicted
There was a
here is
trial in
actually
Texas with
not
some
the
plaintiffs.
current
These are
studio.
other
This is one of
plaintiffs
the other studios, yes?
in Connecticut for the
Like
same
I said, I
underlying
didn't see
incident,
the
but different
studios
plaintiffs.
when I was there, but I believe that's accurate. Yes.
Okay, well, I don't want you to guess. Have you seen this picture before?
Yes, I've seen this picture.
Did you ask anybody at InfoWars, hey, is this the current studio? Which studio is this?
I didn't ask anything specific about this photo now.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't we do this? Let's pull up, let's put that one to the side and then we'll do it side by side with the exhibit from yesterday that I showed during my opening. This is one of the screen grabs for TCAT. I'm so sorry, I don't remember the number. Not that one. It's so did you go to the warehouse?
I did go to the warehouse. Yes.
Now, when we talk about InfoWars and Free Speech Systems, we said Alex Jones is the 100% owner, correct?
Yes.
Complete control over the company.
Yes.
correct? All right. He has authority over all InfoWars operations.
Yes.
All right. He's in charge and everybody answers to him.
Yes.
All right.
That is the structure.
In fact, almost everybody reports to him.
Yes, the only structure there is that Alex is on the top and he kind of will filter out what is needed, but to the extent that that actually gets done is the question, I guess.
So, and you've heard, who David Jones is?
Dr. Jones?
Dr. David Jones.
Yes.
He's a dentist, right?
Yes.
And he's Alex Jones's father.
Yes.
Okay. And he's been deeply involved with InfoWars since what, about 2012, 2013?
What do you mean by deeply involved?
Employed.
I don't think that he's employed by InfoWars.
Okay, so does InfoWars know whether he's employed?
He doesn't receive
How were the
any-
parents
any
defamed?
compensation
Defamation
from
is a false statement
InfoWars
of fact.
directly. So
Defamation is when you make a false
um,
statement of fact about
I don't-
another that's published to a third party
I
that tends to
don't
harm
think
their
that he's
reputation.
employed
The false
by
statements included such
free
false
speech
statements
systems.
as falsely
Okay, so let's
claiming
just
they
do
were
a quick
crisis
analysis.
actors, falsely claiming that they were
As of
making
this
it
very
up,
moment,
falsely
right,
claiming
Mhm.
that
when Free
they're
Speech Systems testified
that they were
for
not
Alex
that they were
Jones'
part of a
dad,
government conspiracy and so forth and so on. Those are some of the
Of
false
free speech
claims
systems.
that were part of the
I
defamation.
don't believe he's an employee, so no.
So, okay. When was he first an employee?
Of free speech systems. I don't recall a date.
Has he ever been an employee?
According to my review of the documents, he has not ever been paid by Free Speech Systems. So according to Free Speech Systems, I don't think he's ever been an employee of Free Speech Systems.
Ms. Paz, you reviewed David Jones's deposition in this case?
I believe I did. I don't recall his exact testimony, but I
You
did
don't recall
review
his-
it.
You don't recall his testimony that he did become employed by Free Speech Systems in around 2013?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
You don't recall his, an exhibit that he presented to us during that deposition in which he said that he was being paid $400,000 a year?
I don't recall that now.
Okay. Do you recall the part of his deposition? This is what I was trying to get to. Do you recall the part of his deposition where he said that Free Speech Systems is a single talent business, that talent being Alex Jones?
Yes, I do recall that.
Okay, recall that part. And Alex Jones has total authority to hire and fire anybody at Free Speech Systems, correct?
Yes,
He has authority to overrule any decision that's made by a subordinate.
yes,
He has total authority over InfoWars' finances.
yes,
He's not accountable to any board of directors or any governing authority.
no, he's not.
Right. He has 100% control over Free Speech Systems revenue and how it's allocated, correct?
Sure, correct.
And I know you said that you weren't prepared to say what percentage of InfoWars revenue is from supplements, but I think the best you could do is that it's a large majority. I'm not trying to.
Yes, it is a very big portion. It's probably the majority, probably a significant majority. I just can't say the number.
Now, it does have other sources of income. One is advertising income, correct?
Right.
And donations.
Yes,
Okay. So, for example, Alex Jones will say, look, even if you don't want to buy iodine, you can make a donation directly.
yes,
And one of the ways he offers people to make donations is in cryptocurrency. You know what that is?
yes, such as Bitcoin, et cetera. Yes.
Exactly. And I had to figure this out myself, but it's not actually cash. It's almost like a stock or an asset, right? You give some, by the way, this is not one of the topics that you were asked to prepare on, but I do.
It's not my forte.
It is
so.
a source of revenue. I do need to ask you about it. It's kind of like a stock or an asset. Somebody could give InfoWars, 500 Bitcoin, right? And it has a value, right?
Right. I think it has a market value, which changes and fluctuates.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. And when somebody gives cryptocurrency donations to Free Speech Systems, it actually goes directly to Alex Jones personally, correct?
If it's a donation,
Yeah.
Bitcoin, I believe so. Yes.
And he doesn't tell his audience that, right?
Does he tell his audience where it goes or
Right.
what is being done with it? No.
He doesn't tell his audience that when you donate Bitcoin to Free Speech Systems, it's actually going right to me. He doesn't tell them that.
He doesn't tell anybody where it goes or what he does with it or.
But hang on a second. He tells his audience that the donations are going to Free Speech Systems, correct?
I don't know that he said they go to Free Speech Systems.
You do or you don't?
I don't know that, no.
You've been to the Infowars.com website?
Have I visited it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a donation page where you can donate cryptocurrency, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, and it says support the InfoWar. Support InfoWars, donate here, right?
Support InfoWars, yes.
Yes.
Support the production, support the business, the show, help us stay on the air, that kind of thing.
That kind of thing.
Right.
Except when somebody donates, it doesn't go to that. It goes to Alex Jones, right?
Well, Alex Jones needs to stay on the air, so, I mean, I don't know if that's what he means by it, but that's
Right.
how it's being advertised.
But the point is that it goes to his personal account, not the free speech systems.
As far as where is the money kept, yes.
Thank you. So the way free speech systems attracts customers for its supplements is by serving them free content, right? Like the show and the website. And then when they arrive for the content, directing them to the online supplement store, right?
Right, there are various ads and banners on all of the articles, on all of the individual pages, on the videos, and then you click on those ads and that will take you to the InfoWars store.
Right, and that's the business model. You come to Infowars.com where there's the news, right?
Well, right, if you come to the homepage, right, and you can click on various articles from the homepage.
Right. So just follow me here. So Alex Jones has a huge audience, right?
Oh, sure, yes.
The audience accesses his content either through the radio, and we'll get to that.
Mhm.
But let's just talk about online for a second.
Okay.
The audience, this huge audience accesses his content, including the content that we're here about, the content that said Sandy Hook was a hoax, right?
Yeah, all of the content,
They
right,
do it online. That big audience
I've got an idea.
comes to Infowars.com, right?
correct?
Hold on.
Or Band Video, or Band.video, his video site, right?
Right,
Or in earlier days, Prison Planet TV, right?
right,
Okay. PrisonPlanet.com, right?
right, there are a few websites,
That was not the idea.
That's another one?
Yeah.
Infowars Europe.
yes.
Okay. They come to all those websites, and then when they get there, Alex Jones.
That was
sends
not
it
the
to
idea.
Right?
Well, and it's not send them, you have to click on the ad, but yes, there are ads all over, on all of the articles, on all of the videos, there are ads all over. So I mean, you don't send them there, you have to click on it.
You have to click on it.
Right.
But actually, for Infowars.com, the first thing you see when you pull up the website is an ad. You have to click through the ad to even get to the website, right?
You mean when you first go to Infowars.com?
Yeah, like if I typed in Infowars.com right now,
Mhm.
and it takes me to the website, the first thing I'm going to see, before I even get to the headlines, let's call them, the first thing I'm going to see is an ad for, just give you an example, super female vitality, right?
Sure, it's very, very prominent on the very first page of the
Not only
website.
is it prominent, you can't even see the first page of the website until you click through that ad, right?
I'm not sure if you have to click through it. I haven't been on the website in a while.
That's okay. Why
Yeah.
don't we pull up Exhibit 84, I think. This is already in, Judge. It's full. That's not what I meant. I'm sorry. Let's pull up Exhibit 85.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is in it. Thank you. 86. Here we go. Thank you. All right. This is what I was talking about. So this is what I was referring to. When you come to Infowars.com, this is the first thing you see, right?
Yeah, it's a pop-up ad, yes.
It's a pop-up ad.
Right, you don't have to click on the ad, you can exit out.
Right. You click the X up in the upper right button, and if you do that, you get to the news, right?
Correct.
If you click on DNA Force Plus, 50% off,
It'll bring you to the store,
it'll bring you to the store.
correct.
Got it. And that's how he makes his money. Yep.
Oh, yes. Most of it.
So, Your Honor, I'm just gonna get over the doors, okay?
Oh, I'm gonna go there next. Thank you, Your Honor. saw me getting low.
All right. So we talked a little bit about, I just mentioned the audience. I want to talk about that. Since the Sandy Hook shooting, Mr. Jones' audience has grown exponentially. Is that fair to say?
Since 2012, yes, so there has been an increase in the viewership.
It's been, at least as Mr. Jones has described it, it's been exponential, correct?
I think he's used those words, yes.
All right. And as a result of that growth, Alex Jones and InfoWars have had billions upon billions of social media impressions, correct?
I'm sure that there have been that many. I don't know the exact number, but I'm not going to disagree with you that there's a big social media footprint.
And I talked about this in my opening, but I want
Objection, Judge, it's not evidence.
Sustained.
no, I was just premising because now we're going to show them the evidence. So why don't we pull up Exhibit 220? This is in, Judge.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Get that one right. Okay, now you've reviewed this document before, right?
Yes, I think I've seen this before. Yes.
So one of the things that we asked InfoWars to give us were all of their social media numbers beginning in 2012, right?
Yes.
Now, they didn't give us all of their numbers, did they?
I'm not sure what was produced, to be honest, and I know that there have been issues with locating material and finding out who has access to certain material and things like that. So
This gets back to what I was asking you about earlier. You acknowledge that you have an independent duty, did you not, to determine things like Alex Jones's audience size, correct?
and I did make attempts to do that, yes.
Okay, and you, because you knew we had asked for all of their social media audience numbers, you asked them to give it to you, correct?
Yes, I asked for a lot of information regarding social media and audience size and financials, and I asked for a lot of material, yes.
And Alex Jones didn't give you any social media numbers for 2012, did he?
So I don't think that there's, and no, I didn't receive anything to that effect, and there's a problem as to why that is.
Well, there's a problem as to why that is. You agree with me that Alex Jones was under a legal obligation to produce that type of data for the years that we asked, correct?
I understand that he is under the obligation to produce.
And you asked for it, correct?
I asked for a lot of things, yes.
Okay. And in 2012, you weren't given any social media data for 2012, correct?
I did not see any data for 2012, no.
Because you weren't given it.
I was not given any.
You weren't given any for 2013, right?
No.
Okay. And you personally weren't given any social media audience figures, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
All right. But we have this. And so let's take a look at this. This is 2015. And you understand this to be, let's just focus on the title there. You understand this to be a group report for the year 2015 for all of Alex Jones's social media accounts on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn, right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Okay, let's go to page 2. And we're just going to advance through this. These are the accounts that it covers, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's go to the next page. Okay, and let's just pull up the top portion there. All right. So this is for 2015, right? Alex Jones's and InfoWars social media engagement numbers for the accounts that we saw, right?
Right, for those particular accounts.
So in 2015 alone, there were 2.9 billion impressions, right?
That's what it says, yes.
That means that on social media, his stuff was viewed 2.9 billion times.
Viewed, right, impressions, and then the engagements are different.
We're
But
gonna go to
yes,
that.
viewed.
Right, viewed.
Yes,
28.8 million engagements, right?
engagements,
And
yes.
what that means is they liked it, right?
Liked it, commented on it, retweeted it,
Shared it.
shared it, right.
And then there were 24 million link clicks. So if somebody sees in 2015, let's say for example, you're aware that in 2015, Alex Jones was repeatedly airing Wolfgang Halbig's trips to Connecticut, right?
He did a few times, yes,
He had him on the air, right?
yes,
He had Dan Badandi up here with him.
yes.
Okay. And if somebody saw that on social media, that would be the type of link click we're talking about here. They clicked on it, right?
Right, so if a link to Halbig's interview was in one of those social media posts and a link to the article or a link to the video and they clicked on that link, correct, that's what that means.
Okay. So that's just for 2015.
Yes,
All right. Let's go to exhibit 228. I believe this is in as well.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
The number on that, sir?
228.
Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, you know what, I'm gonna ask a few more questions about that last exhibit, so let's just take that down for a second. And Free Speech Systems actually made social media engagement and audience growth a central pillar of its growth strategy from 2012 on, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Okay.
Can you repeat it?
You sure? Let's take it even back a little further than that. You'd agree with me that very, very early on, Alex Jones realized the power of social media to spread his content, right?
Sure, that's why he has all those various accounts.
Well, that's 2015, but he was on social media 2009, 2010, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Right. And that's just when it was really kind of coming on, correct?
I had a Facebook in 2005, so I don't know, I guess I don't
You were a
know.
pioneer.
I had one in 2005.
And Alex Jones had built a pretty significant social media audience in the early 2000s, fair to say?
Sure,
And a central strategy of Free Speech Systems growth was to engage audience on social media, correct?
sure.
And the way that they did that was every time Alex Jones would film the Alex Jones show, the show would be chopped up into clips, right?
Yes.
And Alex Jones would personally title every clip, right?
I don't know if he personally titled all the clips. I think producers did have a hand in it as well. But I don't know if he personally titled every single clip from 2 3-hour segments. So I don't know that he had a personal hand in each and every one. I know he has titled clips.
So I'm just asking you, is Free Speech Systems testimony that it doesn't know whether it was Alex Jones's practice to title every clip from his show?
I don't recall, as I sit here today, whether he titled every single clip. I know
You
he
do
has
recall-
done it.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
You do recall Nico Acosta's testimony on this subject, correct?
He has been deposed, yes.
Nico Acosta was Alex Jones's longtime producer of the Alex Jones Show, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he testified that it was in fact Alex Jones's practice to title every single clip from the Alex Jones Show, correct?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
All right, well, the jury will see that.
Sure.
In any event, every single clip was uploaded to Facebook, correct?
Every single clip. I know a lot of clips were uploaded to Facebook. I don't know if every single clip was always uploaded to Facebook. I don't recall.
Let's do it this way.
Sure.
The practice at InfoWars was to upload every single clip that Alex Jones would clip from his show to Facebook, right?
I don't recall whether it's every single clip. I know a lot of clips have been uploaded.
But actually, that was the practice, wasn't it?
To upload clips to Facebook, yes.
Yeah. And it was the practice to upload clips from the Alex Jones Show to Twitter, correct?
Yes,
It was the practice to upload them to YouTube, right?
yes,
It was a practice to upload them to every online platform he had, correct?
yes.
If you go to band.video right now, you can see the full broadcast of the Alex Jones Show, correct?
Yes,
And you can see every clip he made of it, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and the reason that he did that is because Alex Jones knew that video is the most engaged medium online, correct?
Can't speak. Objection.
I
Speculation.
don't know
Calls
how
to
to
his
answer that. I don't
Alex
know
Jones' mental
what
state.
he knows about the videos. I know that that's what he does. I
Okay.
can't say what he knows. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, aren't you responsible for knowing what he knows? Isn't that your duty?
My responsibility here was to figure out what free speech systems knew at the time.
Right.
So I wasn't in Alex Jones's head, so I can't say what he thought about videos.
Did you ask him about his strategy for increasing his audience online?
I don't recall us specifically talking about that. I did have a couple of conversations with him prior to my depositions in Texas, but I don't recall us specifically talking about that.
Free Speech Systems is aware that video as a medium is the most engaging medium online to grow audience, correct?
I don't know.
People are most likely to click on it, correct?
I don't know.
And Free Speech Systems knows that titling videos in a way that is designed to get attention is another way to get its audience to engage, correct?
Oh, sure. And-
Daria Karpova, Mr. Jones's longtime producer, testified about this, correct?
Yes, I do recall that
She
testimony.
talked about clickbait, right?
Yes, she did.
Clickbait.
Clickbait's good.
Clickbait is the way that you title a video to provoke a response in the person's.
Encourage your response.
Yes, I believe that was her testimony.
Okay. So like, for example, a headline like Connecticut school massacre looks like false flag, witnesses say. That's clickbait, right?
It's clickbait in the sense that it would grab somebody's attention. Yes.
And it's clickbait in the sense that it wasn't true, correct?
What, I'm sorry, repeat the question, what wasn't true? That title
Correct.
that witnesses say, can you repeat the title?
Yeah. Connecticut school massacre looks like false flag, witnesses say. One of the reasons it was clickbait is because it's attention grabbing. The other reason is because it's false, correct?
Is the reason why it was titled that way and it's clickbait because it's false? I don't know how to answer that question.
Let me break it down. Free Speech Systems acknowledges that that headline was false, correct?
I don't think that we disagree with that there were false statements made
Cool.
in connection with the Sandy Hook litigation, or not litigation, I'm sorry, but in connection with Sandy Hook.
And one of the things that Free Speech Systems doesn't disagree with, that it acknowledges, is that
I found a way to get the donations to appear on screen.
False flag, witnesses say, is false.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that, no.
Free Speech Systems doesn't disagree with it.
Correct.
Because in that video, there wasn't a single witness who said that it looked like a false flag, correct?
The video that, for that particular clip that you're referencing,
Right.
I don't recall the specific clip. Would you like us to look
We're
at it?
definitely gonna
Yeah,
show you.
I don't recall the specific clip as I
Okay.
said here.
But, and one of the reasons you don't recall it, and this goes back to your preparation, the only way that you were able to become informed, let's say, about InfoWars was based on information that Alex Jones provided to you, correct?
Well, Alex didn't provide it to me specifically. I received it from the attorneys. So Alex didn't give me copies of material. I received it from counsel
Okay, so
to review.
which lawyer sent you material?
So the material that I reviewed was in a Dropbox. That Dropbox was shared with me by, I believe, our Free Speech Systems attorney at the time was Attorney Blott. So I was shared the material in the Dropbox from her
Attorney Block. Attorney Block represented Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems
in Texas.
in Texas.
Correct.
In fact, he has a number of lawyers, right?
Quite a few.
Andino Reynal is one of his lawyers, right?
Most recently, yes.
Okay, have you talked to him?
No.
Okay. Mark Randazza is one of his lawyers, correct?
Yes.
You met with him, right?
No, I don't believe I met with Mark.
Oh, I saw something in your time records that you had a meeting with Mark and Zach. Who is that?
Zach is Attorney Ryland. He's sitting right
I know
there.
Zach. Who's the Mark?
And Mark Swartz.
Okay, Mark Schwartz. All right.
Yes.
Alex Jones has been represented by Brad Reeves
Yes.
and Attorney Patterson, his firm.
Yes.
Okay, but it was Ms. Blatt who sent you the material.
Yes. She
And-
had access to the Dropbox.
And it would only have been Alex Jones who had the authority to decide what to send you, correct?
Objection
No.
calls for speculation, Judge.
No, I was provided with everything that they had in their production. So I don't think anything was withheld from me, if that was your question.
That is what I'm getting at, because the video, Connecticut School Massacre Looks Like False Flag, was not provided to you, was it?
I don't recall.
Let's,
I had a handy dandy note. As you recall, I had 100 pages of notes on the videos that I watched, and I don't have that in front of me. So I just don't recall, as I said here, which videos I watched.
okay, and I'm gonna show you that testimony.
Sure.
But let me ask this. It would have been very relevant to you to have seen the first things that Alex Jones said about the Sandy Hook shooting, correct?
Of course.
And the first things he said about the Sandy Hook shooting are on that video. Connecticut School Massacre Looks Like False Flag, witnesses say, correct?
I don't know. I just don't know what video we're talking about, just because I don't have my notes.
All right.
So I don't
Do you
recall.
want a minute, just one moment?
Thank you.
This woman is not the most well-informed corporate designee I've ever seen in my life. They only paid her $30,000.
Isn't thanks.
Is that what they said? They only paid her $30,000 to be the corporate designee. Man, I definitely want more than that. For a company this big and this much money to go through these records and try to memorize that and try to have it all cold. Yeah, I'm going to need a little bit more than $30,000. If she only got $30,000, she's getting cheated as far as I'm concerned. Although she's only giving about $30,000 worth of testimony. So maybe that's the idea.
All right. Can we just bring up, just for the witness, please. Zip 10 from the deposition. This has been marked for ID, Your Honor. And I'll figure out what it is.
Is it on the list, sir?
Yes, it is. I'll get you the number. So Ms. Paz, as you sit here today, you don't know at the moment whether you were provided with the very first video that Alex Jones aired on. Oh, we can take that down. I just wanted to witness. You recall at your deposition, there was a stipulation
A
about
stipulation.
videos.
Oh, yes, there was, yes.
We're gonna pull up 245 just for you. Okay?
Sure. Not yet. There's nothing there yet. Yes, I see it.
Can we do it just for the witness's screen, please? Not for every screen? Do you know how to do that? Okay. Go down to exhibit A, please, to this deposition. Okay. Do you still have it?
Yes, I do, but
Okay. Can you scroll down to exhibit A?
Mhm.
Exhibit A, you'll recall, Ms. Paz, is a list of videos that you were provided, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
And the video, Connecticut School Massacre Looks Like False Flag, Witnesses Say, was not provided to you, correct?
it's not on this list, no.
All right. Now, I've been told I'm wandering a little bit, so I'm trying to get back on track.
Happens.
Having looked at that video though, that
This
chart
list.
there,
Mhm.
that reminds you that the title of that video was Connecticut School Massacre Looks Like False Flag, Witnesses Say?
Well, as you said, it wasn't on the list of videos that I reviewed, so
Right, but
Right.
we talked about it in your deposition.
we did, yes.
Yeah, okay. And Free Speech Systems acknowledges that in that video, not a single witness said that Sandy Hook was a false flag, correct?
I don't believe so.
Meaning, yes, you acknowledge
Right,
that?
right, correct.
All right.
Thank you for the super sticker.
So let's go to that exhibit I was trying to pull up earlier. This is 228. This is going back to our discussion about the audience.
Okay.
And the reason we got on that video is because I'm reminding myself now that the reason we got on that video is because I was talking to you about the different ways that Alex Jones tries to engage his audience, right? And that's how we got on click, right? Okay. But what I really want to talk to you about is the audience. And so this exhibit 228, you're familiar with Google Analytics, like the term?
Yes, and I've seen this exhibit before.
This is a program that InfoWars uses to track its web performance, right?
Well, I know that there's an issue as to whether we actively use this, but it is available to free speech to track this type of information as far as internet traffic.
Let's just pull it down for a second. So I'm not asking that. Your free speech systems.
Yes,
We're about to look at an exhibit from InfoWars showing Google Analytics data, correct?
yes,
Okay. Does Free Speech Systems use Google Analytics to track its website performance?
so we talked about this a lot in our depositions
Well,
as
hang on a
far as
second,
whether
if
we,
possible, just a
yes,
second. I don't want to know what we talked about in our deposition.
sure.
I just want to know yes or no, as Free Speech Systems sitting here right now, does it use Google Analytics?
Did the thing pop up in the
It
screen
is
or not? It
available.
doesn't look like it
According
did.
to my investigation, it does not actively use this information.
Is that a yes?
Oh, there it is. I was
No.
waiting.
No,
Whew, okay. Why is Alex Jones liable for defamation when people say all sorts of horrible things and all sorts of horrible opinion all the time and are not? Well, I think you partially answered your
That's
own
right.
question.
I'm sorry, it was.
Defamation
the
only
question.
relates to
Sorry.
facts,
So Free Speech
not
Systems
opinions.
testimony here
You can
today.
have any opinion you like.
Analytics to track
You just can't falsely spread facts.
Correct, that's based on my.
So you can have
various
opinions, just not
investigation
false
and
facts.
discussion
So
with
you partially answered your own
employees
question.
and my
But thank you
review
very
of the
much for your
material.
donation, and I'm also glad the thing on the screen actually worked. Okay, that's good news.
That is a full exhibit.
All right.
All right. Now, this is an email from Chris Andrews, right?
Yes,
InfoWars employee, correct?
yes,
Sent June 20th, 2014, right?
yes,
To Tim Frugee, right?
yes,
Tim Frugee is Mr. Jones's longtime director of his online business, right? He basically runs the online store.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say a long time, but he's come and gone quite a few times, but, he at that time was, yes.
He's only come and gone once, right? Like he was hired back in 2009, right?
He was hired back and then he left again,
Right, but just stick with me now. He was
Mhm.
hired in 2009.
right?
He worked for InfoWars all the way through 2019, right?
I don't know the exact date, but yes, he left in 2019. He came back briefly in 2021, I want to say. Correct.
Because he was deposed in this case in 2019.
Yes, he was.
In any event, so he is being sent this email by Chris Andrews, right?
That's what it says, yes.
this is all 4 of our websites from Google Analytics. These are the updated versions of the others also, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And attached are 4 Excel spreadsheets for different websites owned by Free Speech Systems, right?
That's what it says, yes.
One is InfoWarsShop.com.
Yes,
At the time, that was Mr. Jones's online store, right?
yes,
Okay. He then added InfoWarsStore.com a couple of years later, right?
yes,
There's another one for Infowars.com. That's the website.
yes,
PrisonPlanet.com. It's another website, right?
right.
And what Mr. is doing is sending Alex Jones's business director all of the numbers for those websites of how those websites were performing, correct?
On this particular date, yes.
Right. And if we scroll down, let's scroll down to Infowars.com for 2011. Talked about this in opening. Can we put up both pages? Would you mind? Oh, great. Yeah. So the jury saw these numbers in opening. This is basically Infowars.com's website performance for the whole year, right?
That's what it is, yes.
208 million page views being sent to the business director.
I don't know if that was his title at the time, but it was emailed to him, yes.
Do you want to revise your testimony about whether that you just gave to the judge that Infowars doesn't use Google Analytics?
No, and if I could expound on that, I would be happy to.
Well, before you expound on it, why don't you tell me who gave you the information that Infowars doesn't use Google Analytics?
So I did review, obviously, the various depositions, but I also spoke to Blake Roddy, who's currently employed there. And I did review with him, there's a couple of emails to that effect about requests to pull Google Analytics and whether it's done with any regularity or whether it is used actively in the marketing strategy by free speech systems, as far as me trying to familiarize myself with the marketing and what information is used, because that was a topic.
Can I just stop you there for a
Sure.
second? Because I think what I asked you is, who told you that they didn't use it? Did Blake Roddy tell you that?
Yes.
Okay. Blake Roddy told you that they didn't use it.
His position to me was that they only usually pulled it or would pull it at the request for litigation purposes and sporadically at the request of various people, but it wasn't actively used in the marketing strategy.
Let's go to 2012. Number, please. Same exhibit. Thank you. So you're at 2012, right? And we went through this in opening yesterday as well. You see the total numbers for 2012, right?
Yes, I do see it, yes.
Okay. 286 million page views, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, and then you see the numbers for December. 10.6 million sessions, 4.6 million users, 24.9 page views, 24.9 million page views, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, you've reviewed this exhibit before?
Can you
This is the
zoom out
email
on
that
it?
we've been looking at.
I'm sorry. Can you just go to the first page?
Sure.
No, that's not the first page.
This is the email that we just pulled up. Man. This is
Right,
the
no,
first
I
page
mean
we
the
said.
first page of the Google Analytics. I reviewed the files that looked like they had the charts on them. So I don't recall whether I saw this specifically. But I have reviewed various Google Analytics documents.
Do you
so
know
I
whether
have
they
seen
gave
them.
this to you?
I'm sorry?
Do you know whether they gave this to you?
I don't recall. I do recall seeing various Google Analytics documents. So I don't recall this particular document.
And the reason I'm asking if they gave you this one is because, let's go back to 2012. For Infowars.com. And let's, is this it? Pull up 2012 and 2013. The reason I'm asking you whether they gave you this one is because if you look between December 2012 and January 2013, you know, there's saying a shooting happened December 14th, 2012, right?
Yes, I know the date.
By the way, Free Speech Systems acknowledges now in this courtroom that 26 people were murdered at Sandy Hook, correct?
Yes.
And they acknowledge that Adam Lanza is the person who went into the school that day and the only person, correct? And committed that atrocity, correct?
Yes.
Free Speech Systems now is saying that to this jury, right?
Yes.
If you look at December, you had 10.6 million sessions. It goes up to 14.6 in January, doesn't it?
That's what it appears, yes.
It appears or it is.
That's what the document says, yes.
This is your document, right?
Free Speech Systems produced this, yes.
Okay. It goes from 49 million users. Well, this one's.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
that's the year total.
4.6
Yeah.
4.6 million users to 6.3 million users, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
It goes from 24.9 million page views to 35.7 million page views, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And you know that from December 14th, 2012, all the way through the end of January, Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems were repeatedly publishing claims that the shooting was staged, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you know from Timothy Frugee's deposition, the business director, that Alex Jones asks him for sales numbers every day, right?
Yes, he does ask him for numbers regarding, how much is in stock, if there's an overstock of particular items, so
I
that
didn't ask
he.
you overstock, I just
okay.
said sales.
Right,
asked
he
him
does
about
get sales
every
numbers,
day,
yes.
Right?
Right.
And you heard Timothy Frugee's deposition that Alex Jones knows what he's talking about on the air when they have a good sales day, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Alex Jones knows what he's talking about on the air when they have a good sales day, right?
You mean if he has a good sales day, it's related to what he's talking about on the air? Is that your question? I want to make sure I understand your question.
My question is, you recall Timothy Frugee's deposition, correct?
I know he testified, yes, and I reviewed
He
it.
testified that Alex Jones knows what he's talking about when he has a good sales day, correct?
He knows what he's talking about translates into sales, yes.
And you remember David Jones's deposition. David Jones, I know you say you don't know whether he's ever an employee, right?
Right, I don't recall the deposition testimony.
You don't?
I don't recall Dr. Jones's deposition testimony regarding the employment.
Okay, right. I'm
Right,
sorry. Put
right.
aside the employment.
Yeah,
You recall David Jones's testimony that when Alex Jones has a good sales day, they try and replicate what he was talking about so that they can replicate those sales.
I do recall that testimony, yes.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can you remind me when our morning break is?
You can have it anytime between now and the next 10 minutes. Is this a good time?
This is a great time.
All right, so we will take our morning recess. At this point, you'll remember all the rules of conduct that I told you about. Ron will collect your notebooks and we will see you in 15 minutes. We'll take a recess.
Okay, cool. So that's going pretty well, interestingly, so far. So we have the corporate designee from Alex Jones's company, Free Speech Systems, who has been apparently paid $30,000 to review records and then a fee to appear in court. And I have to say, is not charging enough. And also, Alex Jones's company is getting exactly what they paid for. This person should know a lot more than they know. They should know they should know a lot more data. They should be reviewing these data so that they have information. And also, they shouldn't be answering a lot of these questions, to be quite honest, because they don't know. Like, what does Alex Jones know? What does Alex Jones thinks? I don't know. The company doesn't know what Alex Jones thinks because the company is legally distinct from Alex Jones. That's the whole point of corporations. We've discussed this before, right? What Alex Jones thinks, I don't know. I'm the corporate designee. I can speak to what the corporation did. I can speak to what the corporation does in terms of its actions, but I can't turn to what he thinks subjectively in his own mind. I'm not Alex Jones. I'm the corporation. That's the point. So I don't think a lot of these questions are proper. I'd be objecting to a lot of these corporations. I'd be declined to answer a lot of these questions, to be quite honest. Because like I can't speak to what Alex Jones thinks in his own mind. I'm not Alex Jones. I'm the corporate designee. And also I know my numbers a lot better. I know my facts a lot better. Hopefully, I would have reviewed and practiced my testimony, because people do, to make sure that you got this going on. And this corporate designee seems like perhaps they are not the most well informed. So some issues there. But yeah, what we've learned so far is kind of what you would expect. But then again, trials have to lay everything out for the jury. You know, we haven't really had any sort of bombshells about Alex Jones's company. Alex Jones is in control of his company. Okay, I mean, sure. Everyone reports to him. He's in complete control of the company's finances. He's complete control of the company's direction. He is the owner of the company, or at least the managing member of the company, or he is the CEO of the company. Whatever your phraseology wants to be today, it doesn't really matter. And so he makes all the decisions, and he has the power to overrule any decisions. So that, of course, doesn't necessarily mean that he knows every decision that's made, because again, he's distinct from the corporation, but he has the power to overrule any decision at least. Okay, so what decisions does he make? Well, he makes decisions that would further his business. He likes the clickbait. I understand. Not something I'm particularly great at, but not something I have any particular problems with. If I was better at it, maybe I would be Alex Jones. But I'm not Alex Jones. I'm not as good as it is. He has a better sense of such things, although then he's been doing it a lot longer than me. So I'll give myself some slack. Maybe one day. But yes, he likes to pick titles that will cause people to click them, so people will watch him. He sells a lot of supplements. We went through his financials before on a previous stream. His financials are the at this point, he is, at least in a sort of pragmatic sense, a supplement business. I mean, that's not really what he is or what he does, but that's the vast majority of his revenue. I forget what it is, but it was tens of millions a year in supplements that he's bringing in. So, that's kind of what he does, is the supplement thing. And he is at least tangentially aware of when the supplements are selling. And he would like to sell more supplements because they are his business. And so he is aware of that, and he tries to create some sort of correlation between what he does in terms of his on-air persona and the topics he covers in order to help supplement the supplement business, in order to help make it grow. I'm like, well, that totally makes sense. So I like, in a lot of ways, this is not surprising. He runs his business. He creates videos. He creates clickbait videos, or clickbait titles at least, so people will click. He is aware of the supplements he makes and the supplements he sells. He tries to, in some sense at least, correlate what he does so that he will sell more supplements, so his business will grow. I kind of understand all this. This is understandable. And it's like, well, I understand this, right? I try to make decisions for this channel that are roughly of at least a similar kind of idea, right? I want this channel to grow. I want the amount of people that watch the channel to grow. I want the amount of, I want people to like what I produce. I want people to respond positively to what I produce, or at least respond to it, right? So it's like, yeah, I understand his business and my business and other people's business. I mean, yeah, this all makes logical sense. So that's kind of what's going on. So nothing really surprising so far. And then, of course, we see the numbers, and the numbers are huge because he is a extremely popular figure. He is extremely liked. He has a lot of people watching his stuff. He has a lot of people buying his supplements, tens of millions of dollars worth. And he has a lot of people. And it's like, okay, I mean, I get all that. That makes sense. So nothing super surprising so far. I think some of the questions are improper. I would have objected to a lot of these questions. Calls for speculation. Some of these questions like does Alex Jones know? Calls for speculations as to Alex Jones's internal thoughts. It's like that's not a corporate designee. That doesn't make sense. And it's like I would have objected to a lot of this stuff. I would have declined to answer some of the stuff. I think also she's making a mistake, as I made before, in the way she's answering questions. She is answering them too fast. She's interrupting him. She's not taking that time to think. She should take a second, 2 seconds before answering the question, and take that 2 seconds and think about how to phrase it. And it does make a difference. And also it gets you stopping. It stops you getting into a pattern of just being like automatically trying to respond and giving yourself pause so that you don't fall into traps. So a little bit of a practice note there for answering questions, to take a breath. So, and I don't think the testimony is particularly interesting in a lot of ways. It's a lot of what you would know, what you suspect, but of course the jury has to hear it because there's no evidence except what exists before the jury. And so, that is what is going on in all that. So someone asked, can a judge remove a lawyer's ability to defend the client? If there is a ethics reason the lawyer can't defend the client, a lawyer might be conflicted out, and so they could remove a lawyer for that reason. If the lawyer themselves is behaving in an inappropriate way to disqualify the lawyer, also like that the particular lawyers might have problems with particular judges, also conflicts with the judge themselves or with their relationships, appearance of fairness. Kiwi New York Upstate gives $5. It seems like their strategy is to pick a corporate designee that doesn't know anything. So the best she can say is she doesn't know. Perhaps that's what's going on. And I appreciate the super chat as well. The lawyer's not objecting, gives little room for appeal later. Yeah, also, yeah, that too. If you don't object, you lose it, right? So I'd be objecting a little bit more often. Okay. Well, let's go back and wait for the trial to resume. I do appreciate all of you being here. I appreciate the 341 of you who are currently here. If I could kindly direct your attention to the subscribe button and ask you, is your subscribe button red? If your subscribe button is red, it is angry and sad, but this can be cured merely by clicking on the red subscribe button, so it'll become a gray, integrated, peaceful subscribe button. Be the change you want to see in the world by helping the subscribe button be what it was always meant to be by clicking that red subscribe button today. Ron Barkert says Brush Coulter was removed as John Guy's lawyers because he kept getting him off. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it wasn't because he kept getting him off. I'm going to say it was some other reason. Like a legal reason. Legal Minded said, why did plaintiffs wait so long to file? They didn't wait particularly long to file. This case has been involved in discovery disputes for a long time. They filed within the statutory limitations periods. This case has been involved in preliminaries for a long time. So this case is finally coming to trial after a lot of preliminaries that went on for a long time. Sometimes trials take a long time. Sometimes the preliminaries take a long time. COVID also didn't help, incidentally, because that shut down the courts for a long time and also changed the priorities of the court. So that didn't help. So yeah, the plaintiffs didn't wait too long. They filed within a timely frame. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Pecan pie. Good morning. I missed the cruise judge calling the defense completely unprofessional. Yeah, I can't. I mean, yeah, right. They didn't file until 2016. I believe Sandy Hook happened in 2012. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. I mean, I guess the question is when the defamation occurred. So they would be able to. They can't. They can only sue in relation to statements Alex Jones made. So the question would be when the statements made, not when Sandy Hook happened. So if they filed until in 2016, maybe he was making statements in 2015. I don't know. That would be the question when the underlying tort occurred. Why are they suing Alex and not the originator of the conspiracy? Wolfgang and Alex's chat. How long before any creator can be sued for reading chat? Well, you kind of got it in your question. The issue is republication, right? So if someone says a defamatory thing and then another person repeats the defamatory thing, the person who repeats it is also liable for it. You don't have to go back to the originator. You can, but you don't have to. You can go back. You can go to anyone who republishes the defamation. This is incidentally why you're able to sue newspapers when they quote people that are defamatory, right? This is the baseline principle for why you could sue a newspaper if what they're publishing is a quote from someone that's defamatory, because they are republishing it, right? By repeating the statement, they take on the statement. And so if you're going to read a comment, from someone, then that presents false statements of facts, then you have to make it clear that you're not endorsing those facts, you're not agreeing with those facts, right? You're simply quoting someone. So you have to be careful about how you go about that. But that's the underlying legal theory, is republication. It's the reason why you can sue a newspaper, for example, for when they quote somebody. During opening statements, they said they made statements in 2012, 2016. Okay, well, there you go. If you ever win the lottery, here is your pro tip for the lottery. All right, here I'll give you some pro tips for the lottery if you ever win, because I've thought about this way too much about this. Okay, so if you ever win the lottery, first of all, try not to tell anyone. They're probably going to publish your name. First of all, if you're in a state where you don't have to give your name and details, then I wouldn't. First of all, I looked maximally to try to restrict my name from getting out. Some states don't require you to publish your name. If you're not required to publish your name, don't. If you are required to publish your name or required to participate in a press conference, ask, like, can I wear a mask? Can I wear anything to block out my identity? Because, like, maybe I'll show up, but I'll show up like in a full costume, like, so that no one can see who I am. It's like, I'm going to try to reduce my exposure. All right. Second thing you want to do, obviously, is you want to take the money in a lump sum. I would recommend very strongly putting it just simply in an index fund. The S&P 500 index fund is a great way to go here, because it routinely beats most actively managed funds. And then just live off the interest. Don't ever spend any of the money. Just live off the interest. That's the way to go.
Yes.
Nick Demerito said for $4.99, I'm totally lost. Are these new parents suing him? Yes, they're different parents than the ones in Texas. Yes. Thank you very much for your super chat. You don't need a trust. You don't need a trust. Open up a Vanguard account. Go with Vanguard would be my recommendation. Go with Vanguard and just put it into the S&P 500 index fund. Set it and forget it. And you can take 2% out every year. 2% is considered the safe number. And it will last forever if you do that. So that's the way to do it. Take the money. First of all, set money aside to pay your taxes, because that's going to be a huge thing. And then what's left, put in an S&P 500 index fund. And every year you can take out 2% of what's there. And that's how you live. There is your free lotto advice for the day. You're probably going to lose about half the lotto winnings in taxes. It's probably reasonable. So, but you know,
Please be seated.
it is what it is.
With my mental count of 10 to make sure you're all here. Council will stipulate that the panel is present,
Will do.
Yes, Your Honor.
right?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Foro. Could we get, figure out what that keeping was? Did we fix it?
Judge, may I speak to Mr. Farrar before we begin?
Certainly.
Have I seen the market lately? I have seen the market lately. I'm also aware of the historical rate of the S&P 500 index fund. The market goes up and the market goes down. The S&P 500 index fund has a predictable rate, and it typically will beat any market. So yeah, that's my plan.
Defense counsel can see it.
That's my plan.
It is. I guess I could put it up there.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Defense counsel can see it.
All right.
We'll figure it out.
Vanguard, S&P 500 index.
All right. So
Set it and forget it. I'll be right back.
2015. 200.
I got a little nervous there.
Yeah, sorry.
That's a full exhibit.
Yes.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. Now, Ms. Paz, this is the same group report, but for the year prior, 2014, right?
Right, that's what it looks like.
All right. And do you have the same response as you did to the earlier one, that you don't know if this was provided to you?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. But you'd agree that just like the 2015 report, this 2014 report shows all of InfoWars' social media performance for the year 2014 on those 4 social media platforms: Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram.
Right.
Okay, all right. Let's go to page 2. And these are the accounts listed here. I'll count them up. I'm not going to ask you to count them up. I'll count them up at some point for the jury.
Sure.
There's a lot, right?
There are quite a few.
All right. And let's go to, by the way, YouTube is not here. Do you know why?
I don't know why free speech was deplatformed in 2018, but this is 2014. So I
Objection,
don't
move
know.
to strike, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I don't know.
Testimony is stricken, the jury will disregard it.
Thank you. In 2014, obviously, InfoWars was uploading videos to YouTube every day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but it didn't produce any data to us concerning its YouTube page performance, correct?
Did we? No.
Okay. Let's go to the next page. All right. And let's pull up, let's pull up not just the top box, but like the whole area where there's text, okay? Yeah, there you go. Good. Okay. Now, you'll recall that in 2015, and I should have started with this one, I'm sorry, but in 2015, the total number of impressions was 2.9 billion, right?
I'll take your representation on that. I don't recall,
You don't
but
recall.
I'll accept that
All right.
representation.
Here it's, I'll show it to you again. Here it's 2.2 billion impressions, right?
Yes, that's what it says.
And this is where, at the advice of my co-counsel, I'm going to use this easel, all right? Because sometimes people feel better about paper versus screens. So here's what we're gonna do. So
My turn.
we're talking about, can you see counsel?
Yes. Yes, depending on how big the numbers are.
Now, there are other screens, so you don't have to look at this if you don't want to, but let's talk about 2014. Okay, you got 2.2 billion impressions, right?
That's what this says, yes.
All right. All right, and 7.7 million engagements, right?
Sure, you can round that up to 7.8.
Thank you, 7.8. 10.3 million link clicks, right?
Yes,
Now, 2014, this was the year that Alex Jones first had Wolfgang Halbig on the show, right?
2014, yes, that's correct.
Right.
Yes.
And Wolfgang Halbig on the Alex Jones show called the San Diego shooting an illusion, right?
Did Wolfgang Halbig do that? Yes, he did.
Yeah, and Alex Jones agreed with him.
Yes.
Okay. He said that the parents should get an Oscar for their acting performance, right?
I believe he did, yes.
Alex agreed with him.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. He said that it had been scripted 2+ years in advance, the shooting that is, right?
Did Mr. Halbig say that?
Right.
Yes,
And Alex Jones agreed.
yes.
And by the way, it wasn't just Mr. Halbig. I mean, Alex Jones during 2014 was calling it a fake and a total hoax, correct?
Yes.
And during this year, you know that all of those shows and all of those articles lying about Sandy Hook went up on InfoWars social media channels, correct?
Yes, they did.
You recall Louis Sertuki's deposition testimony?
I don't think I do, I'm sorry.
You know who Louis Sertuki is, right?
I'm terrible with names,
Okay.
so it's not ringing a bell.
Do you remember the guy's deposition with the long hair who testified about Free Speech System's social media operations?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
Did you watch the deposition of InfoWars social media manager?
I read the deposition of Mr. Roddy and Mr. Zimmerman. Aside from that, the other ones, I don't recall.
All right. Well, let me just try one more time though, on Sertuki. I take it then that you don't have a recollection of his testimony that all InfoWars articles and videos went up on all of their social media platforms, including all of their San Diego content.
I don't recall the testimony.
Is that in fact true though, that that's what happened?
That all of the videos go up on all of the social media platforms?
Yes.
Clips of them do, yes.
Yes. And all of YouTube, correct?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Now, in this year where
All you can hear is me breathing and clicking in the mic.
we're doing these things, they just
Really?
did a total fans 1.7.
The sound is really low. The sound is the same volume it was before.
I'm sorry, the clipboard is in the way, so, okay, go ahead.
You don't have it there?
I do have it there. Which one are you referring
Here,
to?
total fans 1.7,
Oh, yes, I
Right.
see it.
and you see that the total followers.
Court stream audio is low. The court stream audio is the same volume it was
went up
before.
41%, yeah.
I didn't
That's what
change
says,
it.
yes.
All right, let's go down to the next page.
The audio is very quiet. The audio is the same volume it was before. I didn't change it. Very loud versus the court.
Now, you'll see here, this is about message volume, right?
Yes.
Message volume means messages that InfoWars fans are sending into.
Oh dear. No, I just clicked the link completely. Okay, hold on. I have to bring it back up. Let's see. All right. Give me a second. I was trying to fix it and I wound up deleting it completely. Way to go, me. Just one second.
Is that one of the missions?
Yes.
I don't recall if it was specifically one of the missions, but I mean, it was, he did give out missions.
Let's see. Audio level I could change from 80% to 70. Change it some more. Put my audio down even more.
In fact, not just one. That he
It
gave
still
out
sounds
was
fine in my
to
ear. That's the problem when you're
investigate
adjusting it. I have nothing to adjust it
Sorry,
against.
said you didn't recall.
I don't recall specific posts.
You do recall, though, Alex Jones looking directly at the camera on his show and telling his audience to, let's look into Sandy Hook, right?
I do believe I recall seeing him saying something to that effect.
Right. He said that right after he said to his audience, and I think I can get the exact word. You tell me if I'm wrong. Right after.
Much
he
better
said
in
to his
sound?
audience,
Okay, well, I'm glad it works for you.
So my heart goes out to the people I see on the news who say they're parents. The only difference is I've seen soap operas before. And I know the difference between when I'm watching a movie and when I'm watching something real.
The clicking is coming from the courtroom.
Do you remember that?
The clicking is coming from the courtroom.
I don't know if he termed it a mission, but I recall him using words to that effect.
And in this year, the messages that they were receiving from their fans went up 557%. Yep.
On social media, that yes.
Yes. They got emails too.
Many, many emails.
Right. All right, let's go to the next page. Okay. So now here we're getting into the breakdown of the impressions. You see, Facebook had 1.2 billion, and at Twitter you're at 1 billion, right?
That's what this says, yes.
Up 300%, 307% from the year before, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. Another page. Yeah, let's pull up the next two pages side by side, if you don't mind. See, this chart's getting a lot of use here. All right.
That courtroom needs a sound engineer. Man, oh man, you've been at enough trials and enough things to know that courtroom audio inevitably sucks. This is as good as it gets, man.
Yes, that's what it says.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. Every time an audience member likes something, right? Shares it,
Right.
reposts it,
Right.
right? Comments on it.
Right.
And that type of engagement is what InfoWars was going for, correct?
Sure,
And it increased 100% in 2014, right?
that's what that says.
The year they were having Alabama. Actually, the first year they had Alabama.
Right, that they started to have him on that year.
Okay, so what I want to do now is go to the page where all the accounts are listed if we can.
So yeah, are you gonna use that chart or? can you-
I am for the next one, for 2015, but is it in the way?
No, it just will all turn this way, but that's all right.
I'm sorry, down where they have the logos, down further. You know, like where they have the icons. Yeah. Let's get those. So these are just the graphic listings of the different accounts here, right? So like if you went to one of the pages, you'd see, you know, the InfoWars report, et cetera, right? That's
Yes.
Twitter. Down further, you got the Alex Jones page, right?
Yes,
Right. And obviously, like the Alex Jones page is dwarfed the other ones in terms of their popularity and size, correct?
according to this, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, because this is ranked, so the others are ranked higher, so yes,
Well, this is where Facebook starts. So like on this side, right? That's Twitter above.
right,
Here's Facebook, obviously. You know, he's way above everything else. Yeah.
yes.
All right. Let's go to 2015. The next one, 2015. Thanks. This is 220, Your Honor. This is the one we were looking at earlier that I told you I'd show you again.
Yes,
I'm gonna use this again here. All right, and let's go to the second page. I won't go through all of these. Here's the accounts, right? Let's go to the third page. Okay, and here we are again, and here we have the 2.9 billion impressions, right? The times his stuff is viewed. Yep.
yes,
Okay. And let's go down and see the growth numbers. Yeah. So here, fans are up 21% this year in 2015, correct?
that's what it says, yes.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Here we are again with increasing engagement in terms of messages coming in, up 129%. Since the previous date range, in terms of, so the first number, 129%, are posts sent, and that is messages that InfoWars was sending out. Those are those missions we were talking about, right?
Among other things, but yes,
And the messages they were receiving also up 144%, right?
that's what it says, yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next page. Okay. Impressions up 30% over the 2.2 billion, up to 2.9, yeah?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. Now, let's get out of this. Far and away, well, let's pull up the Facebook group report for I'm sorry, not a group report, the Facebook report for 2016. This is an evidence drop. And this is 222. Now, this is just Facebook, right?
I don't think 222 is in yet, but I don't object.
It is a full exhibit.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Now, this is 2016, right?
The following year,
The
yes.
following year. This doesn't include Twitter. This is just Facebook.
That's what it looks like to me.
We didn't get Twitter numbers for 2016, correct?
I don't believe so.
But anyway, we got Facebook. So let's go down to the second page. These are the accounts included in the report. This isn't all the reports. This is just the accounts that were included in this report, correct?
It's all of the Facebook accounts.
Well, we'll compare it. But anyway, let's go down. Okay, so in 2016, how many impressions were there?
4.1 or 4.2
Billion, right?
billion.
So Facebook alone in 2016, 4.1 billion, yeah?
That's what it says, yes.
That's what it says. All right. 43 million engagements, 29 million. So what we're seeing here, Ms. Pazramian, is during these 3 years for which we have data, this is the exponential growth you're talking about, right?
Using Mr. Jones's words, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it would be
I was hearing the lawyers talk. I got a little ASMR in my ear, so I was laughing. I
Had
don't know if
no
anyone else was hearing that.
When it
I was
comes
talking
to
like a little bit like this.
social media, online engagement, correct?
I'm sorry. what did you mean?
Yeah. In terms of people who were lying about Sandy Hook during this time, right? Nobody touches Alex Jones in terms of audience. Fair to say?
Objection, Judge, speculative.
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I didn't prepare any information comparing other broadcasts. I can only speak for free speech.
Great. Well, then let me ask you this from Free Speech Systems perspective. Is Free Speech Systems aware of any other media personality during this time who was publishing information that Sandy Hook was a hoax that even comes remotely close to his audience size?
Like I said, I can't answer that. I don't know anything about any other companies aside from free speech.
So the answer is Free Speech Systems is not aware of it, correct?
The answer is I don't know.
Free Speech Systems doesn't know.
That's correct.
Right. All right. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but during this 3-year period, just impressions and just on some of the social media platforms, there were 9.2 billion impressions, correct?
Impressions, yes.
All right.
I'll trust your math on that.
Okay. All right. Now, while we don't have social media numbers for those earlier years, we did see the Google Analytics, correct?
For which years?
We saw them for, I showed them to you for 2011
Yes.
and 2012,
Yes,
and then into 2013.
yes.
And those Google Analytics numbers weren't social media, they were just Infowars.com.
I believe so, yes.
One of those websites.
Yes.
But Infowars produced things called media kits, right?
Media kits, what do you mean by media kits?
Well, I'll show you. So this is exhibit 212, which is in this full, Your Honor. This is an email. Let's pull up the email header. Okay, now this is a message from Derek at Infowars.com. Do you know who Derek is?
I know that we had an employee named Derek that I don't believe works there anymore. But
Okay.
yes,
You know, okay. You don't know his last name.
I don't. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
He was an employee in 2013.
13. Yeah,
Know what he did?
I don't.
Okay, what about the people who he sent this to? Will at Infowars and Max at Infowars. Do you know who those guys are?
I'm sorry. No.
Okay. And you'll see here that there are attachments to this email, Media Kit.
That's what it says.
Okay, so what's a Media Kit?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know what Free Speech Systems uses them for?
I don't know what it is. I've never seen this before.
This wasn't given to you.
I don't believe I've seen this.
Well, let's take a look at it. Let's pull up the attachments. Now, what you'll see, Ms. Paz, is that there's a date here, 2013, right?
That's what it says.
And it says Free Speech Systems LLC.
Yes.
And it kind of gives you the topics that this document is covering, right?
Yes.
Now we'll go through the document, but let's, if you're looking at this cover page, does this give you a sense that what this is the type of information that Alex Jones would give to potential advertisers who would pay to place ads on Infowars.com?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. And so let's go down. And you see there the first line. The house that truth built.
I see it.
And you know that Alex Jones, in selling himself to advertisers, but also in selling himself to his audience, tells them that they can count on him for the truth, right?
I have seen him say that, yes.
Right. You've seen videos where he said, Somebody's got to tell you the truth, folks, right? Somebody's got to.
Somebody's got to tell you the truth.
I've seen him
I'm
say
Alex
words to
Jones.
that effect.
Yeah.
Yes.
He actually said that. Right after he told his audience that Sandy Hook was staged. The evidence is overwhelming.
I've seen him say that, yes.
He said that in April of 2013, right?
I don't recall the date, but I know that he said something to that effect, yes.
You don't recall that it was on the day of the Boston Marathon bombing?
I don't recall the date, I'm sorry.
All right. So let's go down here. And what I'd like to do is go down to the second page. All right. Now, let's pull up Kings of Their Domains and just pull up the, yeah, okay, that's okay. Here he is saying, in terms of web popularity, Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.com are on top of their class, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And this is 2013, correct?
I think that's the date that was on the document, yes.
Okay, and it gives the number of visitors to the websites per month, the number of unique visitors per month, the number of 30 million page views per month, right?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. Ms. Paz, isn't this Free Speech Systems using Google Analytics?
I don't know how they got those numbers.
Well, we've seen the Google Analytics where these numbers are presented, correct?
We've seen Google Analytics numbers, yes.
Where else would they have gotten them?
I don't know. I don't know where.
But
the
you know
numbers
that
come
they
from.
didn't use them. That's what you told the judge.
I told the court what information was relayed to me, that they did not regularly use the Google Analytics in terms of their marketing.
What you told the judge was, because the judge asked you, is that a yes or a no? In response to the question, does Free Speech Systems use Google Analytics? She said, is that a yes or no? And you said, that's a no, right?
Right.
And the reason you think it's a no is because that's what InfoWars and Alex Jones told you, correct?
I don't believe Alex told me that, but I think I said Blake Roddy told me that.
And it's not true, is it?
I can only convey to you what I've discussed with the employees and what I've reviewed. So that's based on my review.
Because InfoWars doesn't want this jury to know just how closely it was tracking its audience growth as Alex Jones was saying that Sandy Hook was a lie, right?
I don't think that's accurate.
Let's go down to the next page here.
Objection, argumentative, maybe?
You don't think that's accurate because somebody told you that?
Do I think I want the jury not to know
Not
about
you,
the Audison
not you,
strikes?
not you, not you.
Alex Jones.
Whoever claimed to you they don't use Google Analytics wanted you to say that to this jury.
Objection, Judge, it's speculating. Contents of another mind.
Yeah, damn straight.
Do I think that Mr. Roddy didn't want me to know that free speech uses Google Analytics?
Well, he definitely didn't want you to know that. That's why he told you that they don't use it, right?
I don't think that was the reason why he told me that, no.
Okay. Whatever the case is, when Mr. Roddy told you that they don't use Google Analytics, he knew that that's what you were going to come and tell this jury, right?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
All right, let's go. Let's see here. Your Honor, just one moment. If I may.
Your time.
No, which year? Which year? Oh, okay. We were talking about Blake Roddy, the guy
Okay.
who told you that they don't use. Now, Blake used to work for Tim Frugee, right?
Yes, so I do believe he worked underneath Tim for a while, and then he took over at a certain point, probably after Tim left.
So just to make sure the jury knows, because there's a lot of names being thrown around. Tim Frugee, prior to when he left in 2019, was InfoWars online commerce director, correct?
I don't know if he had a title, but he handled the website.
Okay.
So yes,
Okay, well that's
and the
different.
e-commerce side of the website. So yes.
Right. So he ran the online store. He tracked the sales. He ran the warehouse. the whole, you know, revenue generating side of the business, Tim Frugee supervised and reported to Alex Jones, right?
Sure.
Okay. And Blake Roddy was his subordinate. Tim Frugee supervised Blake Roddy.
Yes.
Tim Frugee leaves in 2019. Blake Roddy gets promoted.
Right.
So those are the guys we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And what we see here on the top left is what InfoWars is telling its advertisers they're going to charge, right?
Yes, that's what that looks like.
Okay. $2. What's CPM mean?
Cost per, and you know what? I'm blanking on what the M is.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's
I don't-
mil. It's cost per
Basically,
mil.
they're saying
It's
that
1,000.
For every 1,000 impressions your ad gets, is that what you understand to be? You could pay us $2?
Right.
$2 per 1,000 is pretty good, right?
And you pay us every time somebody clicks on an ad, you pay us 50
Right.
cents.
Right. So there's a difference between impressions and the actual engagement in the cost, right?
Now, the reality is
No, it's not
that
million. It's mil. MILLE.
InfoWars didn't
1,000.
advertise
1,000.
other people's products very much, right?
Objection when, Judge?
I know this because
2013, what's that?
it's part of my business too.
I guess I don't know how to answer that.
The-
You mean if we were advertising, if we were taking money for advertisements, were we actually advertising the products on the store?
No, it was a bad question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What I'm
CPM is
saying
1,000. Clicks per
Really?
1,000.
Almost every product that InfoWars advertises on its platforms are its own products. The
Objection
supplements.
in 2013.
2013.
Right.
And that remains true. Yeah.
Sure.
Let's go to the 2014 media kit. This is 216.
That is the full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. So you see here, this is the media kit they put out for 2014, right?
Yes.
Next year, they're telling their potential advertisers, come advertise with us, right?
Yes. That's,
And the main pitch they make to potential advertisers is just how big and engaged their audience is, right?
well, right. The purpose of it is to make people want to advertise with the company.
And the way you do that is by
I'd like
telling
you to
people
advertise
just
with
how
me, by the
many
way.
Eyeballs
I will
you
charge
follow
you-
in their
I
ads
will
if
charge
they
you less.
advertise with InfoWars, right?
Right.
All right, let's go to the next page. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, Ms. Paz, I'm just gonna ask you, again, this is the house that Truth built, right?
I see that. Yes.
You know, if we go to the text,
Yeah. It's not words. Or
Okay.
maybe Latin words.
I mean, were they advertising internationally? Do you know?
No,
You don't know.
I don't know.
What's advertising here
Let's go.
nationally? Lol.
Let's go down to topping the charts.
It's lorem ipsum, baby. Except, yeah.
Okay. So on the top there, you have again, they're telling their audience just how many million visitors per month, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they're telling their audience their rankings, right? Their website rankings.
I'm sorry. Where are you looking?
Yeah,
Topping the
when you
chart-
see
in
topping the
chart.
charts, holding our own against the mainstream media,
Okay, I see. It's the comparison. Yes. I
it's the
see.
comparison, like what you're
Yes.
saying. So you see the 6 different websites listed there, right?
Yes.
And what they're saying is, hey, we're bigger than Glenn Beck, we're bigger than Rush Limbaugh, we're bigger than Newsmax, and we're bigger than WND.com, whatever that is, right?
Yes.
Okay. They're the biggest, right?
I guess my question is, I don't know what those numbers mean. Maybe zoom out a little bit.
Well, let me, you know what, yeah, go ahead and zoom out, but you know that Alex Jones consulted a program called Alexa, right?
Holding traffic. Okay. All right. I see what it is. now.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Okay.
this isn't the Alexa you have in your kitchen where
No.
you ask what the weather's gonna be today, right?
No.
This is a website ranking program, right?
That's the source. Yes.
Right. And what Alex Jones, and you know that Alex Jones regularly consulted Alexa to see where Infowars.com was in the world rankings, right?
I believe you did.
And here, as of 2014, in the United States, Infowars.com was the 301st most popular website.
That's what it says. Yes.
Right. Of all the millions of websites in the United States, right?
That's what it says here.
Okay. And in the world, all the websites in the world, Infowars was 1,022.
222. Yes. I see
Right.
that.
Let's get out of this. All right, no, yeah. I think, let's go, I'm sorry, go to the next page, please, Pratika, thanks. I think it's just more. Oh, okay. So if we go, yeah, let's go to that page. I'm sorry, the next one down. Here, they're just giving pricing out again, right? Let's pull up that page, demographics. Okay, now, what program was Infowars using to track the demographics of its audience?
You mean to create this chart?
Yeah, where did these numbers come from?
I don't know where these numbers come from.
Okay. Do you have any idea how Infowars.com knows that 60% of its users are male and 40% are female?
I don't know what information was used to create this chart.
Okay.
So I don't know.
But one of the topics that you were responsible for presenting sworn testimony to the jury on was exactly this, his audience, right?
Right.
Okay. And so did you ask, hey, what type of information does Infowars have on audience demographics?
I did when we produced the Google Analytics, but as we said earlier about how or when the Google Analytics were used, that was the information that was conveyed to me.
Is it your understanding that Google Analytics tracks demographics?
I don't know if it tracks demographics.
Yeah, I thought that's what you just said.
I don't know if it tracks demographics.
Okay, if it does, then here we see another example of.
Objection, hypothetical, speculative, if it does.
So you asked somebody at Free Speech Systems about Infowars audience, correct?
You mean how much the audience is and
No,
the
I'm
breakdown of it,
I'm
or
talking specifically about
just demographics?
Did you ask, hey, I'm supposed to testify to this jury about Infowars audience demographics. What do you have on that?
I believe I did. I just don't recall whether I ever received any information on it. I don't think I did.
Okay, all right. And so when you said, hey, there's this trial, there's going to be a jury, and we ask questions about demographics, can you give me what you have? You don't think they gave you?
Right.
They clearly had it, right?
Well, I don't know what they had or where they got this from. I just don't know
You don't
where
know.
this information came from, right?
But it came from somewhere.
Well, it had to come from somewhere. I just
And
don't
they're
know where.
purporting to their potential advertisers that this is their audience demographics.
That's what it says, yes.
But they didn't give you that information.
Of how they came to those numbers, no.
Or even that they had the numbers.
Or that they had the numbers or where they came from or if they're reliable, I don't know.
Okay, all right. Okay. Let's go to 217, Infowars Media Kit. I'm sorry, Exhibit 2017. This will be the 2016 Media Kit. And this is in here.
Council, you mean exhibit 217, not 2017?
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah,
17 is a
thank you.
full exhibit.
Yeah. Okay. All right, now we're in 2016, same deal, right? And there's really just a couple things I want to go through on this one. Let's go to the second page. Let's go down. Okay, the house the truth built, we know that. Let's go down. All right. Now let's pull up the bottom part here. Yeah, okay. Now here, this is Alex Jones telling potential advertisers about his reach, right?
Yes, same
Oh.
as in previous ones.
Okay, but this is 2016.
Right.
And now he's got 150 affiliate radio stations that the Alex Jones show is airing to, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. He's got 40 million page views a month.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And that's just on Infowars.com, right?
And I don't know if it also includes like Prison Planet and the other websites,
Right. For that, we'd have to check the Google Analytics, right?
Right.
YouTube, 500 million views.
Yes.
Okay. Audio stream. What is that, like podcasts at that point?
I'm not sure if that means a podcast or streaming of the videos on other platforms, if they were posted elsewhere. So I'm not sure if that's what that means.
You're not sure.
Right.
All right, let's back out of this then. Now, there's one thing that I really did want to ask you about. Let's go to the next page. Keep going. Is that it? Okay, we can take that one down. Ms. Paz, is one of the ways that Infowars offered people to advertise with them that they would say, hey, we'll add a headline that looks like a news headline to our website, but it'll take our reader to buy something of yours. Did they ever do that?
You mean to craft the ad in a certain way that it doesn't look like an ad, it looks like,
Doesn't look like an ad. It looks like an Infowars news headline.
oh, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay. Now, all of this audience that we've been talking about. Remember when we talked about earlier about the business model?
Yes.
Maximize that audience, get them all to the content websites, and then send them to the store, right?
Uh-huh.
Right. Because if you have billions of audience members, some percentage of those people are going to end up buying your stuff.
Sure.
And that huge audience growth translated into hundreds of millions of dollars in sales, correct?
Over a broad period of time, what time period are we talking about?
Well, let's take 2012 till today. 2012 to this very moment,
So in the last 10 years.
last 10 years, hundreds of millions of dollars, right?
I don't know what the exact figure is, but it's quite substantial. I don't know if it's hundreds of millions of dollars,
Okay.
but
Well, this is kind of important, right?
Right.
Like Free Speech Systems revenue, you know that you were supposed to talk about it. How much
Objection,
money-
Judge, can we have a question?
You knew you were supposed to talk about this, right?
yes.
Okay. And all I'm asking you, I'm not even asking you for a precise number.
Okay,
Okay. Hundreds of millions, yes?
I believe so.
Okay. More than 500?
I don't know the exact number, which is why I said I wasn't sure about the exact number.
What would you want to look at to figure that out?
I believe we've produced yearly the revenue from the websites. So
Did you look at it?
have I seen them? Yes.
Okay, but you don't remember anything
Off
beyond
the
just
numbers
hundreds
off the
of
top of my head?
millions? Just anything close, more closely approximated than just hundreds.
I just don't want to guess is my point.
I don't want you to guess. And as a result of all of that revenue, it's fair to say that Alex Jones has become a very, very rich man.
Well, Alex Jones owns the company and the website is earning money, but I don't, do you want to talk about the value of the company?
Answer the question I was asked.
Okay.
He's become a very, very rich man, hasn't he?
I can't talk about his personal finances. I'm here to talk about free speech.
Well, didn't you produce at least some evidence concerning his compensation?
Yes, we produced some evidence as far as his draws from free speech as well as his compensation for the years at issue.
And you know, having reviewed that he's become a very, very rich man.
I know he's made some millions of dollars, yes.
Some millions.
Some millions. Would you like to talk about specific numbers?
Don't ask questions
Specific
back.
numbers.
Just say some millions.
Paid personally, $100 million.
I don't know what the number is.
All right.
Just wait for the question. Don't take the bait. Take your time. Pause.
All right. So let's do this. Pardon me. So, Ms. Paz, Alex Jones started the Alex Jones Show, pardon me, a radio show in Austin, Texas, correct?
Yes,
20 years ago, something like that.
long time ago, yes.
And shortly after that, he formed Free Speech Systems, or Infowars, right?
Yes,
And the reason he formed Free Speech Systems was to create a platform for him to make money off of his radio show, right?
well, right, to expand the radio show, to build that brand, build that practice, yes.
Thank you. And he was syndicated across the country. We saw the 150 affiliates
Right, on the radio, yes.
on radio. Okay. And that's when he started his website, Infowars.com, right?
Right, at some point thereafter.
Okay. And Infowars.com started to publish articles, right?
Right.
It styled itself as a news website. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
And he started to sell stuff too, right? Not supplements at that time. He was selling.
Objection, which time, Judge?
I'm talking about the early 2000s when he get started.
The very early period
Yeah.
that, no, so I mean, at some point, they weren't selling supplements when they first got started.
Right.
Right, but I can't remember the year after that, but it was sometime later.
Yeah. So at first it was like DVDs he was selling, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He was selling some merchandise. Yeah.
Right,
Selling some ads, right?
yeah, here and there, I mean, nothing crazy.
And he had a magazine that he was selling.
He did have a magazine, yes.
Right.
I've seen the magazine.
He had an email newsletter. Yeah.
Yes,
He started filming his radio show and streaming it to Infowars.com.
yes,
He started building some other websites like Prison Planet TV, right?
right,
PrisonPlanet.com.
yes,
He got on social media as we were talking about, yeah.
Mhm.
And the whole message, the overarching message that he was sending out to his audience from the very beginning until now is that there is a group of international media, financial, and political elites, including in our own government, that are conspiring to establish a global tyrannical government to enslave and ultimately kill people, right?
those are his opinions, yes, but he created
Nice.
his
Good
brand
answer.
and to broadcast those opinions, yes.
Right. Well, when you
Nice.
say-
Good
I'm not-
answer.
I'm just talking about this one message, okay?
Mhm.
I'm not asking you about an opinion because Alex Jones tells his audience that this is in fact the case, right?
That's his
That
opinion.
Global elites are,
Let me read it to you again.
sure,
Okay. Alex Jones has conveyed to his audience for the past 20-some years that there is in fact a global conspiracy of international media.
I would just simply
financial,
say
political,
that is his
do you
opinion. I
know
just echo it back.
for
That was
conspiring
his
to
opinion.
establish a
I
global
wouldn't
plan
answer the
of
question the way it's
government
phrased.
to enslave and
Don't accept the
exploit.
premise. Just
Correct.
say that was his
He has
opinion.
said that, yes.
No, that's the wrong answer.
And he hasn't said, hey, this is just my opinion. What he said to his audience is, this is in fact happened. Right?
I don't believe
That's
he
what
ever said
thinks is
that.
happening.
There you
And
go.
that's what he tells his audience to believe, correct?
Yes.
And one of the ways he gets his audience to believe that is by telling his audience that he is a journalist, right?
I know he has said that he is a journalist, and I have talked to him about this particular issue,
Okay, I
but
just
he
wanna-
has said it on a couple of occasions. Yes.
Couple of occasions.
I don't know how many times, but the
Okay,
broad,
You're under oath here, we're in a court.
Yes.
So let's just say. what it
Objection,
is.
Judge. Can we have a question rather than admonishments?
Well, I think it's important for.
Objection.
Judge. May we have a question rather than argument?
There you go.
So just to be clear.
Good job.
Alex Jones hasn't told his audience that he's a journalist a couple of times. He advertises on his website that he is a journalist, correct?
I don't recall, as I'm sitting here, seeing advertisements.
All right, well, let's go to that then. Do you know which one I'm going for here?
Number, please.
72.
Thank you.
And a full exhibit, Your Honor.
All right, now, let's pull this one up. This is, and you know this because when Michael Zimmerman was InfoWars corporate representative doing what you're doing now, he testified that this was on Infowars.com website in 2015, correct?
Yes, I do recall seeing this.
All right, and let's go to, let's see if I think it's right between the first and second page. Do we have it here? There he is. Syndicated radio journalist and documentary filmmaker, right?
I see that,
You can
yes.
take that down. Okay. So in 2015, when his website is getting millions and millions and millions of views, they're seeing that he's a journalist, right?
That's what that says.
Right. He didn't say it a couple of times. He said it every time somebody came to his website.
Well, I mean, it's on the website,
Right.
so it's however many times it's viewed.
Well, we know how many times the website was
Right.
viewed in 2015, right?
Right.
Okay. Tens and tens and tens of millions.
Objection, Judge. Asked and answered in evidence.
Overruled.
Yes, we already talked about it.
Okay. We can agree that's more than a couple?
No.
I'm sorry, I guess I misinterpreted you when he's saying it versus when it's being published on the website.
Maybe I wasn't clear. I'm sorry.
So sorry, confusion there.
And so, getting back to my question, one of the ways that Alex Jones gets his audience to believe that there is this global conspiracy out to kill and enslave them is by telling them that he is a journalist, right?
Objection, Judge. Asking her to speculate on the contents of another mind and its impact on the listener.
Is the question whether the purpose?
I would
the
simply
reason
say I
why
can't speak
Alex
to the
said
contents of
these
his mind.
things? I don't know.
I would, yeah, objection. I can't speak to overruled. I can't speak to the comments of his mind. That's how I'd answer the question.
You met with Alex Jones, right?
I did.
You took notes of your conversation with Alex Jones?
I did.
You put in all caps at the bottom of your notes that Alex Jones told you he is not a journalist?
Yes.
That was very important for for you to tell this jury, right?
It was important for him to get across to me that that's what he thought.
No. It was important to him that you tell this jury that because he knew that's what you were going to do.
Objection, argumentative. She doesn't know what it was.
Overruled.
I don't know if he knew I was going to tell the jury that, but he wanted me to understand.
I don't
that's
really
what
like
his
this judge's
position
rulings
was.
for some of these. This is,
Well, he's paying you $37,000 to testify, right?
I was paid to do a broad array of analysis of the company and to testify in connection with the Texas litigation, and here, yes.
So there's no question that he knew you were going to come here and testify to these people, right?
I'm sure.
Objection, Judge. Again, calls for speculation in what Mr. Jones knew. He'll testify here.
He knew you were going to come and testify to these people.
Well, I'm sure he knew that I was designated as the corporate rep, and so that was my purpose. So
And he
yes,
wanted you to tell them that he's not a journalist, right?
That is the sum and substance of what my conversation was.
But what he tells his audience is that he is a journalist, right?
Judge asked and answered.
Overruled.
He has, as we saw in the exhibit, yes.
And he says that because he wants them to believe what he's saying is true.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I can't say it to what is in his mind, so I don't know his purpose.
He doesn't want his audience to know that he doesn't verify facts that he puts on the air, right?
He doesn't want them to know that he doesn't do internal research. Is that what the question
No, no.
is?
You know that Alex Jones does not verify the facts he's putting on the air, right?
If he reads it somewhere, he will just broadcast it elsewhere. So he doesn't do any independent analysis of what he's reading.
Right?
That's
But he tells his audience that he does.
Objection, that's mischaracterizing the testimony.
Sustained.
He tells his audience that he does do deep research, doesn't he?
Objection, same objection as was
I'm gonna allow
previously
it.
stated.
Is the question whether
I'm
he has
not a huge fan
said
of this judge's
that he
rulings.
has done deep research? I recall that he has made such a comment on at least maybe one or two occasions regarding Sandy Hook, yes.
You recall the comment he made where he said, I did deep research and it just pretty much didn't happen, right?
Essentially, that's what the quote is.
And that's what he wanted his audience to believe, right?
That's what he said on that particular occasion.
All right.
Hmm.
And when he was telling his audience this claim about the fact that they were under attack, he would latch onto stories in the news to prove that to them, right? That's a lot of what he does on the show.
Under attack. by
Compound
whom?
question.
This global conspiracy that's out to kill him.
Him or everyone?
Everyone.
Everyone, right. So what he'll do is he'll take a news article, he'll pull it from a list of sources that he uses, and he'll print them out, and he has a desktop camera and he'll zoom in on it, and he will talk about whatever it was that interested him in the news that day.
And the idea here is that he'll see something in the news, like let's just take a food shortage. You know that Alex Jones has told his audience that this global conspiracy is intentionally manufacturing food shortages to starve them, right?
That's what he thinks, yes.
That's what he says.
That's what he thinks, so that's what he says.
Ms. Paz, did Alex Jones tell you, I think there are food shortages happening?
I did not talk to him about food shortages.
So please don't testify as to what he thinks he didn't tell you.
Objection, Judge, can we have a question rather than an admonishment?
Well, I would, just reiterate to you that you have to say, answer the question that's asked. And
Okay.
You're not distinguishing between what he said and what he thinks.
I don't know what he thinks.
You just know he said that. About
Have I seen him say on videos that there are food shortages being caused? I've seen him.
Thank you,
say
Peter,
things
for your
like that,
super
yes.
chat. Almost like this
And
judge
he
has a
says
personal bias and
there's a
almost
food
over
shortage.
rulings such as guilt by default should be
This
called into
global
question.
conspiracy is
I
out
mean,
to
with
stop
these
them,
rulings
right?
that I'm hearing,
what
I'm
he says.
calling it into
And
question
you know he
because a lot of
sells
these
that
a lot of
audience
these rulings seem very questionable to
food
me.
buckets
And I do appreciate your super
of
chat. Thank you very
storable
much,
food,
Peter.
right?
Yes.
It is with your guys' support this channel continues to be possible. Thank you.
It's the best. And he says, don't let him starve you. Buy my storable food, right?
That's what he says on the videos, yes.
You know that he's told his audience that one of the ways that the globalists are trying to kill them and starve them out is by intentionally polluting the food and water supply.
I believe he has said that, yes.
And the way he tells them to deal with that is by buying his water filtration systems, right?
I believe they are connected to the advertisement for that, yes.
And those same chemicals, in addition to poisoning the water supply, are sapping his audience's libido, right?
I believe so, yes.
And so he sells them to deal with that super male and super female vitality in order to fight back.
Right,
And
they're-
to save themselves. Yeah?
Right, they're connected to those advertisements for
Right.
those products.
Right. And he says to his audience that this global conspiracy has intentionally released pandemics upon them to kill off a significant part of the population, right?
I believe he has said that, yes.
Including the COVID-19 pandemic.
He said that amongst other things about COVID.
And what he's offered his audience as a way to deal with that are immunity boosters, right? So that if they buy his products, they could be safe from COVID. That has been intentionally inflicted upon them to kill them.
He has said those things, yes.
And in fact, he's received what's wrong? And the way he's able, by the way, were you here during opening statements?
I was in the building, but I wasn't in the room.
You weren't, were you in the overflow room?
No.
Okay. You familiar with Alex Jones's product, Vaso Beet?
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Okay. It's like beet juice.
Okay. I don't know.
Do you know what Alex Jones says are the health benefits of beet juice?
I don't recall specifically statements regarding beet juice.
Okay.
Sorry,
Do you know what it retails for?
I don't.
And the way, am I correct, that Alex Jones has been able to convince his audience to buy this stuff is by convincing them that he is the only one who's telling them the truth about this, right? This is-
Objection as to the form, Judge. Calls for speculation on the contents of other minds.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Free Speech Systems agrees that Alex Jones has built a very loyal following, correct?
Sure.
Okay. A very engaged following, yes?
Yes.
His credibility with his audience is central to his ability to sell them products, correct?
I think he said that too, so yes.
And that's why he tells them that when they
Not me
come
typing.
to InfoWars, he'll give them the truth and nothing but, right?
I think that's one of his taglines, so yes.
And he calls his audience truth seekers, correct?
Yes.
And even though Alex Jones is not a journalist, he tells his audience that he will deliver them the truth in journalism, correct?
I think that's also a tagline, yes.
Do you recall in David Jones's deposition when he was asked, you have a very unique audience that is highly loyal to you and purchases products based on essentially Alex Jones's credibility with them. Is that fair? Do you recall his testimony was yes.
I do recall that, yes.
All right. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, counselor?
One, Judge?
I think one to two is.
Okay.
what we had on board.
And not only was he telling his audience that they count on him for the truth, and that he's offering them truth in journalism, but that he would reveal his truth to them where others wouldn't, right?
I believe he said that, yes.
Because to him, the mainstream, what he calls the mainstream media, they're in on this conspiracy to kill people, right?
He said that, yes.
All right. Let's play. One moment, Your Honor, if I may. All right. Ms. Paz, you're aware that on the day of the Boston Marathon bombing, Alex Jones was broadcast, correct?
Did he broadcast that day?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
And I'm going to play you a clip from Plaintiff's Exhibit 10, which is being admitted as the Alex Jones broadcast on April 16th, 2013. This will be Exhibit 10A.
It is a full
This was
exhibit,
admitted
Your
this
Honor.
morning, Your Honor.
Is this the clip, sir?
Yes,
Which one?
10A.
Thank you.
Bruce, I mean, I've interviewed the cops and the people that saw the feds plant the bombs in Oklahoma City. You saw them stage Fast and Furious. Folks, they staged Aurora. They staged Sandy Hook. The evidence is just overwhelming. And that's why I'm so desperate and freaked out. This is not fun. You know, getting up here telling you this, somebody's got to tell you the truth. Somebody's got to stand against
Somebody's got to tell you the truth.
Somebody's got to do it.
Somebody's got to do it. I'm Alex Jones. I got to tell you the truth. I'm
You were
Alex
talking
Jones.
about earlier when Alex Jones was telling his audience that somebody's got to tell them the truth, right?
Yes.
This is 5 months after Sandy Hook, yeah?
I don't recall exactly when the bombing happened in Boston, but
Psychedelic
Close.
Yoda says,
Assume
uncivil,
with
this
me
is the
that
penalty
this is
phase. Yes, it
April
is. Didn't
16th,
Jones lose by default?
2013.
Yes. Also think this judge is not
months
sustaining enough
after.
objections. Definitely seems argumentative with witnesses. I tend to agree with you, Psychedelic
They staged
Yoda.
Sandy Hook.
So,
evidence
yeah.
is
Thank you for your
overwhelming,
super chat.
right?
I just appreciate it.
amongst other events, but yes.
I'm asking you about Sandy Hook right now.
Yes, he says Sandy Hook in the video,
Okay.
yes.
The evidence is overwhelming, right?
My friends.
You'd agree with me that, well, you heard him say also that they staged Aurora, right?
I did hear that, yes.
What was he talking about there?
The shooting at the movie theater at Aurora, Colorado.
There was a shooting at a movie theater in Aurora in August of 2012, right?
I don't recall the date of that shooting, but it was prior to this video.
A few months before Sandy Hook.
I don't recall the timing.
That was staged.
Yes.
Because one of the things that Alex Jones does is he tells them that these horrible mass shootings are actually hoaxes, right?
The ones that he mentions there, yes.
And he tells his audience that the American government is staging these events as a pretext for disarming them, right?
He has used that type of words, verbiage in terms of Second Amendment and Second Amendment rights, so yes.
Okay, I'm not asking about the Second Amendment, okay? I'm asking you to confirm that what he's saying is that the hoax is intended to disarm the American public, correct?
Well, objection to the form, Judge. Objection to the form. I apologize.
In this clip,
No. Well, look, let's just talk about Sandy Hook, right?
okay.
He tells his audience over years and years and years that Sandy Hook was a fake hoax event. And the reason these evil globalists faked it, is because they wanted to create a pretext for disarming.
You know,
That
Kurt,
reaches
on
what?
that cowboy hat, you could sell
one of the
paint
things he says
jobs.
about Sandy Hook, yes.
$199.99. Come on
And the
down. We don't want to
reason-
make any money.
These evil people want to disarm you is so that it's
I don't know
easier
about
to
that, but
enslave
it's an
you.
idea. Your
That's the
ad
threat,
here
right?
on the cowboy hat.
That's what he
I
says
don't know,
about
man.
various shootings. Yes.
I don't know. I think there's limits.
And this strategy of telling his audience that they could count on him for the truth was paying off, both in terms of audience growth and in revenue, correct? I'm talking about the period, let's say, leading up to the Sandy Hook shooting.
The strategy related to what? I'm sorry, I don't
What
understand
we've
your
been talking
question.
about, this message that he's been pushing out and telling his audience that all these things that they have to fear, A, he has remedies for that he'll sell them, and B, he's the only one that'll tell them the truth about it. That strategy's working for him, right?
Well, if you're looking at the social media numbers and the visits to the sites, yes.
But even before Sandy, that was the strategy and it was working, right?
I think it's been the strategy. I think it's been his strategy.
And in 2011, he was profiled in Rolling Stone magazine, correct?
I don't recall. I don't know if I don't recall. I'm sorry, as I sit here.
Do you recall looking at his website where he cites the Rolling Stone article and the comments they made about him?
I don't remember.
Do you know what I'm talking about when I say Rolling Stone article?
No,
You don't.
I don't remember.
Okay. Let's, and by 2011, Ms. Paz, at least by 2011, Alex Jones knew that his could be provoked to violence, correct?
I can't
I
speak to
don't
what he
know
knew.
what Alex knows.
There you go. That's the right answer. Good for
Free
you.
Speech Systems knew that its audience could be provoked to violence.
May
No,
we approach?
no.
Objection, may we approach?
Yes.
Is it something we should excuse the jury for? Because if it's an objection, it needs to be done correctly.
Well, I thought all these were on the record.
But I mean,
It might be brief, I don't know. So Free Speech Systems knew what happened. When she was told, I don't know that the plaintiffs can have it every which way. They filed a motion to say she can't testify about what others told her, but the corporation.
I do like the fact that we can hear the sidebars. This is kind of hilarious.
I didn't even know.
I hadn't myself, it came in last night. But my understanding, the corporation is a legal function. It doesn't know things. She does. People in it do. If Alex didn't know, if there's questions about what the others do, but what the corporation was sort of asking what the United States does. It's a legal fiction. It doesn't exist as it's an entity with a memory or a mind or the ability to answer the question. It's completely meaningful.
Yeah, that
I made my objection, and I don't need to argue it at this point. Maybe later in the day, Judge.
May I continue, Your Honor? By 2011, Free Speech Systems knew that Alex Jones's audience could be provoked to violence, correct?
I don't know. Are you referring to a specific incident?
Well, I'm getting there, but is your answer, I don't know?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Okay. In one moment, Your Honor.
good for you. Good answer.
74. Exhibit 74, Your Honor, I believe it's in the full exhibit, let's just hold off.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, now, are you familiar with this webpage on Infowars.com? It's an About Alex Jones webpage. You see that?
Yes.
And this was in 2016. You recall Mr. Zimmerman's testimony that this appeared on the 2016 website, correct?
I believe so, yes. I do recall that testimony.
All right. And let's go to page, actually, you know, can you go back to that page one? Okay. I don't want to belabor this point, but in the second paragraph there, it says that he routinely breaks huge stories, right?
The third full paragraph?
Yeah, he routinely breaks huge stories.
That's what it says, yes.
Right. But he's not a journalist, so that's not true, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Okay, we'll move on. Let's go to the next page. Next page. All right, here we go. Okay, so you see here on this webpage about Alex Jones, the 2011 Rolling Stones article, correct?
I see that, yes.
Okay, and they represent or they describe a quote about Alex Jones in that article, correct?
Yes, I see that in the first
Okay.
paragraph, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can take that down. And Alex Jones actually was in that article, correct?
I would have based on that article.
Okay, and so when Free Speech Systems published, I'm sorry, at least on that website in 2016, it was aware that Alex Jones's audience members had been involved in high.
Objection.
Sorry for the audio issues, by the way. It's not me, obviously, but thought I apologize anyway.
Sorry.
Recall.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that happened? Okay. And the Free Speech Systems acknowledged was a big fan of Alex Jones, correct?
Got some real audio issues and
You have
video issues here, so sorry for the artifacts. The joys of live streaming sometimes, you know. We do what we can over here.
I think this was, it's okay. This would be a natural break.
I actually was just thinking the same. All right, so we will take our luncheon recess. We will be back in court right promptly at 2 p.m. So just make sure you report back a few, maybe 5 minutes or two. Remember all the rules of juror conduct that I told you about. And if you leave the building, it is heat today, I have to say. So those of you who are going to enjoy the nice weather, please come forward. It's a beautiful day. Just make sure you avoid any of the lawyers or any of the witnesses or any media as you re-enter the building. I'm going to stay on the bench and address something with counsel. So we will see you back after lunch, and Mr. Ferraro will retrieve your notepads and secure them.
Okay. Well, that is that for the moment, at least. So they're on break for lunch. So super exciting. So again, what we've been learning about really so far is just about the business operations of InfoWars, how it does business, what it tries to do, and how it promotes itself and how it sells itself. Kathleen gives $19.99 as a super chat. Thank you very much for your donation, as always. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So what we've learned really about InfoWars business in this morning session is kind of what you would expect to some degree. InfoWars as a business, Free Speech Systems, which is the parent company, Free Speech System, InfoWars, Alex Jones. These are mostly interchangeable. Obviously, they're different legal entities, but we all know we're talking about the same thing because they basically are the same thing. And of course, there's some legal distinctions, but we get the point. Anyways, that these entities are producing content. They're producing a show that is widely liked, widely watched, widely subscribed to, widely influential, that people believe is a source of news, of truth, at least according to their website, according to their media kits. That's what we saw. We saw like the media kit, how they sell themselves to their advertisers. That's what a media kit is. It's how you sell yourself to an advertiser, or how you describe what you can offer them is what a media kit is often used for. So we saw how they sell themselves to their advertisers, how they hold themselves out. We saw how they hold themselves out to their fans, to their website, to advertisers that come through their website, the normal people that come through their website. We saw how they hold themselves out, that they hold themselves out as a truth-seeking outlet. They hold themselves out as an outlet that is going to give you truth. That you are truth seekers, that this is an Operation Truth, that we tell you the truth, right? We are to be believed. So we want you to believe what we're telling you is factual. This is sort of the point that is the overall demonstration of what the lawyer is trying to convey. I think the lawyer, at least to my tone, my mind, is overly confrontational. I think the lawyer is overly argumentative. I think that the witness could be doing a better job, but this is kind of paranormal court. So this is what you would expect in a normal court hearing in a lot of ways. There are some things that could be better, but this is what we're getting. Not necessarily the best, not the worst by any means. This is kind of run of the mill in a lot of ways. Run of the mill witness, run of the mill lawyer, run of the mill court proceedings. Not a huge fan of a lot of the judges' rulings. I find a lot of these arguments to be argumentative. I find the tone to be confrontational. There's a lot of compound questions that are going by. There are issues with going into other people's minds and what other people know or what other people believe. I mean, you can't really speak to that. You're the corporate designee. You can speak to what the corporation knows, but the corporation doesn't really have beliefs. Corporations don't really have, except as in so much as they have like mission statements or things like that. But otherwise, they don't. They're not people. It's an artificial entity. But we learned a lot about their corporate practice, that they hold themselves out as truth seekers, truth justice. We tell you the truth. We hold ourselves out as a reliable source of truth. We break stories, so forth and so on. That Alex Jones, unsurprisingly, tries to get people to click on his videos through the use of clickbait titles to try to get people to watch, that he monitors the reaction to the channel. He monitors the reaction both in people's watch time and their click-through rate, in their average viewer rate. He monitors it in terms of how many supplements he sells, which is an exceedingly large part of his business that he does. And we learned a lot about that he tries to monitor his activities in order to sell more of himself, sell more watch time, sell more advertising time, sell more supplements, and so forth. And that this has been extremely successful for him. That the company and he personally have benefited to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. And this has been enormously successful. So what we're trying to show, basically, we're trying to show a whole bunch of things at this point. We're trying to show that a lot of people watch it. A lot of people take it seriously. When Alex Jones says something is true as a fact, people believe it. And so that goes to, this is all going to show damages. The entire thing is going to show damages. Now, some of it is a little bit irrelevant, and some of it is a little bit inflammatory, and some of it is a little bit off point, and some of it is probably objectionable. But the overwhelming thrust of it has been along these lines. We're trying to show, basically, how many people watch Alex Jones, how many people take him seriously. Alex Jones, we're also trying to show his motivations, trying to show why he does certain things, why he might be motivated to tell lies, because the lies are more popular, because the lies get him more views, because the lies get more supplement sales. We're going to show his reasons for doing things. We're going to show that people take it seriously, that people respond to it, that advertisers take it seriously because of the numbers, that he's motivated by that. $10 from Marianne Williams. Thank you for covering this. You're very welcome, Marianne. And so we're trying to show his motivation to do certain things. We're trying to show why he does certain things in a certain way, and why he might perhaps bend/break the truth. And that he may have, and well, I guess he's been found liable already, so he has told lies that have hurt individual people. So he's on trial for defamation, and he's on trial for invasion of privacy. So he's on trial for infliction of emotional distress, because he falsely claimed that the people behind Sandy Hook, the parents, he falsely claimed that they were crisis actors, falsely claimed their children never died, falsely claimed that they were coordinating with the media, falsely claimed that this was all a government operation, falsely claimed it was part of a conspiracy, falsely claimed that the parents were involved in the conspiracy, and that this has caused manifest harm to these parents in terms of their own reputation, and as witnesses, at least in the Texas trial, have talked about, and I'm sure witnesses here will talk about, how they have been harassed, how they have been had to move, how people track them down, how this has caused a real disruption in their lives. $4.99 from Asflo says, here, have a sugar cookies. Need to get through court. Thank you very much, Asflo. I appreciate that. And $5 from Philip Isaiah. We appreciate that. Can you break down why he lost by default for those newer to the case? I can give you the basic rundown. We've covered this a little bit. We went into it before because we read, in previous streams, we read a couple decisions in the Texas cases. We read, what was it, like 4 decisions from the courts of appeal in Texas dealing with the default issues. But basically why he's defaulted, why liability has been found as a matter of law, is according to the courts that he has abused discovery. Now, it is true, of course, that Alex Jones and InfoWars and Free Speech Systems did give some discovery. So it's not like they didn't give any discovery, but by the same token, they didn't do everything they were required to do. And this is kind of an all for nothing proposition. You don't get to pick and choose. So the fact that he did some discovery is great and all, but he has to do all the discovery. He has to provide all the things. He can't not participate. And to some degree, he has not participated. That has been the overwhelming judgment, as we've read in various Court of Appeals decisions from Texas, and I would imagine it is likewise in Connecticut, that he has not given records. And it's not that he didn't have the records, he just refused to respond. Because you could respond by saying, we don't have the records. But that wasn't the response, right? It's like, yeah, so he has been found to be a habitual abuser of discovery. This has been the judgment both in Connecticut and Texas, that he has repeatedly, willfully, defiantly chosen not to participate in the discovery process by failing to give over records, failing to give over testimony, failing to give over other things that were within his control. And that has been their collective judgment. And we read some of the Court of Appeals decisions from Texas, and at least the ones we read seem, to my mind, to track that decision. So, I mean, I can't speak to the whole thing. And this is also incidentally why this has taken so long to get to court, because of the discovery abuse processes, right? The longer discovery takes, the longer the preliminaries takes, the longer it takes to get to trial. And of course, COVID and all the rest of it didn't help. So there was a lot of that. But that's what's going on. It was that he repeatedly, flagrantly, intentionally defied court orders, defied discovery. They said they would do things and then didn't do them. And then eventually the courts just eventually give up, because default is a remedy that's available in a civil court system, right? The courts will punish you for your not participation. You can't not participate, right? It's contempt. And they have a whole bunch of tools at their disposal to punish you for contempt. And in the civil system, one of those tools is the default judgment. It's like, yeah, how about you just lose? And then we're just issuing on the issue of damages. Kiwi New York Upstate says, why not just arrest him for contempt of court and then putting him in a holding cell? Why is the court even allowed to continue violating the rules? First of all, I'm not sure the court is violating any of the rules. Default, as I've just mentioned, is an available remedy. It's not a violation of the rules for the court to issue a default judgment. Now, you can say it's abuse of discretion, right? So you can get into an abuse of discretion analysis that the court improperly issued it, but it's not a violation of the rules. The court doesn't necessarily have the power to just throw him into a holding cell, right? This is not a criminal proceeding. They can't just throw him into a holding cell. That's not really an available remedy. And he is in contempt of the process, but he's not doing something that would lead to a jail sentence. So the court's power is sanctions. We'll try monetary sanctions. We'll try excluding witnesses, excluding evidences. We'll try certain things being presumed or concluded upon, and we can ultimately conclude default as an ultimate remedy. So yeah, putting him in a holding cell was never really an option. You know, he's in defiance of the process, but the remedies didn't include court time. So that's why. And thank you very much for your super chat. Nighthawk said, I thought the response was he didn't have the records. Am I incorrect? That might have been part of some response, but at least in part, it was just failure to participate in the process. And we reviewed some of those decisions. So abuse of discretion is an incredibly difficult argument. It is difficult to make. Judges do get a lot of latitude. This is why rule number 1 of litigation is don't piss off the judge. There is a reason that I tell you rule number 1 of litigation is don't piss off the judge. Doesn't matter if it's a criminal case or a civil case or a family law case or any other kind of case. Rule number 1 is don't piss off the judge. The judge gets a lot of leeway. They got a lot of power to control what happens in their courtroom. They got a lot of power to control the people that are before them. They get a lot of power to determine what witnesses will be heard, in what order, what they will or will not be allowed to testify to. They get what questions can be asked and not. They get a lot of power. And there is limitations, but as you point out, those limitations take a lot of work, right? Abuse of discretion is a difficult analysis to show that a judge basically is blatantly violating someone's rights or blatantly violating their protections. You know, don't piss off the judge is an outstanding piece of legal advice. Well, if the judge starts at hatred, well, try not to piss them off anymore. I mean, there is a human factor in this that is inescapable, right? Judges are, in fact, human beings, just like everyone else. Lawyers are human beings. Judges are human beings, right? We put judges in place and to try to be as objective and detached as possible. And I think that on the whole, they are more objective and more detached than typical. But that being said, they are still, at the end of the day, human beings. So who you get as a judge is a bit of a lottery, but that's just the nature of the thing, right? It's also true for a jury. And one of the reasons we select 12 jurors, at least in a criminal case, is to try to mitigate that by having a lot of different people involved. But when it comes to the judge, you know, there's a little bit of a roll of the dice that comes into the equation, because it's like, well, what human being that's under the robes is going to be your judge today? And this is part of what appeals are for. But again, don't piss off the judge. So if the judge starts off antagonist against you, well, how to win friends and influence people should probably be your guide. It has definitely been known for lawyers to be able to convert hostile judges into their favor. There are techniques you can use, depending on your level of skill as a litigator. Depending on the judge, you can sometimes convert the judge onto your side and make them an ally. How to win friends and influence people goes a long way. And what you do is you should try to at least not antagonize them anymore. And you should try to, you at least to the degree they're predictable, it gives you something to work from. There is a practical reality here that is unavoidable. So that is how you deal with that. Strong says, "Oh, don't be scared. Just stand up and tell the judge your laws don't apply to me. I'm a sovereign man." Yeah, don't do that. If I ever become a judge, I'll tell you what, the sovereign citizens are getting contempt. I'm not pulling any punches. They can explain it to someone else who cares. But yeah, if I ever become a trial judge, this will be my little fiefdom. This will be my little exercise of my fiefdom to show you that how human beings treat it, right? So if I ever become a judge and someone stands up and says, your laws don't apply to me, I'm a sovereign man, I will say, I will prove the jurisdiction of this court right now. I find you in contempt. Goodbye. So I am not tolerating that crap. I am not tolerating that crap. Yeah. Is there anything else I can answer? We can listen to, okay, so I want to see if we can, so while we're waiting for Court TV to resume, we can do something productive with our time. And one of the things we can do that's productive with our time is we can try to find if there's a better sort of theme song, or I don't know if theme song is the right way, like bump song for my YouTube graphic. So I will show you what we have now. And then we will go a hunting we will go. And we will find out if there's something better for us to use. Because I don't know if it's the best choice, but it's a choice that we've had. And let's see if I can find the right thing. Yes. All right. So what we have now is we have an animated logo in all of its animated logo glory. And let me go ahead and share that with you. And then we will go hunting for better audio, because that will be fun. Let's see. I need to end the stream. Where the heck is my StreamYard window? There it goes. So I need to remove that stream. I need to stop the screen. I need to share a different screen. Share screen. Do this. Lord. Do this. Okay. So we have this big black nothing. All right. And so this is what the bump music that we have right now, the sort of the intro that I have right now sounds like. It's something you've heard many, many times before. All right. So that is my current little bump music logo thing. And some people have said, why don't you use something different? So we will go hunting and see if we can find something better. So that music selection, by the way, there is a credit to that song every single time. It's in the description of every single video that's used to show what the music is. But it comes from Chill Hop. It comes from the lo-fi people, and they give you a license to use it as long as you give them credit, which of course I've done, because I don't want to have problems. Okay, share screen. All right, so let's see, where is the link? Okay, all right, so it comes, all right. So the name of the song is Reflect. And so it's a clip from this song Reflect. So I'll just play the song we're using now. All right, so that's the one we're using now. That's where it comes from, and that song is credited in the description of every single video, per the terms of the licensing agreement. All right, so yeah, I think it's a good beat. Yeah, it's a good feat. It's a good beat, and I kind of like it and stuff like that. So here are some other ones I had highlighted as possibilities. So we'll see if any of these are any good, because I had highlighted some favorites, and obviously the one that we just played won out in the end. But we'll see if any of the other ones I highlighted are any good. So let's listen to this one, which is called "I Will Never Stop Writing." That last one was called "Reflect" by SWUM and Benno. This one is called "I'll Never Stop Writing" by Sleepy Fish. Let's see how that sounds. Yeah, Trish says that one is too chill. I tend to agree. I'm not sure that's the one for me. All right, so our next candidate is a song called "Magnitude" by Mazco and Hoffy Beats. So let's give that one a shot and see if there's anything in there for me. All right, so that's the choice. All right, let's take a look at this one, Bluefield by Philanthropy/Mommy. Let's see if this has anything for us in there. I think that one is not going to work for us at all. All right, so next candidate was Mistral by Numano and Swana. All right, so let's try this. That's not bad. That's good. That could work. All right, next candidate, Fireplace by Sleepy Fish. All right. And last candidate I had. So Mistral has a possibility after that beat drop. That's a possibility, I think. Let's take a look at Fall Came Early. I'm not sure about that one at all. All right, so let's take a look at the big one. So someone said Cloud Kickers. Cloud Kicker choice. Nothing for Cloud Kicker shows up, so that is not an option. Someone said One Summer's Day. Let's take a look at that and see if that is an option. One Summer's Day is not an option. No track called that. Yeah, there's no track called that, so that is not an option. Let's see what else we can do. We could just try to listen to some random stuff and see what sounds good as we're hunting around. No. We read that. Texas? Called Texas, that's listed. No. No. I can only use any song that appears on this list. This is what I have license for. I can use any song that appears on this list within the terms of this license. So these are my choices. So there's surely other chill hop beyond this, but this is the ones that I'm allowed to use. And we do want to be licensed, so you know.
Is everybody in the groove? Well, stick around. We're just warming up, baby.
Someone in all caps yells at me to say, really, you're more important than someone who's actually in the courtroom? Really? Wow. Yeah, really. Correct. Welcome to my channel. My name's Uncivil Law. Hope you enjoy your time here. Okay, great. I'm glad I could clear that up. Let's see. Or was I? You like this one? Trish, you like this one? Find Yourself? Or you want the one before? Highland Park After Dark?
Is everybody in the groove? Well, stick around. We're just warming up, baby.
No, not that one. What? The one Green Valley Trail? The one before that? Let's try 0 point. No. 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 Have a member choose one for each week. I'd have to radically increase the cost of membership before I'm going to do that. It'd have to be like a huge amount. Plus, I want something that's consistent branding. Scale the Summit. No song called Scale the Summit. No worries. Well, I think I'm going to stick with the one I have for now. Magnitude was good with maybe some black lights. I mean, this is just the song as part of the animation, right? So this is the song that would play as part of the animated logo. So that's what I'm looking to replace or change is the animated logo song. Can I search by genre? No. I cannot. At least not here I can't. Like the one you have now? Yeah, I think the one I have now will be fine. I think the one I have now will be fine. And I will continue my hunt another time and we'll go from there. Illegal Vices behind the stream. I'm sorry, I didn't even see you there. I apologize.
No, I was just climbing the
Busy
summit
trying-
there to the.
I was too busy trying to find replacement audio for my introduction logo.
I was just climbing the smooth summit to the smooth jazz sounds of climbing the summit.
Yeah.
What did I miss? I missed the whole first part. Summarize for me.
Yeah, sure. So what you missed is the corporate designee from InfoWars. And basically what she testified to is basically the business practices of InfoWars / free speech systems under heavy questioning by the plaintiff's attorney. So basically the summary of the testimony that we learned is that Alex Jones gets tens of millions of dollars. A lot of that comes from his supplement game, which is true because we covered his financials as part of the bankruptcy filing. He gets tens of millions of dollars every year. That he produces videos with clickbait titles in mind in order to get people to watch them. That he offers himself up to his advertisers and to his audience via his media packets and via his website as a person who speaks the truth, that they're truth seekers. He's held himself out in the past, at least as a journalist, as a person who breaks stories, as a person who is, a source of accurate information. We learned from his media sheets that he is producing watch times and view times and click-through rates that beats, for example, Rush Limbaugh, that beats, for example,
Seriously?
Glenn Beck. Yes, according to their numbers, at least. According to Glenn Beck, that beats WMD, that beats a lot of other sites that are comparable. They're producing more numbers, more watch time, more listeners than a lot of those sites. We learned that He is at least in some sense the sole person in charge of the corporation. That he answers to no one except himself. There's no board of directors, so he's the final sayer of everything. So bears some ultimate responsibility, one would presume. That he is at least aware on some level of how his sales are doing at any given time. He is aware if sales are doing really well, and that he, at least according to the testimony, seems to pick stories or pick topics or how to cover those stories or the way to cover them based on what will get him more revenue, which seems logical. So
Yeah.
we've gone a lot to basically he's huge. People listen to him. They listen to him for truth. He holds himself out as truth. He's a huge source of people watching, and he holds himself out that way. And he has motivation to get more people to watch him and click through him. And so that's basically the overall tenor of what we've learned this morning.
Wow, I'm curious about this better than Rush Limbaugh thing. Was that argued by the other side, or was that asserted by him as the defendant?
It was
Who was making that
it
claim?
was in his media sheets that he was presenting to advertisers.
Okay.
They presented the numbers. So this is what Alex Jones at least was reporting. He was showing his own numbers versus other competitors and saying that his numbers were better. So
good on him if he's doing better than Rush Limbaugh. Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, what was doing better than Rush Limbaugh?
The judge, in my view, has not been great. I have found many of the questions asked to be argumentative. The lawyer I found to be aggressive, argumentative. I found him to be a little unprofessional at times. I've found the judge's rulings to not be very fair at all. Like the corporate designee, what is Alex Jones thinking? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, does Alex Jones know? Does Alex Jones think? I don't know. I can speak for the corporation, which last time I checked was a legally distinct entity. I can speak to what the corporation knows because of documentation or otherwise, but what's going through Alex Jones' subjective head? But the judge is just overruling a lot of these objections. Seems to not really have much problem with let's speculate or think about what other people are thinking.
Did she seem to be biased or just letting it go unless someone makes an actual objection?
Well, I don't know because I don't have a way to assess because I've only heard this one witness so far. So I don't know whether or not the judge is biased or whether or not this is just part of their style. Like, are they just typically someone who allows more argumentative stuff in? Are they typically someone that, or are they being particularly harsh to Alex Jones? I can't say. I just can say so far that I haven't particularly approved of some of these decisions. I felt it's been a bit unfair at times. The witness has not been the greatest witness. Apparently, Alex Jones /Infowars/ Free Speech Systems paid her $30,000, which doesn't seem like enough, to be quite honest. She doesn't seem to really know her stuff. She doesn't seem to really have a great hold on the business. She's not doing a great job as a witness. She's answering questions just fast. She's answering them before they're even finished. She's arguing back, asking questions back. She's not standing on answers. Like, she'll get challenged and she'll fold. She'll say something like, she'll say, did they think that the government was behind XYZ? She'll say something, well, that was his opinion. And he'll say something, and then the question will be something like, well, it was more in his opinion. He stated his fact. And I just simply say, that was his opinion. I mean, I'm not going to change my answer just because you asked me twice.
Yeah.
And I found that she is.
So she's a weak, easily pliable witness.
She is a bit pliable. She comes off as someone who is not really completely knowledgeable. She comes off as someone she doesn't come off professionally, which is ironic since she is literally a professional witness, since she's paid to be the corporate designee. So but that being said, so I've not been completely impressed with anyone's performances. Basically, it's been a average performance from everyone at best. The judge has been average at best. The lawyer has been average at best. The witness has been average at best. No one so far has particularly impressed me. This is sadly, as I've told people in the chat, this is sadly typical of a normal trial. This is the normal.
It's that boring, is it?
It's also a little bit boring. There's also some boringness issues. There's problems there too. So yeah.
I literally just finished my stream and saw the tweet and jumped in. So have we?
How long were you waiting?
like 10 minutes.
Oh,
I was
dear.
just grooving to the sounds of easy jazz.
Oh, dear.
Was it?
Yeah,
Was
so
it?
I'm showing people behind the scenes, like, oh, that music bump came from this source, which wasn't really a secret because it's credited in every single video.
Yeah.
But oh well.
So did they finish the direct examination and they broke for lunch, or did they just break for lunch midstream?
They broke midstream.
Okay.
$5 from Mr. Mike. Mr. Mike, what news corporation doesn't try to make money off sensationalism? Even YouTube channels like Law and Crime, for example, including law-tier personalities. Yeah, the issue isn't that what they're trying to demonstrate, at least, is that he is so motivated by sensationalism, so motivated by numbers, and so motivated by his supplement sales, which, to be fair, if you were selling tens of millions of dollars worth of supplements every year, I think you'd be motivated too. But trying to show that he's so motivated that he's willing to skirt the truth, bend the truth, lie about the truth in order to fit, whatever narrative, nevertheless holding himself out as a truth teller. So that is the paintbrush by which we're trying to paint this particular witness right now.
Well, as a fellow Alex Jonesian, larger framed male, if I could look like me and make tens of millions of dollars selling supplements, I'd be all over that grift.
Also, I'm doing my Alex Jones impression.
Yeah, you gotta get the growl in your voice there.
Gotta get the growl in the voice. Gotta talk about the frogs. Get guy.
Well, see, I remember listening to Alex Jones on Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell in the middle of the night on AM radio. Before Alex Jones was Alex Jones, when he sort of kind of made a little bit of conspiratorial sense. So I've kind of seen the grand shift from normal Alex Jones to just you put it out there and grift from it.
We were also discussing the importance throughout the stream of rule number 1 of litigation: don't piss off the judge. Because
are they doing that?
Well, I think it is quite possibly the case that the judge is reaching some of the rulings they're reaching because the judge has long since been pissed off, because the judge, like the Texas courts, have had to intervene to the point of defaulting Alex Jones on the underlying liability issues, because we're here just on damages at this point, because of discovery issues. And you know that judges don't really like to get involved in discovery really at all. They don't really like it when people cry mommy. And so when they get involved, the odds that they're going to have to whack someone around go up exponentially. And I think because we read 3 or 4 different Court of Appeal decisions from Texas, at least, dealing with the discovery issues, and the same thing seems to have been going on in Texas. I think that it is the case that they've long since become completely frustrated.
Well, I mean, what are you going to do about it? I mean, just don't poke the bear. Yeah, just don't poke the bear. I mean, you're kind of limited there. Just stay in your lane, and you don't want to be making enemies in court.
Right. Yeah. No.
I mean, that was literally first day law school. I will never, ever, ever forget that. Literally, everyone's like, "Welcome to day 1 of 1L. Go into the auditorium and sit and listen to our introductory speech." And the first thing the first speaker said was, "The 2 people you don't want to piss off are the court clerk and the judge.
Yeah.
Be kind to the clerk and respect the judge, and your life will be infinitely more pleasurable than if you do the opposite."
This is very good advice. The clerk court can fuck your world.
Oh, yeah. I need this done right now versus, "Oh, sure, we'll do that for you." And, "Oh, yeah, we might possibly get around to filing that a week or 2 from now." All depends on your attitude.
Yeah. Yeah. A little bit of grace and a little bit of how to win friends and influence people never goes wrong. I did remind my friends here that are watching that the judge is, in fact, at the end, a human being. And like every human being, they do have impulses, which judges try to suppress. But, there is a human being under there. And if you irritate them, they're going to get mad and they're going to whack you around.
Yeah,
And
well,
the judge,
their
and the judge,
impulses.
and I was also explaining to them the judge has immense amount of discretion and power. The judge gets to control what happens in their courtroom and the people before them, up to and including like what witnesses will appear at all, in what order, what they will or will not be allowed to testify about, and what objections will or will not be heard, and so forth and so on. Courts of appeal, for the overwhelming majority, are going to let them do whatever the hell they want because,
Well,
abuse of discretion is hard.
YouTube is littered with the corpses of judge and person interaction, something like blah, blah, blah. Well, that's 30 days contempt of court. Well, blah, blah, blah. Well, the case 60 days. Well, you mother, blah, blah, blah. Okay, 90 days. And then by the end of the conversation, it's like, all right, you've got 380 days of contempt of court. The judge is King Charles III in the courtroom, and you are not.
Yeah. A little bit of your highness doesn't go without need. So yeah, all those things.
And it's not a one-off thing. If you're in a jurisdiction and you're in front of a judge, guaranteed it's either not your first time, or if it is your first time, it's not going to be your last time in front of that same judge, and they have memories.
Yeah. And this is one of the reasons that reputation for lawyers is so important, because judges also talk. If you make yourself an ass in one person's courtroom, your name will circulate around the courthouse. So your reputation goes a long way. You want to make the judge's life easier. You want to make it just for the jury, for that matter too. You want to make everyone's life easier. You want to make it easy to rule for you. You want to make it easy for the jury to find for you. You want to make it easy for the judge to find for you. You want to just make it effortless, obvious, just like, of course, anything you want. It's like, yay.
And you've got to know your audience, and the judge is your audience. Some judges like that uber over preparedness where you're ready for everything and you come in with briefs that stack up this high. And then the other ones that if you can't say it in one page, they don't want to hear it.
Right.
You've got to know your audience.
Yeah.
I mean,
I particularly like the judges who are really strict on like word limits and stuff on briefs.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like 30 pages and I'm going to stop reading. I like those judges. It's the judges who are really like good on the clock and stuff like that. It's like, this is what it is. Do it or don't. It's like, I'm telling you what I'm going to do. It's very predictable that way.
Yeah. Well, my evidence professor, Professor Ronald Boyce, was also the author of the evidence textbook, Boyce on Evidence, which oddly, in addition to your tuition, cost you about $450, if I remember correctly, to buy his textbook so he could teach you out of it. He was also a federal magistrate, and he had a 0 BS level. And he had zero sense of humor that I'm aware of. And it was just always your starting position is he is just going to blow your whatever application, whatever petition, whatever memorandum, whatever you're coming in front of him for, he's just going to blow it out of the water and destroy you as a human being. That's your starting point, and you better be able to prepare and be able to defend yourself against it. Whereas on the other hand, there was the judges like, you wore a tie today. Good for you. What do you want me to do for you?
Yeah. Yeah. So there is some social interaction in this, and there's some of being a good salesman to whoever your audience has to be and selling whatever it is you're trying to sell.
I mean, as a lawyer, you don't have to be a dick every time you turn around. You don't have to be the hard ass. And that's usually the wrong approach.
I think this is true. Yeah, I think this is true. I think a little bit more honey rather than vinegar goes a long way for most of these things.
Well, and that's the weird thing I'm talking about. How we're on my channel, so we're doing the O.J. Simpson things. It's something I didn't realize because that was going on when I was in law school. And you look at the prosecution's opening, and they were just going through the motions, and it was boring everyone. And I never realized how bored Judge Ito was of this whole thing. And, then you get the dynamic defense that's coming on fighting for something rather than fighting against someone. And you just see this dramatic night and day difference in how things are presented and how it resonates with the judge and the jury. Juries aren't stupid. My torts professor used to call the jury the 12 ignorant slobs. And that was his thing. It's like, for a third of the recovery, what's your argument to the 12 ignorant slobs? But the truth has a ring to it. And you have to be able to present that, I think. And the judge, the jury, the people in the court of public opinion, and the audience in the courtroom all understand when something rings true and when something rings BS. And you can't just always be the aggressive bull in a china shop. I'm a lawyer. You listen to me or else. It doesn't work.
Yeah. Very good. So yeah, we're doing the trial today and seeing how it goes and seeing what people's interest level is in the trial, and this is what trials look like, people. And then
It's that bad, is it?
Well, I don't know. It's actually not that bad. I've definitely seen worse. I'd say this is run of the mill. This is run of the mill, nothing exceptional. It doesn't make me want to beat my head into the wall, but it's definitely taking a little bit for me to keep my attention going.
If you were not a lawyer, would you look at this and go, wow, this makes me want to be a lawyer? Or, oh, wait a minute, I don't want to do this.
This is not what they showed me on Law and Order on TV.
Yeah.
This is not every moment. It's full of drama and intrigue,
no Perry
and
Mason up
tension.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a constant walk in the park.
It's like the old you ever see the lawsuit episode of the Brady Bunch where the Brady's rear-ended a car and the guy had all of the neck brace? He shows up in a neck brace and an arm cast in a wheelchair. Did you ever see that episode of the Brady Bunch? Oh, that was great. The lawyer, he solved it all in the middle of the trial by throwing his briefcase into the aisle, and it hit the floor with a big thwack. And the plaintiff went and turned his head to look at the sound of the briefcase hitting the floor. And the drama, it was obviously a fake. He was faking his injuries, so the judge dismissed the claims. This isn't one of those cases you're saying, huh?
No.
That's good. And that's what it is. I mean, I was going to say, unfortunately, that's what it is, but that's what it is. It's 99% paperwork and 1% appearing and arguing the paperwork.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very much. And this is a reason, and the vast majority of cases, of course, settle before trial. Criminal and civil.
Yeah, I think that's a universal. I mean, that's here. I know it, like, again, pulling the statistics out of your hind quarters, 99% of cases settle before they go to trial. It's even the same here in Korea. It's like, if you get to the trial stage, you've failed. Somebody has failed somewhere in doing something. But sometimes you got to do it. And what are we looking at damages in this case? I can't remember what he was.
I don't remember what they've asked for. I'm sure the number is lots.
Judge, well, is there do you know if there's a specific dollar amount specified, or is it one of those damages that the court deems appropriate things?
Yeah, I think that's basically where we're going in the end. There are 9 plaintiffs, I believe, in this action. So I would imagine the damages are going to be 9 figures.
Judge, we seek lots of damages.
Lots. Yeah, lots of damages.
Damages in the amount of lots. I want lots.
I want lots, yeah.
But his bankruptcy is ongoing, so are we just beating our head against a brick wall at this point?
I don't know. I mean, we'll be able to go after that company and strip it bare one way or another. So we'll see. Yeah,
well, the court, what are they on, an hour lunch break?
Something like that. Oh, the court just came back, thank God.
Oh. I was gonna say we're running out of things here. Oh, we got the flag pick. What, they don't have a great seal above the judge's seat that they can focus on?
Apparently not. This is very disappointing.
The eagle and the pointy part of the
the flag has a gold fringe. You know what that means.
It's damn flag may as well be upside down. We're under attack. Freemen on the land. Let's bring the sovereign citizens in.
Lord.
Well,
The final number from Texas, I forgot what it panned out to be, but by my math, by law, it panned out to 7 million. Because the media is still reporting like 40 million or 50 million, but there are damage caps in Texas.
Yeah,
So by
okay.
my math, it was 7 million. So yeah,
Still respectable.
Yeah, Alex Jones can't afford $7 million. I mean, no one wants to pay $7 million, but he can afford it. The man is making something like $30 to $50 million every year on the supplements. So a $7 million hit's a hell of a hit. But then again, so it's just clearance day at the supplement aisle, and you can make that work. So $7 million won't sink him. But I
is it one of these I make a lot, so I spend a lot, guys? Or he seems like he'd be that kind of guy. Like he would spend everything he gets on weird stuff that normal people wouldn't spend money on.
Well, he also has a substantial interest in the supplement company, so a lot of it he pays to himself.
Okay.
So, yeah. We'll see.
Well, these are lovely flags.
They are lovely flags. I do like that, particularly the stars on the flag on the left. I think that presents some nice little accent to an otherwise dark blue background, which I also approve of.
Yeah, but it's clearly a gold flecked plastic top on that eagle flag there.
Now, I do like the eagle topper, but what exactly is the other topper supposed to be? Is that a spear that I was just going to stab
I guess
me
it's
with
just like a this is
it?
Sparta kind of spear thing.
It can be
you know,
used as an implement in an emergency.
Yeah, I think it's like, you know, stab Xerxes through the heart, you know, kind of thing. But it is like a good like broadhead arrow, you know. It's got like the double bladed arrow on it.
Or is it just a fountain pen?
It could be that too. Which did you see the? Wow, we're grasping at straws here. Did you see the video of Charles raging at his fountain pen?
I did see the video of Charles raging at his fountain pen, and I appreciate that. It's like you can't even get the fountain pen right. It's like my first day as king. Damn,
I hate
fix
this
the fountain
bloody
pen.
thing. To be king.
You would think being king would get you a nice working fountain pen, but apparently that's even a struggle.
Yeah. And then when you tell your minions to clear off the desk, apparently that sets Twitter off.
Yeah. I think being king is a bad deal, man.
Well, yeah, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. But hey, you've got the billions that you probably don't really care.
Yeah.
So wow, they just came back to show us the flag here, huh?
Yeah, well, maybe we're optimistic that something is going to happen at some point in the future.
Well, you got one minute ish.
I'll take this opportunity to remind you to check out my guest Legal Vices on his channel. If you're not already checked out his channel, you definitely should, and you subscribe to him because he's awesome. So make sure to check out Legal Vices today, and while you're there, hit that red subscribe button.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Oh, apparently looking at this video, you're not subscribed to Court TV.
I am not subscribed to Court TV.
Oh, so you're answering my question because like I said, I'm doing the OJ Simpson thing, and clearly Court TV has the greatest, purest quality archival feed. And the fact that we're still talking about this using the Court TV feed tells me that they're not being too houndish on their copyright things.
As well they should, because they have copyright problems, as I'm sure their lawyers know about.
Oh, so maybe I should start going to their feeds.
Yeah, well, I prefer it, as to all those things.
They do have good resolution. That's why I was looking at them. Versus like recordings of 37-year-old videotapes, 27-year-old videotapes.
Run them through some 4K upsamplers. That'd be good.
Oh, yeah. I can't
download them and re-upload them in 4K. That'd be good. OJ Simpson actually, that's not the worst idea I've ever heard of in my life. The OJ Simpson in 4K. That could be a fun little thing.
Yeah, it would just take someone that cares more about it than I do. That's the thing. Wow, this is like some serious 1980s paneling there too behind the flags.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling the background. It's not really inspiring me to feel justice. There should be just a big mural, and it should be murals of like people getting their heads cut off and like the sword of justice personified. It should just be this this scene of
The Iron
various
Throne sitting
Iron
there.
Throne of Justice. That'd be good.
The
Think they'll let
new
me-
Iron
think they'll
Throne
let
in
me
House of
decorate my
Dragons.
courtroom that way. If I become judge,
Yeah.
will they let me make my background a huge tableau of like
Yeah.
justice via the sword?
Are you watching the new House of Dragons series?
No, I've heard positive things.
It's really, really good. But their Iron Throne, it's not just the Iron Throne that was in the original Game of Thrones. There's like this whole walkway that's just littered with thousands of more swords. So it's much more imposing. So that would be kind of better.
Excellent.
And of course, dragons help. Replace that eagle with like a big dragon, and then we're talking.
Alien, yeah. And then I also figured out how to hack it so that when people give me super chats, I can still get it to display on screen. So
Yeah, I
that's where
noticed that.
the little black
That's not a
box-
StreamYard thing.
That's not a StreamYard thing. I managed to figure out a way around it.
Ooh.
So
Oh.
when people give super chats and stuff, or they give gift memberships or anything, it will appear in that little box.
I saw that.
Skills.
I'm gonna be asking you about that.
Trade secrets, son. Trade
Oh,
secrets.
Oh, yeah, you clever bastard. Wow, they're just like we need like the warm-up comedian or something, just kind of like warm up the audience before they get going again.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I can even put my logo on there too, which is not the worst idea I've ever had. So let's see. Add existing, add logo. No, that's the wrong logo. Let's see. Properties.
But are you still based on StreamYard in doing this? No. Oh, you've graduated.
I've hacked the matrix.
Yeah. Wow,
See,
got the dog snoring.
See, there you
there.
go.
Wow. That's nice.
Yeah.
I lack the technology. Wow. Congratulations, Janet.
Thank you,
Smith.
Primer, thank you, Primer, for your gift memberships of 5 people. And thank you to all the people who will now become on the Uncivilians.
Oh, we have motion.
I can even put the Uncivilians' names on screen. Oh, yes. I
There we
can.
go. Who does Bald Spot work for?
I can still give the Uncivilians credit. I'm so excited. Hold on.
Oh, see, my chat told me they're the Vice Squad. So kind of like that. Oh, she's got like a gallon of water. Holy crap. she looks like she doesn't take much from anybody.
No.
She's got the 3 olive martini earrings. Oh, heavy eyeshadow. She's definitely like kicking ass and taking names here. Whether it's right or wrong, apparently.
You're right over there. someone's growling.
Oh, hey, dogs. The dogs are snoring. Hey, Yoda, wake up. Wake up, Yoda. Sorry to scare you there, doggy. Hey, move. Don't snore on stream here. Any heavy breathing, grunting, or snoring is not me. They really don't care that I just literally kicked them awake. She's got like 3 monitors here.
Oh,
so
yeah.
she's-
Watch this. Oh, yeah. Wait, I'll make it work. There we go.
Yeah. What happened? Nothing happened on my
you
end.
see the big black box? The black
Yeah.
box on screen. So I put the Uncivilians. I put their. I
Oh,
put
the
their
scrolling
names-
things.
I put
Okay.
I put the scrolling thing on there.
Oh, that's cool. Wow. Wow. Whoop-de-doo for you, Mr. Technology over there. Little
That way
fingers
they-
laughing. at
The way the
judge.
Uncivilians can still get some credit.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So, at first, looking at Jones's lawyer, I thought it was Jeffrey Feiger because he had like the Uber ponytail thing going, but it wasn't him. That's like that's like almost, that's going to turn into a dreadlock if he doesn't take care of that ponytail before too long. But God bless him because he can have that ponytail. I certainly can't. Oh, come on. Audio. Court audio.
Court audio has also not been the best,
Oh, yeah.
so that's been a struggle.
People don't know how to use their microphones.
Speaking of which, let me adjust your mic settings.
Oh, am I overbearing as usual?
Probably.
Yeah. It's a ponytail with a purpose.
Yeah, Secret McSquirrel is out of the hospital. The Secret McSquirrel's actually been here as part of the
that's good.
stream today. So yeah, Secret
Oh.
McSquirrel apparently is better. So we
that's
all
good.
I'm happy about Secret McSquirrel being better.
Yeah, that's good. Good for her. I mean, like, how awesome are you when you don't like have your own channel, but literally every channel on YouTube is worried about you? That's pretty cool.
She has overtaken LawTube.
Pretty much.
Yeah, she's the bot of us all.
Oh, Judge Karen here. Is she a Judge Karen or is she just a judge?
I don't know if she's a Karen. I find her rulings not great, but I haven't found her to Karen it yet.
She looks like she potentially could be.
Also, this is the greatest court ever because when the microphones are on and they sidebar, you can still hear them over the audio. So we've been able to hear their sidebar arguments, which has been hilarious.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, court reporter, she's sneering at something. Like seriously sneering. Wow. Yeah, she's not happy about something.
Anytime they want to start so I can get up and make myself some coffee would be great.
or God forbid that's like her natural face and I'm just like shaming her. Nope. I just wish they'd stop talking so you can all not hear my dogs snoring in the background. They're just not moving. Wow. So ponytail guy is Alex's lawyer, and then he's the enemy, is he? The little finger looking guy. Wow, court clerk, she's just not having a good day. She needs some LASIK or something.
Cool. I can also put my face on both cameras at once. Watch this. Poof.
Ooh.
Now you got me double.
Twice the Kurt, twice the fun. I think I need to adjust the warmth of my light. I'm looking like shockingly Caucasian right now.
Yeah.
I don't have the orange glow about me. Come on, Judge. You need a yellow legal pad.
The orange glow isn't all it's cracked up to be. The plaintiff against Jones, I believe there's 9 of them. I believe there's 9 parents of Sandy Hook.
And they're all
who
being
were involved
represented
in
by
this
the same
action.
lawyer?
I believe so.
Okay.
I mean, at least for the purposes of trial, you're going to well, maybe they have different lawyers, but for the purposes of trial, someone's going to be lead counsel.
Yeah.
Figure it out amongst yourselves. Oh.
Well, no change there.
I might have the court audio muted. Oops.
Well, we get to see hairdo here. That's pretty good.
I'm sure we've missed so much much riveting stuff. Now we just got ASMR court.
That should be a thing. Please rise.
Yeah, please rise. Hey, Legal Vices, how you doing?
We need ASMR court now. Like, come on right after Judge Judy and before Judge Brown.
Today we're going to hear the case of
ASMR.
Legal Vices versus Legal Bites. There's been dispute over the name. Let's get started with it.
We need ASMR court so bad now.
Right, welcome back. Afternoon. Hope everybody had a nice lunch break. My mental count to 10.
It's three trials consolidated or three lawsuits consolidated, 15 plaintiffs related, 9 of the victims. That makes sense. Consolidate, 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 pick someone. Congratulations, move forth.
And the record will reflect that our jury panel has returned. Please be seated, everyone.
Apparently, it's a 10-member jury in Connecticut, or at least there's 10 people there at the moment. Whether or not how many people decide the case, I'm not sure.
Like we just had a sidebar. We plan on ending today no later than 4:30. We went a little late and next break 5 yesterday.
So they're only going to do another 2 hours, I guess.
Around 4:45, but we
Something to look forward to.
And no later than 4:30 today. Just so you know, we'll still take probably a 10-minute or 15-minute recess, but just so you know. All right, so.
Sparkling Dragon says we've hit on $1 million idea. ASMR court. Actually, that might actually work, and that's disturbing as a thought, but might actually work. Redo like the entire O.J. Simpson trial and do it in ASMR. Just redo witnesses.
Thank you.
Oh, look at her. She's like snazzy.
So when earlier this morning, we were talking about the relationship between the content that Alex Jones publishes, the audience he builds, and the revenue he generates.
I may take that idea and run with it. We'll see.
And so it would be fair to say that Alex Jones's customer base is his audience, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And I think we were talking earlier about the social media activities of Alex Jones and InfoWars prior to 2012. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you testified that, I think you testified that in preparation for your trial testimony, you actually hadn't reviewed any of the social.
Can you hold it down for a couple minutes so I can make some coffee?
Yep.
Right.
Sure.
When I went to
Welcome
review
to my
material,
channel,
I asked for it
people.
And I didn't receive
You
anything.
didn't receive it.
Right.
And I'm not trying to control, I just want to make sure that, you don't go beyond the question I asked you. Is
Sure.
that fair? Okay. I'm not trying to be impolite.
Okay.
So you haven't reviewed any of it, and we saw that the only data that
Like and subscribe to Legal Vices.
started in 2014, right?
Yes.
Okay. And because you hadn't reviewed any data, I think you weren't quite prepared to testify about the extent to which Alex Jones and InfoWars were using social media before 2012.
Correct.
All right, so
Oh, Kurt's
what I'd like
right.
to
She
do,
doesn't
Your
seem
Honor, is
prepared
to
at all.
a clip from Alex Jones's deposition that he gave here on this issue, and that is a clip beginning at page 60, line 18 of his April 5th deposition.
April 5th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit number?
It's just an admission, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Very well.
Okay, my initial impression of her is she's a California, beach bum with her dyed ends and tan that's just kind of coming in here completely unprepared for what she's supposed to be doing. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but that's just my first initial feeling. And she's got a really noticeable iWatch on. Apple Watch, sorry. It's a lovely blank screen here on the court. Blank screen. Waiting for something to happen.
That's okay. That's all right. May I approach, Your Honor?
Like and subscribe to Uncivil Law.
Now, Ms. Paz, I'm going to approach you with a page of my outline.
May I see?
What?
Sorry.
I'm going to prove to you with a page of my outline. What kind of weird comment is that?
May I approach, Your Honor?
You should approach. That was weird.
Sure.
You reviewed his deposition, correct?
Which one?
The depositions he gave here in Connecticut.
think there were a couple of them, but yes, I reviewed a bunch of the depositions.
Right, he sat for deposition over a couple of dates here in Connecticut,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And during that deposition here, he was asked, at least as far as you were concerned, InfoWars did try and push its message through as many social media platforms as possible, correct? Answer, yes. Yeah?
Yes, that's what it
Okay.
says.
And then the question was, so in addition to your radio audience and your web audience, you had a significant social media following as well as of the end of 2012, correct? And there's an objection, and he gave the answer. The answer, yes. We had, I mean, pretty good sized social media thing. It wasn't anywhere as big as it has got now, just in total how big social media is. But I mean, we definitely had some audiences that were tuning in and really coming to us. That is what those are. It is like an advertisement for your show, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, question, right. They see you on social media and then they come to your website, right? Answer, yes.
Right.
Question, they can see a post of an article that somebody has posted on social media and they say, I will go to InfoWars and check it out, right? Answer, yes.
Yes.
Question, and then hopefully when they're at InfoWars, they will buy stuff from you, right? Answer, yes.
Yes.
Hopefully.
And so based on Mr. Jones' own testimony, it's fair to say that as of the end of 2012, he had a substantial social media following, correct?
That's his testimony, yes.
All right. And that ever-increasing audience across all the social media platforms meant ever-increasing profits, yes?
Yes.
So we've had, we showed the jury some of these Google Analytics, but because we are going to get into December 2012 right now, I just want to set it up by having Exhibit 120 up again.
She looks unimpressed.
Okay, we're good now? We'll see. That's okay. Let's go to, this is Exhibit 120. The jury's seen this before. And let's go to 2011, 2012 for Infowars.com.
Oh, the financials. How exciting.
Thank you. All right. So we see here, and we've looked at this before, just on Infowars.com, okay, in 2011, Mr. Jones had 208 million page views, yes?
Respectable.
Do
I'm
you have
sorry,
that before you?
which date are we at?
2011 in the year totals.
Yes.
Okay. He had 208 million page views, correct?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. 32.4 million users,
I see that, yes.
85.1 million sessions, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. And as of the end of 2012, those numbers had increased if you go to the year totals, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And although we don't have the totals just from January through November, fair to say that as of December 2012, Mr. Jones was again sitting on over 250 million page views on Infowars.com and over 119 million sessions and about 49 million users. Yeah.
Yes, that's what it says.
And
She's like someone from the Jersey
he also
Shore.
had Prison Planet TV and prisonplanet.com during that time.
Yes.
Before I destroy Kurt's channel
Let's pull
channel
up
by
exhibit
saying things, I
number
should wait for him to
16.
come back
This is in.
because
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, and let's just pull that up. And I showed the jury this in opening. This is a still shot of the Alex Jones show as it looked in December of 2012, correct?
I'm going to say from a
Yes.
That's
long
the studio
time
he was in
ago.
at that time, yes?
Yes.
Much smaller studio than the one he's in now, correct?
Yes, I know the newer one is bigger.
That's what she said.
And if we go to Exhibit 80, this is also in evidence, Your Honor.
They've got 847 computer
talking
monitors
earlier.
here.
You have that one, right? I don't wanna make a mistake.
Yes, 80 is full exhibit.
Um, This is a website that he didn't have in 2012, but which he now uploads all his videos to. This is band.video, correct?
Band.video.
Yes, I don't know what date he created this, but he didn't have it then. That's right.
Okay, all right. The website that served this purpose at back then was Prison Planet TV.
Right.
Hmm.
All right, let's bring that down and let's go.
I
back
remember
to
Prison
exhibit
Planet.
number 16.
She remembers Prison Planet or being in the bad girls room.
And you see there, Ms. Paz, that this is what Alex Jones looked like when he was broadcasting on the day of the Sandy Hook shooting, correct?
I do see the date there, yes.
What does what he looks like have
The
to
Alex
do with
Jones
this?
show went on the air at 11 Central, 12 noon Eastern, correct?
I believe so, yes.
It's a live show, yes.
Unless they're going to argue he got so bulked up on his own
Syndicated out to
supplements, like
hundreds
turned
of-
into
of
Randy
radio
Macho
affiliates
Man
around the country,
Savage.
correct?
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah,
Alex
yes.
Jones.
Yes.
and We're
Well,
going to
I'm
the
not sure
prison
the exact
planet.
number, but many,
We're
many.
sure- They're asking like,
affiliates,
is this
Stream
what
directly
Alex
to
Jones looked like in
Infowars.com.
2012?
Stream
What does that
directly
have to
to
do
YouTube.
with damages?
yes. It's uploaded to YouTube, yes.
Well, doesn't he stream it back then? He was live streaming his show to YouTube.
Yes, I think he
He's
was
got a
live
weird
streaming it and then
double-jointed finger.
subsequently uploaded the whole thing to YouTube.
Exactly. So if
Right.
you want to tune into Alex Jones live on December 14th, 2012, here were your options. Number 1, Infowars.com.
Yes,
Number 2, the radio.
yes,
Number 3, his YouTube page.
yes.
Number 4, Facebook.
I'm not sure if it was live on Facebook, but he did upload video clips to Facebook.
Okay. So Free Speech Systems doesn't know whether it was uploaded, streamed live to Facebook at that time?
I'm not sure if it was streamed live to Facebook, but
All right. And when the show was over, if you didn't catch it, you could go to prisonplanettv.com,
yes,
or you could go to Facebook where it would be uploaded, or YouTube where it would be uploaded.
yes.
Got it. So
Now,
when
you
were
were
on the
gone,
air
so I didn't want to say anything.
at
But now that you're
11
here, do I have your
Central,
permission to
12
say
noon.
something along the lines of, I don't think she
That
was hired for her
was
brains?
Yes.
2.5 hours.
I will note for what it's worth that she, in addition to
It
being
was very
designated counsel,
shortly
she's
thereafter,
also a
yes.
licensed attorney.
First reports of a shooting
Is
were
she?
about 9:30 in the morning.
Apparently.
correct?
That's
Yes,
surprising.
about that, yes.
But she has a respectable Apple Watch, though.
He went on the air and he started talking about it, correct?
Yes,
Now, when you were deposed by me in this case and presented as Free Speech Systems corporate representative, you had
But
no
she lives in
idea.
the Austin area, presumably. So, holla at me.
did I know
She just
that he
has
was
like
on the same
Frosted
day?
Tips California
When I gave the
beach
deposition?
bum
I
surfer
don't,
girl vibe.
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
Well, they hadn't given you the video, correct? We went over that earlier.
Right, I hadn't seen the video, but I'm not sure whether I was aware that he.
This
had
is what I
him
was
on that
talking about
day.
when we were talking
How would
earlier,
you
that
have
she
been
was
aware?
hired for $30,000 and doesn't seem to be
Well, he's
particularly
on every day.
No,
Yeah.
solid in terms of
So
knowing
he would have been
things.
on that day anyway because he's on every day. But I had just hadn't seen the video of that day.
Okay. So you had no,
She's
let
got
me
the
put it this
vocal
way.
fry.
You'd not seen the video, correct?
Vocal
Right.
You had no
fry.
idea what he said on that day.
Right.
You appeared for your deposition to testify about his broadcast about Sandy Hook, and you had no idea what he had said within hours of the shooting, correct?
Right.
And the reason you didn't know is because they hadn't given you this video, correct?
I hadn't seen the video, right.
If they had given it to you, you would have watched it.
Of course, I watched all the videos that were provided to me.
Little snark there, like a 2 on the
Alex
2 out of
Jones
10 on the
titled
snarkometer.
This video, Connecticut School Massacre Looks Like False Flag, witnesses say, correct?
I believe so. Yes, we talked about that this morning.
And the term
You talked about how smart you are? What?
false flag, is that something you'd ever heard of before you became a corporate rep here?
No, never heard
I
that
haven't
before I
personally.
became a corporate person.
But when Alex Jones uses the term false flag, it's to describe something to his audience that an event that is not as it seems, correct?
That is a fair description.
Right. And he's described
I don't
false
think-
flag events as events that are faked, correct?
Amongst other things, yes.
Okay. Clearly, the Sandy Hook shooting, according to him, was a false flag event. That was fake.
Avian,
has
she's not
said
his
that on
lawyer.
numerous occasions,
She
yes.
happens to be a lawyer, but she is not his lawyer. She has been hired to be the corporate designee. So her license as a lawyer is
And now
irrelevant
this
because
is
she's
a
not
4-hour segment.
representing
He's on for 4 hours.
them in that way.
I think there's 2 3-hour segments, or I might be mistaken about that.
So
It
this
might
is-
be 4 total hours, right? That's correct.
All right, now, Ms. Paz, I do want to just make sure, I'm trying to understand the failings of memory, but the Alex Jones Show is the central media publication of Free Speech Systems, right?
Right.
Okay, so I do need to know, the jury needs to know how many hours it's on the air?
I think it's 2 3-hour segments. I think that's what it is, but I could be mistaken. So I'm not
Well,
sure.
I don't think you're
but I
supposed to
thought
be
it was 2
mistaken.
3-hour segments.
Okay, so since you're not sure, you can't testify to it. Fair?
If I could refresh my recollection on that, that would be great, but I'm not sure.
Just at a minimum, you know he goes on the air at 11.
Yes.
Now, have you since watched this video?
I don't believe so. I don't have a copy of it.
You were deposed by me in, it would have been April, correct?
Right. I don't know if we saw it at the deposition.
To the 400 of you who are currently watching, thank you very much. We appreciate every one of you who is here, helping to tune in to Uncivil
5
Law.
months since your deposition and you haven't yet watched
Your
this
continuing love is
I don't
appreciated.
have it.
video. They still haven't given it to you?
Who's they?
The
Who's they?
business that you're here representing?
I'm they.
I don't have it.
I'm the one who knocks.
Okay.
Better call what's her
We're gonna
name.
play. So
That's right.
why don't we start with Exhibit 1B? Actually, you know what? Hang on one second. Hang on one second.
She looks disinterested in the entire proceedings.
You've already testified that the title that Alex Jones gave to this video, Connecticut School Massacre Looks Like False Flag Witnesses Say, was false, correct?
Yes, I think we talked about that.
Okay. And it's also true that as of the time Alex Jones went on the air within 3 hours of the shooting, he had done zero to investigate the circumstances of the shooting, correct?
As of that date, right.
As of
Okay, so he's
today's
online with every other
10 years
reporter of
later,
today.
Alex Jones has done zero to investigate the circumstances of the San Diego shooting, correct?
I don't think he's personally done anything to investigate it. No.
Right. Let's play Exhibit 1B.
Exhibit 1D.
Now, I've got people calling in with all sorts of information on this subject, but get a hold of your cousin when she settles down and get her to talk to us for any other information. We need to know, were there any drills that day or the day before? Did she know anything? Did she have anything about other shooters, or was it that she never saw the shooters?
Well, I had to ask them if it was supposedly too, because they have a lot of security at that school. You have to ring a doorbell in order to get into the school.
Yeah, of course, which is another side of that, you know. It's one of these federal model schools.
The thing that just scared the daylights out of me, I had to call right away, is I asked them.
Sad
"Did you
face.
train
Federal
for
place.
this?" And my uncle said, within this school year, in September, they have trained for incidents like this.
Well, that in and of itself isn't the proof of it, but they can use a drill to then bring in a patsy. Well, it could just be a Prozac kid. We'll find out. God bless you, sir. I appreciate your call.
Prozac kid, nice touch.
This was Frog
Alex
era.
Jones asking about whether there were any drills.
I did hear that, yes.
And the caller.
Her face matches her
Right,
suit
that was
coat.
Alex Jones, correct?
Yeah.
He did ask
And her
that
hair.
question to the caller, yes.
Yeah.
And he talked about.
I'm not sure
there
that's
could
the
be a
right color
patsy.
for you. Something
He said
contrasting
they
might be
could use
better.
a drill to bring
Yeah.
in a patsy, right?
And she
I
matches
heard
the
him say that,
background.
yes.
And
The
a
joys of
patsy is
tanning bed
somebody
tans.
who's being framed up for something they didn't do, right?
That's what it colloquially means to me, yes.
And that's what he meant.
Objection.
Can't speak to what he meant.
What he meant, she can't testify about the contents of his mind.
I thought that was my phone. I was like,
Yeah.
wait a minute, I didn't get a message.
Now, after.
No, that's a Twitter.
our
That's a
deposition,
tweet alert
You at least knew that Alex Jones had.
about the Detroit Auto
talked
Show.
about Sandy Hook on the day of the shooting, right?
Yes.
Okay. In the 5 months since, you didn't ask Alex Jones anything about his statements here, right?
I haven't spoken to Alex in that time period. So I didn't ask him anything.
Smart.
You could have, right?
Objection.
Good objection, too.
Could I have called him?
Sure.
Assuming he was available and answered, sure, I could have called him.
Or assuming he wanted to tell you anything at all about what he said on the first day of the Sandy Hook shooting, right? He could have at any time.
I'm sure he could have.
I'm starting to like her, Kurt.
Later in the broadcast,
She's giving good answers.
he talks about
She hasn't been
The right
horrible.
stack
She's
fire.
been
You know that?
middling.
I did review some information regarding that because he had mentioned it a couple of times.
Alex Jones isn't sending his
you didn't
best,
what that
but
was
you know.
before you became a corporate rep.
No.
The Reichstag fire is a claim that
He's not paying her either.
in
to
the
what she's
1930s, the
worth.
Nazis
So maybe she's
set a fire. and
like, I'll
blamed
give
it
you
on somebody
$30,000
else.
worth, and that's about all you're getting.
Yes.
Let's play exhibit 1A.
And at my expert rate of $10,000 a day, that gets you 3 days. Sad face.
For me to completely understand your business, all those financial records, really get into it, understand it.
I told them to put the news on at the barber shop, and they said, "Oh, I bet you're gonna think it was an inside job." And I said, "I'm not saying that it was, but I wouldn't put it past them." And they were like, "Why would they kill innocent children?" And I said, "Excuse me," I said, "abortion, vaccines, and poisoning food or water. These people are Satanists."
Yeah, why did Hitler blow up the Reichstag to get control? Why did government stage these things to get our guns? I mean, why can't people get that through their head?
I don't know, and it's so frustrating. I live in New York City. We're not even allowed, you have to jump over like 300 buildings just to get a hunting rifle possession permit.
So here, within hours of the Sandy Hook shooting, Alex Jones is comparing the American
Alex
government
Jones doesn't have
to the
a
Nazis,
moderation
correct?
button, does he?
Okay,
It's
yeah,
just
Mr. Chair.
it's 100% all the time.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Just the evidence goes beyond it.
Maybe you
My
want to take that down a
interpretation
peg or
of
two
that
there,
was
Alex.
That's an example.
He compared
Well, that would have avoided a lot of this.
the American government being responsible for staging Sandy Hook to the Nazis, correct?
I don't know if I used the word compare, but he was raising this as
They
an
were
example
juxtaposed,
of false
Counselor.
flags.
It depends what your definition of
Why
is.
do government stage these things to get our guns? Why can't people get that through their head? That's what he said, right?
That's what he said, yes.
Let's play exhibit 1.
So was that 1E, sir?
E.
They have hit the ground running in a buildup, and I said, this is the attack. Look, people got to find the clips the last 2 months. I said, they are launching attacks. They're getting ready. I can see them warming up with Obama. They've got a bigger majority in the Congress now, in the Senate. They are going to come after our guns, look for mass shootings. And then magically it happens. They are coming. They are coming. They are coming. They've already taken over healthcare.
Are they
The
coming?
premiums are doubling.
That's
They're
what she said.
bankrupting that. They're already shipped GM to China. They are going to gut this country. They're going to shut down the power plants. They're going to bankrupt us. They are re-educating us. Just like we were Ukrainians and they're Russians.
Oh,
They want us
foreshadow.
bankrupt. They want the counties and the cities bankrupted and federalized. The feds themselves run by globalists. What does the new magazine say? You can get it by subscribing. You can get 12 issues. Great way. This man wants your guns. And I break down here, they're declaring war on the Second Amendment, period. They are declaring war on the Second Amendment, period. They are coming after our Second Amendment. It is happening. They want to kill America in 2013. That is their goal. That is what they want. They are moving to do it. Send your tips to Real Alex Jones on Twitter. Tell me what you think. Comment in the articles. I'll be reading what you're saying. We'll have more reports Sunday 4 to 6, and more reports tonight on the Nightly News 7 o'clock. PrisonPlanet.tv.
Is that the first time you've ever seen that?
Yes, I've never seen that before.
And he tells his audience that they want to kill this country. You heard that?
That's what he said, yes.
They want to destroy the Second Amendment, right?
That's what he says.
They want to gut this country. Did you hear that one?
I
That's
think
what he
some of
says.
them want to destroy the Second
They
Amendment.
are
I
coming.
certainly think
They
that
are
that's a
coming.
valid point.
They are coming,
Mm.
right?
That's what he said.
And so Alex Jones's audience of hundreds of millions, he's telling his audience that because he wants them to believe that, right?
Objection.
I can't testify.
And the they
I will
The
be
they-
right back.
who want to kill this country, who want to attack the Second Amendment, who want to take their guns. The they are the people who staged this thing, right?
The people he's alleging staged Sandy Hook.
Right.
I think by they, he meant the government, but I can't tell from looking at the video.
And the they that he ended up saying staged Sandy Hook were the families you see right here, right?
I can't say that from watching this video, no.
Oh, no. But you know that from watching other videos, that he called these families actors, correct?
I know he has used the term actors in
Right.
relation to some of the families.
That they were part of this plot, correct?
I have watched videos in which that's alleged, yes.
Right. And so the families that he described as actors and part of this plot are the ones who are trying to kill this country, correct?
I can't say that from watching this video, though.
You can't say that from watching the video you just saw.
No, I can't.
Now, at the end, he tried to sell a few magazines too, right?
Yes.
And he said he had been predicting and magically it happens, right?
That's what he said.
Now, do you know how long the video is of Connecticut school massacre looks like false flag witnesses said?
I don't know.
Yeah, just one moment, Your Honor.
We may be able to reach a step.
All right.
Chris, excuse me, Judge, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. In your screen here, I will represent, Your Honor, that what we are now displaying is Exhibit 1, not a clip, but the full video, okay? And you see there, ma'am, on the screen, that the full length of the video is 50 minutes and 1 second, right?
That's what it says.
Okay, and although you don't know for sure how long the Alex Jones show is, you know that it's at least 4 hours and maybe up to 6.
Yes.
Okay. And so whatever happened in the other 3 or 5 hours, or however many hours he was on the air that day, talking about Sandy Hook, you don't know, correct?
Is the question, how long was he talking about Sandy Hook?
No, the question is, the only evidence we have of what he was saying on the day of Sandy Hook is this 50-minute video, correct?
Excellent.
Yes.
Even though we know he was on the air for at least 3+ more hours, right?
I don't have access to any of the other videos, so
No, but you know the Alex Jones show was at least 4 hours.
I know how long it is, yes.
All right. And it's fair to say that Alex Jones was making these comments as families were rushing to the firehouse to find out what happened, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay.
Okay.
You already testified that you know the shooting was about 9:30, right?
Thereabouts, yes.
You testified that the show started at about noon Eastern, right?
Yes.
You
I
know
filmed 8
that the
stories
firehouse
last night.
was the gathering place
I've been
where
editing in the
families
background.
come and find out what was happening, correct? Did you see something all over?
Glad to see you're just in tuned with
I was in the
with
courthouse,
what's
but I
going
didn't
on.
watch
I
it.
can keep my ear in both
Did you
places.
watch
Not
the
that much is
coverage
happening.
Of the trial yesterday?
I may have seen some clips in the news, but aside from that, not really.
Well, you may have, or you did.
I saw a couple of clips.
Okay, and is that because you saw them out?
I'm sorry, what?
Is that because you sought them out?
Yeah, I saw it out a couple of clips just to see what was happening at the trial. I was here, but I
Mm.
couldn't find a seat.
Okay. Did you see any clips of Bill Alder's testimony?
Oh, this is what
I
got
think I
Eve
saw a
Barlow
couple
kicked
of
out of
clips
the
of his
Johnny Depp
testimony.
Amber Heard trial.
Yes.
Okay.
watching things.
And he asked his audience in his video to send in tips, right?
Yes, I saw that.
And that's a way to engage his audience. Yes?
To get them involved, yes.
Get them involved.
Yes.
Right? To cement that relationship with them, correct?
Sure,
To get them invested in what he's doing.
sure.
Right. And to do their own investigating so that they can develop these tips for him, right?
Well, if they had information to provide, yes.
Right. And if they don't have information to provide, they can go investigate it, right?
I know he has in the past said, go and check this out and go investigate. He doesn't say it right there, but he has said it, yes.
Now, on December 15th, what did Alex Jones say about
I would
this?
say yes, he encourages people to do their own
The
research
following
and,
day?
and verify for themselves.
Oh, I don't recall.
That'd be a
exactly.
good
The
answer.
hero. Yeah.
Well, do you know that he said something and you just don't recall it?
He was on the air that day, and I believe he did talk about Sandy Hook. I just don't recall exactly what he said.
Did you see that video?
I don't recall.
Do you think there is a video?
I don't recall.
You think there is a video? Do you like the up talk?
About Sandy Hook on his-
Do you like to make sure that you
I
you
don't know.
lead
I
your
said
question
I-
with an
he was
up
on
talk?
the air, and so I don't know what he talked about.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I thought you said that he was on the air and he talked about Sandy Hook,
Yeah.
but what you're saying is, well, actually, Ms. Paz, let me correct you, because December 14th was a Friday, right?
don't
I
know
have
what-
no
don't
idea.
recall what day it was.
Seriously, like,
Well,
oh yeah.
It was a Friday. We can agree?
Sure.
Alex Jones isn't on the air on Saturday, is he?
Objection. It's not, I mean, I don't, objection. I don't want to say the obvious, but objection to the form is assuming a fact not in evidence, that he's not on the air on Saturdays.
Dun dun dun.
Is he
Perry
on the air on
Mason.
Saturdays? Sometimes I think he is. I don't think it's every Saturday.
But if this jury wanted to know what Alex Jones said about the Sandy Hook school shooting on Saturday, free speech systems can't tell them, right?
I
Good.
don't know as I sit here now.
And what about on December 16th, the Sunday? Alex Jones does have a 2-hour show on Sundays, right? From 4 to 6?
I'm
Well,
sorry?
see, he needs Jesus. If he'd been in church on Sunday, he wouldn't have got into this mess.
There you go.
I don't recall. I think I did see something about his Sunday broadcast, but I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to misstate it.
And if this jury wanted to know what Alex Jones said on December 16th, 3 days after the shooting, free speech systems can't tell them, right?
If I didn't watch the video, if there is such a video, then I can't say anything about it.
Now's our chance. You're here.
I don't know is the
Okay.
answer.
So free speech systems can't tell them, right?
Correct.
On December 17th, though, just 3 days after the shooting, what we know is that Alex Jones published another video that he titled Creepy Illuminati Message in Batman Movie Hints at Sandy Hook School, right?
Yes, I do recall that video.
Okay. And Illuminati is just another word that Alex Jones uses to describe this global plot of people in the American government and elites looking to enslave and kill the world, right?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
All right. And what
Ooh,
he's saying
bad answer.
is that there's this movie, The Dark Knight Rises, right?
Yes,
Have you seen it?
I have.
Did you like it?
You saw it.
Who's the best Batman?
You saw it.
Christian
I saw
Bale?
it
Why
in
is
my
it Christian
personal
Bale?
life. I had watched
You
it
saw
when
it
it
in
came
your
out,
personal-
yes.
Okay. And it was a
Did the
popular
Dark
movie, a lot of
Knight
people saw it, right?
really rise?
And what he's saying is that the
They
words
they want you to
Sandy
believe the Dark Knight rises.
appear on a
But
map
the Dark Knight doesn't
in the
rise because the
movie.
frogs.
And that was the Illuminati. setting
What
an
are you
intention
doing
for
today,
they
Alex?
staged against
You
us.
know you need to get off the
It was
InfoWars,
based on an
Alex.
article that a Don Salazar had written, and that was the claim that was
We need a
in the
Bane
article, and he
ASMR.
was
That's what we need.
broadcasting it.
Hmm.
So,
Are you
yes.
Can you
sure
do a
it's
good
not the other
Bane?
way around this pause? Are you sure it's not that?
No,
Is that
Alex
what you
Jones
heard
is
it
the
just
one
now?
who told it Don
Yeah, that's what I was
Salazar
trying to
read
do,
the
but
article?
failing
Oh.
miserably, apparently.
Sorry.
No, that's
I meant to
that's
say
not
that was a
correct,
fantastic
based
Bane.
on my
Good job.
interviews with Adon.
Okay, well, let's listen to Mr. Jones himself. Why don't we play exhibit?
I do a much better Chewbacca than I do a Bane, but
That is for exhibit, Your Honor.
that's what Alex Jones needs, the
But
Chewbacca
in this
defense.
case, the globalists will always get something in your face. And in The Dark Knight Rises, and we're gonna put this up on screen, I'll plug the YouTube channel it's on. If you minimize that, and then I'm gonna get a Don Salazar to do a report on this. The only thing you can read on the map from Cyberdrive Network from a clip from the film is Sandy Hook. And they're talking about how they're going to bring it down. There from The Dark Knight Rises. And again, they ran 6 months before 9/11, where the government hijacks a jet or remote control to blame it on Al Qaeda using a terror drill as the cover to fly the jumbo jet in the World Trade Center so they could attack Afghanistan. Sandy Hook. Let's go ahead and play what they break down here. Here it is. Oh yeah, I'm gonna play it on air. That's why I was saying we're gonna play it on air. The video of it. Okay, just whenever you're ready.
About a plane in the movie. You see him pointing there, right there by the walkie-talkies. Well, if you get a close zoom up on the shot, before he puts his hand on the actual map, you see it here. What does it say? Sandy Hook. It's the only thing that you can read out of the whole map on this particular scene. Don't you guys think that's a little strange? Look at that, Sandy Hook. This is the Dark Knight Rises.
I see something moon. I don't know about you, but
Now, you heard there, Miss Paz.
I guess that could be something.
Contrary to your testimony.
he just misgendered her.
He's
Uh-oh.
gonna tell it, Don Salazar.
Called her Mister.
About this, right?
I heard what he said, yes.
All right. And let's just for a second. You know, because you've seen the movie, that Batman is set in a fictional New York City, yes?
Gotham.
Right.
Yes.
But it's based on New York City.
It is.
I don't know
And
if it's based on New York City.
that there
It's
is
Gotham.
a Sandy Hook, New Jersey.
I thought it was based on Chicago.
I don't.
You don't know that there's Sandy Hook, New Jersey, just south of New York Harbor?
I just want to be a
Okay.
dick.
But
Yeah.
even putting that aside,
Well, he did misgender her,
as
so
Free Speech
whatever.
Systems sits here today, Free Speech Systems doesn't even know whether this is true or not, that Sandy Hook appeared in the Batman movie, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, it looks like that.
They just
I
slapped
saw
a big
moon.
headline
Something
on it,
moon
correct?
is what I saw. Whatever.
I think that they actually thought that at the time, based on my
Whoa, I
interview.
didn't ask you what anybody thought.
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa,
Whoa! I asked
Is
you what you thought.
that
He
it
did.
doesn't
He
even
said,
know
"Excuse me,
whether this is
objection,
true.
Objection, it's
So
argumentative.
let's get the question out. And then-
Objection. You answered a question and she was answering it, buddy.
My question
You
is,
don't answer, obviously.
Free Speech Systems is telling this jury that it doesn't even know whether this is true or not that Sandy Hook appears in the Batman movie, right?
No objection to that. No objection to that.
I didn't do any independent investigation into the veracity of this, so I don't know.
Well, it was your obligation to do independent investigation, correct?
My obligation was to find out what we knew as a company and what the employees knew as a company during the time period.
And what you're telling this jury is that having done all that, Free Speech Systems doesn't even know whether this is true. Yes?
I didn't do any independent investigation into it, no.
Your Honor, may I ask that the court instruct the witness to answer the question?
I don't know. I didn't do any independent investigation, so I don't know. No.
Free Speech Systems doesn't know.
Correct.
I don't know.
That seemed pretty legitimate answer to me.
And ran.
Thank you, Terry, for your super sticker and your donation through Super Chat. It's
I don't
appreciated.
know what you mean by slapped a clickbait headline on it. I don't know what you mean.
Okay. This was 3 days after the shooting, correct?
I believe so.
On that same day, Free Speech Systems ran another video called Sandy Hook Mass Media PsyOps, Outtakes and Bloopers, correct?
Yes, I did watch that.
Outtakes and bloopers of the shooting. Oh,
It's a blooper.
Alex.
Yes?
That's what it says.
And it's got clips of news coverage kind of merged together, suggesting that there were actors at Sandy Hook 3 days earlier, and there were certain points where they messed up the script, right?
That's what the claim was, yes.
And haha, look at this, these outtakes, right?
I think that's what the point of the video was, yes.
Right. And do you know whether the funerals had started at Sandy Hook yet?
I don't know what date the funeral started.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 61.
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
6-1. Now, this is an article. And you know what, let's just do the headline, please. Can you get the date in there too, if you don't mind, I'm sorry. Okay. December 19th, right? 5 days later.
Yes.
Father of Sandy Hook victim asks, read the card, seconds before tear-jerking press conference. Do you see that?
That's what it says?
And he's talking about Robbie Parker, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me. Robbie lost his daughter Emily in the shooting, correct?
Yes.
And the night after the shooting, Robbie was at his church and came out to make a statement about his daughter, correct?
Yes.
This is riveting.
And
Just kidding.
the media huge media for that statement, yes?
There were a lot of media there, yes. It was recorded.
Now, you watched at least some of that statement that Robbie made, yes?
Yes. I don't know if I watched the whole thing, but I've seen it, yes.
Let's go down to the bottom. Alex Jones gave a statement about this, didn't
You mean aside from this article that we're looking at?
he? It's contained in the article. I'm
Oh,
pulling it
okay.
up.
Yes. Yes, I see it.
And he offers his condolences, yes?
That's what it says, yes.
And he says, it appears that members of the media or government have given him a card and are telling him what to say as they steer reaction to this event. Correct?
That's what it says.
Now you watched at least part of that statement, correct?
Part of it, yes.
I don't look at part of it answers. She did or she didn't. It was or it wasn't.
Why not?
There were clips that were aired, I believe, on some of the videos that I was provided, but I didn't go and externally look for the full video. The full video wasn't in the material that I was provided.
So InfoWars never published Robbie's full statement, correct?
Right, I don't believe the full video was ever put on there. I think there was clips of the video.
But even the part that you saw, can you pull up that statement again if you don't mind? You didn't see anybody hand Robbie a card, did you?
I don't recall ever seeing a card, no.
Not you don't recall, you didn't see it.
I didn't see a card. I didn't watch the entire.
I don't recall seeing a
But
card.
in the clips that I
What you
saw.
watched is what
Is the
InfoWars
right
aired.
answer.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And in what you watched, even in what InfoWars aired, you didn't see anybody give him a card, correct?
I don't recall seeing anyone give him a card.
Well, sir, we're coming up on 4 a.m. here, so I should probably get a couple hours sleep before I wake up.
That's an
Okay.
invitation to
Well, thank you for joining me for a while.
Yeah,
Argumentative.
we'll do it again with
I
a
don't know
new
what
witness
dates-
who
I don't
doesn't
know
match her
what means by
background.
it.
Yeah. We'll see whether or not we're going to do this tomorrow.
This is
I'll
like
assess,
vacation.
but I think it's been interesting so far. So
Objection.
we may or may not do this. We'll see.
All
I don't know
righty,
what
well, have
means
yourself
by
a
it,
good
so I
day
don't
and
know.
enjoy the rest of her testimony.
I will do my best. Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
And Robbie gave this statement on December 15th, the night after, right?
I think that's the date, yes.
So all the stuff we've just been looking at, creepy Illuminati video, the blooper reel. Free Speech Systems published that after Robbie gave that statement, right?
I'm sorry, if the question was the statement published after
Robbie
Robbie?
gave his statement on the 15th.
That's what it says, yes.
Right. Did Mr. Jones watch Robbie's full statement?
I don't know what he watched.
You don't recall his deposition testimony where he said he watched the full thing?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
Did you ask Mr. Jones about this? About Robbie Parker?
I did ask about Robbie Parker.
That's the only question I asked.
Yes,
You asked
we-
about Robbie Parker?
Yes.
But you don't know whether he told you if he watched the full statement?
No, I don't know that he told me he watched the whole thing.
So he didn't tell you that Robbie talked about how his daughter Emily used to like to make little cards for people to make them feel good?
You mean if Alex told me that?
Yeah.
Alex didn't say anything like that to me.
Did he tell you that Emily's favorite color was pink? She used to always like to wear pink?
Did Alex tell me that?
Yeah.
No.
In the part that you watched, did you hear when Mr. Parker came out of the church, the first thing he did was offer his condolences to everyone involved in the shooting, including the family of the shooter.
I did hear him say that, yes.
Do you recognize Mr. Parker in the courtroom today?
I don't, I'm sorry.
Robbie, would you stand up, please? You know that Alex Jones's audience did look into Robbie, don't you?
I don't know what you mean.
Free Speech Systems is aware that Alex Jones's audience, after being told that Robbie needed to be looked into and the other families needed to be looked into, that his audience started looking into them. You know that, right?
In
Objection
what way?
calls for speculation, Judge.
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, started harassing them as actors. Let's start with that.
I am aware that there was some harassment of the families, yes.
But by Free Speech Systems audience members, correct?
By people in the general public, and I'm sure people who have watched
Don't speculate.
the Alex Jones show too.
I don't
Yes.
know whether or not they were
That's
audience
where they were
members is the
found
right
out.
answer. Don't
That
speculate.
Was an actor because Mr. Jones told him, right?
Did,
Objection, argumentative, speculating about contents of other minds.
On December 19th, same day Mr. Jones said this needs to be looked into, Free Speech Systems published another video. Sandy Hook, second shooter cover-up, right?
I do recall that video, yes.
Now again, as you said earlier, InfoWars had done zero investigation into the circumstances of that, correct?
Of that particular claim?
Yes.
Correct.
Of course, there was no second shooter, was there?
Is that what it turned out to be? That's correct. There was no second shooter.
That's what it was on the day it happened.
Objection, how does she know that, Judge?
Fair.
What did they think on the day
No,
that
I'm
it
not asking-
happened?
I'm not, Free Speech Systems' position, as it sits here right now, is that there was one shooter, and that's it, right?
Of course,
Of course.
there was one shooter. I think we've accepted that there's one shooter.
Now, let's go to, oh, and then on December 21st, the first creepy Illuminati video had done so well that they went back to it, right?
Objection, argumentative.
I don't know if that's the reason why they went back to it, but
They published a video called Lower Part of Gotham, renamed Sandy Hook and Dark Knight Film, right?
Yes, I believe that was by Jakari Jackson, if I'm not mistaken. So yes, I did watch that video.
Let's go to exhibit 105. I believe this should be in
That
there.
is a full exhibit.
Thank you. Let's just pull up this email here. Now, we've mentioned Mr. Salazar, right?
Yes,
He's the one who, at least Alex Jones told his audience, he was going to direct to write this article on the Batman thing, right?
that's the person he was referring to, yes.
Now, in this email, we're going to start at the bottom. You know how emails work, right? If there's an email thread, the first one's at the bottom, and then you have the response,
Yes.
and that's how it goes. Okay, so we're going to start at the bottom, and this is December 21st, 2012, right? We can go back up to the top. I know it's
Yes, I see the date, December 21st, yes.
December 21st, right?
Yes.
Okay, now let's go back to the first email. And this is from Mr. Salazar to a Mr. Gonzalez, right?
Yes,
Now, Adon Salazar was an InfoWars employee, yes?
yes,
He still is, correct?
yes,
And he was one of the, quote, writers for Mr. Jones, yes?
yes, I think he's still a writer,
He's still a writer,
yes.
right? And he says to Mr. Gonzalez, hello, Mr. Gonzalez. This is 1 week after the shooting. There
Yeah,
is a
listen,
vicious
I think
rumor
they said this is going to
that
be
the
a
date you
6-week
posted
trial.
your
I think they
review
scheduled this for,
of
and
the
we're on
Sandy
day
Hook
2.
Lingerie Party Massacre on
So,
your site,
yeah.
a /above.com, shows foreknowledge or prior planning of the events that have taken place as of late. And includes a couple links, right? At first, we thought this was surely ridiculous. However, we're, Infowars.com, going to point it out in an article anyway. And would like to give you the opportunity to provide a comment.
That's what it says,
Did I
yes.
read that correctly?
Yes,
That's Adon Salazar reaching out to somebody who posted a movie review, right?
yes,
Okay.
yes, that's what it looks like.
The movie was the Sandy Hook Lingerie Party Massacre, right?
Yes.
You know that was a movie that actually was released in the early 2000s?
I don't know.
I don't know when it was released, but I know it was prior to.
Just say I
this
don't know
all
when it was
happening. There
released.
some,
Don't
like,
add.
indie, yeah, some like indie.
You want a
slash
tip?
movie.
Don't answer more than was
But
asked.
you don't know that it was in the early 2000s, like years.
Get
and
out of the
years
habit
I
of
know it was
answering
years
more
and
than
years
was
before,
asked.
yes.
It's a
So
mistake.
Adon says, we're going to publish this, even though we know it's ridiculous, as a way to show that somebody had foreknowledge, meaning Mr. Gonzalez had foreknowledge of the Sandy Hook shooting, right?
It says it's a rumor.
He says it's a vicious rumor,
It says it's a rumor, yeah.
right? And he says it's surely ridiculous, but we're going to publish it anyway, right?
That's what it says.
And Mr. Gonzalez gets back to him. Let's go up to the next one. You are seriously ill to send me something like that. Don't contact me anymore. I will report you for harassment, you bunch of weirdos.
That's what it says, yes.
Now you're chuckling, right?
I spoke to Adon about this and he
You're
thought,
laughing, right?
I didn't laugh, but I
Okay, I thought I
smiled.
just saw you chuckle.
No, I smiled.
Okay. Did Attorney Pattis laugh?
I chuckled.
Okay, but the reality is that what Adon is doing is putting out to an audience of millions something to tell them that Sandy Hook was staged, even though he knows it's ridiculous, right? Is that funny?
It's not, that wasn't
Is
the
that funny?
point of the article.
Objection,
Is that
harassing,
funny?
badgering, argumentative.
Sustained.
And then what Adon does, let's go up to the next one. He forwards it to Louis Sertuki, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Louis Sertuki is the social media manager for InfoWars, right?
I'm not sure. Like I said earlier, I'm terrible with names, but I don't dispute that. That's who it is.
Did you meet with anybody who was the social media manager at InfoWars?
No, and I did not meet with Louis.
Do you know whether Louis Sertuki pumped out this ridiculous claim to their millions and millions of viewers?
I know there was an article written about it, yes.
Okay. Now, after Mr. Jones lied that Robbie had been given a card and appeared to be reading from a script,
Objection, Judge.
InfoWars.
Said the characterization.
InfoWars,
Let's get the question out.
InfoWars started to go all in on this idea that the parents were actors, correct?
Objection to characterization.
Sustained.
After Mr. Jones lied, when he said that
Objection,
Robbie
characterization.
Parker had been given a card by the government or the media, InfoWars went all in on calling the parents crisis. actors,
Renew my
correct?
objection.
Sustained. Can you rephrase it?
I'll move on, Your Honor. In early January, about 2.5 weeks after the shooting, after Mr. Jones had described Mr. Parker as the way we've seen, InfoWars started to really aggressively move on this crisis actors thing, right?
Objection, characterization.
I believe that he did publish on a number of videos after that this crisis actor theory. So, yes.
You mean lie?
Objection.
Overruled.
I mean,
You mean
characterization.
whether Mr. Parker was a crisis actor?
Oh, no. You know that Alex Jones said not just Mr. Parker, but a bunch of parents are actors, right? That's a lie, isn't it?
He's used the plural of actors,
Okay,
yes.
And that's a lie. Yes?
Oh, they're not actors, correct?
And let's look at exhibit number 107.
I don't know whether or not it was a
I'm sorry,
lie.
hold on 1 second. I'm not sure this will work.
For something to be lie, and she should know this as an attorney, it would have to be knowingly
Let's just bring
false.
up the witness, please.
So the right answer to it was a lie is like, I don't know if he was lying.
You have before you an email
Lie requires knowledge.
from a crisis actors website to Adon Salazar dated January 6th, 2013.
Yes, I have seen this before.
I'll offer it.
Just don't know where
Chuck
came
says it
from.
was a lie because of default. No.
Didn't matter, asserted hearsay.
Whether it's a lie is not an element of any of the
There's
claims.
actually no truth assertion.
So it is not a lie because of any of the claims in issue.
Relevance.
Overruled.
You can pull it up, please, Patika. So here we are. 3 weeks after the shooting, and Adon Salazar is receiving an email from an email address
Will the video stay up?
mail
Probably for the short term at least.
@crisisactors.org, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
It says, hello, we need to verify your email address before you can sign into Crisis Actors. Please click on the link below to verify your email address, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And you know that Adon Salazar was asked about this email in his deposition, correct?
I believe he was, yes.
And he testified that he wanted to get access to this website because he wanted to support the claim that the parents were actors, correct?
Is there such a defense as I thought it was true,
I
even if
don't
something is
recall
easily
whether
provable
he
false?
Said specifically that.
Sure,
I know that
for
he
perjury,
did
of course.
Say he signed up for this.
Perjury
I just
goes
don't
to, in fact,
recall
lying for that
why.
matter,
Well, you
goes
talked
to your
to
knowledge
yourself,
base.
too,
What do
right?
you know and what
I
don't you know?
did, yes.
So whether or not it can be proven true doesn't go to what you know at the time you're saying it.
Claim that
Sure.
these families were actors, correct?
I don't
It
know
might
that
go
he said that
to
me in so many
reckless
words.
disregard, but does it
I
go to
think what
knowledge?
He said was.
I mean, those are
If
different
you don't
things,
know, you
right?
don't know.
Or at least
I don't recall
potentially.
that he said it to me. Said anything like that to me.
Okay. Now, had InfoWars sent anybody up here to cover was
If you're
happening.
aware of contrary evidence but do not believe it, are you
If
lying?
you're referring to Mr. Badandi, Mr. Badandi was. yes.
No.
Mr. Benandi wasn't sent up here.
Lying
I'm
again
talking
goes
about
to
these
your.
first couple of weeks here.
Oh.
Yeah,
Whether
it has to be
during these
it has
first
to be
couple
willful
weeks, info
that
were
you
sent to anybody
are
up here.
trying to trick
I'm
somebody.
not aware of anyone being sent up here.
So the board doesn't know.
Correct.
This is one of the reasons that perjury, by the way, is so hard to prove as a criminal charge. Because you have to prove that willfulness element, the willful knowingly.
In the 2 weeks after the shooting,
Falsehood.
there were funerals happening for the victim every day, right?
Objection.
know.
Assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Sustained.
You know that they held funerals for the 26 victims in the 2 weeks, 3 weeks after the shooting.
Sure. I don't know what days they were held, but yes,
Some on multiple days.
I can't say whose funeral was on which days. I don't know.
And during this time period, what InfoWars was doing was hatching this lie about it being staged and about the parents being actors. Correct?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Do we have a sidebar, Carl? Thank you.
Got some sort of pain in my neck.
None of this testimony is relevant. Wait, and so you'll take the position of why it's somehow admitted as admission because you construe the complaint as all admitted. We don't construe it as evidence. Objection lie, and I've objected each time you've used lie. I don't know why the court has sustained the objection. My objection has been argumentative. And so
This video wind up being 16 minutes. Okay.
I don't mean to get smart. That's been the basis of the objections.
What's the best way to prep a witness? Yeah, try to ask think questions that someone else would ask. Make sure she's familiar with the material at a bare minimum.
I'm just not sure each and every statement is construed as a lie. Under the law of the case, and that's for the judge to decide. If you realize you disagree with me, they call. I'm just not sure. No, I'm just not sure that I agree that each and every thing was a lie at the time or another. I'm not sure. No, I still, I don't know that there's ever been a finding of materiality because there was never an allegation of this disciplinary default. And I'm not sure it goes so far as to transform whatever you choose into a material allegation. If you've made that finding, then I'll back it out.
So it's on the record. Should we, so I think this is probably a good time to take the afternoon break. So we will let's take a 10-minute break since we're going to end a little early today. Ron will collect your.
Is my breathing loud?
Continue to obey.
Just breathing, man.
Your conduct, no discussion of anything, any witness, anything that's transpired, nothing at all. Okay? So we'll take a recess.
All right, that was interesting. Sort of, kind of, not really, but we'll pretend. So, yeah, this has been somewhat interesting, I suppose, as a day. But again, we're kind of learning the basics of the business of InfoWars, free speech systems, Alex Jones. We're learning a little bit more, I guess, suppose, in this afternoon session about some of the elements that are bringing into question his liability. So we learned in this morning session, we learned basically the foundational knowledge of how free speech systems does business in general, at least according to the plaintiff's attorneys that are asking questions. And then this afternoon, we learned a little bit more about some of the specific claims Alex Jones was making on his program regarding Sandy Hook, the people involved in Sandy Hook, the nature of Sandy Hook, and so forth and so on. We got into more of the specific elements that are going to the actual tort. And again, I have to criticize this witness because the witness is doing a couple things they shouldn't do. First of all, the witness is answering questions again just too fast. She's getting into a pattern of answering questions. Second of all, she's answering more than the question that was asked, which is a big no-no. You only want to answer the question that was asked when you're a witness. That's one of the things you can prep a witness to do. It's like, just answer the question that was asked and don't look beyond it. In fact, you're not even supposed to. In fact, the judge admonished her earlier for doing exactly that. You're only supposed to look at the question asked. And it's interesting because I've before on my channel answered questions in a particular way based on the way the question was asked. And from time to time, people get frustrated because it's like, well, that wasn't what I was asking. It's like, yeah, but it was the question you asked. And so I answered the question you asked and I didn't look beyond it because, sometimes I like to exercise that legal muscle. So you got to ask if you want, it reminds me again of that line from, what was it? AI. It's like, or, with Will Smith, it's like my answers are limited. You have to ask the right questions. Basically that idea. It's like, yeah. So when they ask something like, she should just answer the question, not move beyond it. And also, she shouldn't accept the premise like, oh, was Alex Jones lying? Well, she as an attorney should know that in order to lie has to be willful and knowing. You have to be doing it for the purpose of deception. So she should say no, or I don't know if he was lying, because you don't know. You don't know his willfulness. You can say it was wrong. And also, incidentally, it's not an element of the charge. It's not an element of the tort. Right? We've talked about defamation many times. So you guys probably should know by memory at this point what the standard is on defamation, right? If it's a non-public figure, it's negligence. If it's a public figure, it's actual malice, which of course means that or recklessly disregarded. Intent is not the standard, right? Intent is not the standard. Willfulness is not the standard, which is what you need for a lie, right? To defame someone, you don't have to be lying. You just have to be false. And there is the distinction. So yes, liability has been assumed, but that doesn't mean that Alex Jones lied, because being a liar is not an element of any of the torts in issue. It's, the standard I just mentioned, and these are private. Now, this is a matter of public concern. So we might have to, so these people are private people. So I would be thinking negligence initially, because these are not public persons. But then again, it's a matter of public concern, and that by itself usually elevates it into the actual malice standard. So we probably have to prove knowing or reckless disregard, but we don't have to prove, strictly speaking, that Alex Jones lied. And so you shouldn't accept the premise. You shouldn't accept the premise of the question. Is like, Alex Jones lied. It's like, I don't know whether or not he lied, because you don't. It's like, well, he's been found to be a liar. No, he hasn't been found to be a liar. That's not an element of the tort, counselor. So, yeah. iRobot, thank you. That was the one I was looking for. Yeah. The FBI agent is not a public figure for the purposes of defamation law. That makes sense. But yeah, whether or not the FBI agent, and he's probably not, that's correct. The FBI agent is almost certainly not a public figure. That's correct. None of these people are public figures. That's probably correct. But it is potentially a matter of public concern, which might elevate the legal standard. So I'm not sure which legal standard is in play here. Whether or not we're talking about negligence or whether or not we're talking about actual malice. But Yeah. Tammy says the FBI agent is literally an armed agent of the government and never be off limits to criticism. The government is not off limits to criticism. Individual members within the government are off limits to criticism, potentially. Right? It's impossible to defame the government. It is not impossible to defame individuals who happen to be part of the government. Right? There is a distinction there. You can say things about the FBI as an organization. You can't defame the government. It is not possible. That's one of the lesser known holdings, incidentally, of New York Times versus Sullivan. New York Times versus Sullivan, among other things, said it's not possible to defame the government. So you can tell knowing lies all you want as long as it's about the government. But individuals within the government are nevertheless individuals. And if you're talking about individuals, yeah, you can defame individuals, whether they are working for the government or not. So that is possible. So that is the legal distinction. That is the distinction. And as A. Hedinger notes, you can criticize anyone. You just can't make false statements of fact. This is true. Right? As long as you're being factually accurate, you can be critical of those facts all you want. That's fine. So, all those good things. So hopefully this was helpful in some ways. So many notifications from Twitter. Let's try to answer some other questions while we're whamming. He wasn't defamed. Who wasn't defamed? And also, incidentally, yes, he was, because liability has already been assumed or concluded as a matter of law due to default judgment as a basis of not participating in the discovery process, and willful defiance there too, which has been found by many courts in both Texas and Connecticut. So, and we've reviewed some of those courts of appeals decisions, and there seems to be some evidence of that as well. Are we done for the day? No, we're taking a 10-minute break. And then we're going to go watch the Parkland shooting hearing this morning, because apparently there was some fire. It seems that the defense in the Parkland shooting decided to arrest. They had apparently 80 witnesses, but they only called half of them. And then this morning, without telling anyone they were going to do so, they just rested their case. They didn't bother to tell anyone that they were planning on resting their case or anything. So the government, of course, doesn't have its witnesses there, because they're not expecting to be ready to go. I mean, the witnesses are available, but they're not in the courtroom ready to go right that minute, because we didn't know to ask them to be there, right? And so the judge gets a little bit testy, apparently, with the defense lawyers, because, you know, the case has to be ended for the day, because, like, well, you're gone, you're done. And the government's like, are you ready? It's like, no, we were expecting another 40 witnesses to be called, so we don't have our witnesses ready to go. So apparently there are some words expressed by the judge and some thoughts. So we'll try to cover that at the end of the stream today. That'll be interesting to see for sure. And I am going to just upload a whole bunch of videos for my channel. Let's see, what is today? The 14th. Make sure I upload the right videos. Great. Upload away. Fantastic. Great. What else is going on? Well, we're live streaming. I wonder what happened to the other 40 witnesses. Nothing necessarily. I mean, I don't know. They just decided they were done, apparently. So there was apparently some fire words expressed this morning. So we'll cover that. Should be entertaining, to be sure. Okay, I just uploaded another 8 videos to my channel. Excellent news for me. Plenty of content for Uncivil Law. Too much content, in fact. Guess it's a nice problem to have. Too much stuff happening. Terry asked, how was my East Coast walkabout trip? It was pretty good. I had a great time with Rob Law and Lumber in Alexandria, and we had a nice meetup in New York City with a couple people who showed up. I forget how many people total showed up, maybe 6 or 7, but that was great. So we had, me, Nate, and Joe there, plus somewhere between 5 and 7 different people. I think it was 7 because some people went out, one came in. So yeah, we had a nice little meetup with friends and stuff. It was great. I got a real life super chat too. One of them just gave me money in person. It's like, oh, this is a real life super chat. I thought that was fun. And then I read the note out loud and we all laughed. Why did they not call half their witnesses? I don't know. I can't speak to their strategy. I don't know. It is not exactly uncommon for you to have a lot more witnesses than you'll wind up calling. So at the start of the trial, you have to notify the other side of all your potential witnesses. But you don't usually call all of them. I mean, well, that's unfair. A lot of cases you do, because usually in a lot of cases there's not that many of them. But if you have like 80 potential witnesses, maybe 10 of them will testify. I mean, we saw that in Rittenhouse. We saw that in Johnny Depp. We saw that in a lot of cases. Like, the list of potential witnesses is nowhere near the same as the list of all witnesses. But apparently in this particular case, they didn't bother telling anyone. They were only planning on calling half or whatever, and they just rested with no one. So, yeah. Isn't 80 a huge amount of witnesses? It is an incredibly huge amount of witnesses. This is, of course, a death penalty case. So the judge is going to allow a lot more than they otherwise would. And I'm not sure where they found 80 people who they thought would be helpful to them, but 80 witnesses is a lot of witnesses. But then again, it's a death penalty case, so the judge is going to bend over backwards, at least typically. I'd be harsh. Be like, no, you're not calling that many witnesses. Narrow it down. It is weird for them to just stop. It is very, very weird. Yes, and that was part of the problem today. Tammy, I am pretty positive about the court system as a whole. Yeah, that's true. I am positive about the whole thing. That's true. I am still optimistic and still think the court system is generally good. I still believe in the court system, believe in the judiciary. I believe the court system is generally positive. So yeah, that's me. I do all those things. Oh, interesting about this spring escape thing. Remember, so there was this deputy that helped the witness escape. The Alabama murder suspect, Casey White. Apparently, they had spoken 949 times prior to the escape. So. Texas parents file lawsuit after school bus ran over and killed 6-year-old daughter in front of her own home as her brothers watched. Yikes. In Dallas County.
Maddie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Paz, when we left off, we were discussing Don Salazar's effort to support the claim that parents were actors, correct?
You mean by signing up for the crisisactors.org or whatever that was?
That you know we saw.
I don't know whether that was the purpose, but I know that he signed up for it.
And from
Don't answer the
December
second
14th
question.
Through January 6th, what was happening was Free Speech Systems was developing this lie that the shooting was staged, parents were actors, and that nobody died, correct?
Developing? Is that what you said?
We've been watching the videos, the articles, the emails, and what we're seeing is
Objection, Judge, who's testifying here?
Overruled.
we're seeing is an effort directed by Alex Jones to hatch this lie that the shooting was staged, that the parents were actors, and that nobody died, correct?
I think he's said it over the course of many videos after that. So, I mean, I don't know if I would say it's hatching, but he has said those things in many of the videos. Yes.
And this is where it began. What we've been looking at right here is where it began, right?
Well, it began the day of the shooting.
Correct.
I don't like this attorney styles. I find his questions very argumentative. I find his questions overly
next step
dramatic.
is over.
I don't like the way he's doing business personally. It's not really
Bring a guy
working
on
for me.
there Who they knew was going to say that the parents were actors. That's James Tracy, correct?
Objection as to their speculation as to their states of mind, what they knew.
Overruled.
Is the question whether they knew James Tracy, what he was going to say before he went on the air?
They knew he was going to say that the parents were actors, right?
I believe so, because they had reviewed what he had posted on his site prior to that. So that's accurate.
And so let's pull up Exhibit 108.
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, just pull up the text. Thank you. So this is an email from John Bank, longtime Infowars employee, correct?
That's what it looks like. Yes.
And it's to James Tracy, right?
Yes.
And if we go to the second, well, let's just look at this first paragraph. I'm a producer for the Alex Jones radio show. We are on over 140 stations nationwide with a daily listener base of 3 million, right?
That's what it says. Yes.
And then it says in the second paragraph, Alex would like to speak with you via video Skype or landline phone, right?
That's what it says.
And that's Alex Jones, yes?
That's who he means. Yes.
The interview would concern this article, which is a link, right?
Yes.
And this site, crisisactors.org, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the same site that Adnan Salazar was looking to register for, right?
I believe so. Yes.
And this is Alex Jones asking to have this guy on to talk about this, right?
It says that Alex would like. So
And that's less than a month after the shoot, yes?
that's what it looks like. Yes.
Okay. And they ran that interview on January 10th, 2013.
Thank you for the super sticker, Shelley.
I believe so. Yes.
January 15th, they published a video that Alex Jones entitled Sandy Hook AR-15 Hoax. Still no school surveillance footage, correct?
Yes. I believe I watched that video.
January 27th, 2013, they published, Alex Jones published a video featuring only him, which he titled Why People Think Sandy Hook is a Hoax, correct?
I did watch a video titled that. Yes.
When did you watch that video?
Where?
When?
When? It would have been probably sometime in January, February, when I was originally prepping for this, for the Texas depositions. I believe it's on the list of what I reviewed.
Yeah, just have one moment, Your Honor. Sure. I'm sorry, Your Honor, if you just give me one moment, won't be long. Paz, you were deposed in this case on March 15th and 16th, I think I had. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, it was in March. I don't recall the exact dates. And then there were 2 other dates after that, or 1 other date after that.
Sorry. Now, I'm going to show you this if I can find it. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do this in a minute. I'm quite ready for this. You know that this video, Why People Think Sandy Hook is a Hoax, is one of Mr. Jones's most successful videos? Did you know?
Successful as in
Most views?
views? Oh, I don't know.
You don't know that?
No, I don't know that.
It was uploaded to YouTube, correct?
Yes.
He repeated his claim in here that Robbie Parker looked like an actor, right?
I don't recall the exact contents of the video. I know he's said it on numerous videos. I just don't want to make a mistake as to which video,
I do.
right. I just want to make sure I'm specific as to which video we're talking about, and I don't recall if it's in this video.
Thank you, Just Me, for the nice super chat. How I talked with Runkle about the KE arms suit. No, I haven't. Sounds interesting. I might do that, though. Appreciate your super chat. I appreciate everyone who helps to support the channel financially. It is appreciated.
Pull up exhibit number 109.
109?
Yes.
Thank you.
That is a full exhibit.
Now, 2 days after Mr. Jones ran the video, Why People Think Sandy Hook is a Hoax, let's pull up the bottom email here. A gentleman named Len Posner sent an InfoWars email address, this email, correct?
Yes.
Leonard Posner is the father of Noah Posner, who was murdered at Sandy Hook, yes?
Yes.
And he sent it to the writers at Infowars.com, at email address, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And that's an email address that people can send emails into that's checked by Infowars writers, correct?
Right. It's one of the general email boxes.
Right.
Right.
This is the type of email inbox that somebody like Rob Dew would occasionally check, yes?
Yeah, I think Rob would occasionally check it. Adon would occasionally check it.
Paul Watson?
Yes.
Okay. And Paul Watson was the editor at large for Infowars.com. That was his title, at least.
At this time, I think so, yes.
Can you read this email for me, please?
You want me to read it out loud?
Yes, please.
Alex, I'm very disappointed to see how many people are directing more anger at families that lost their children in Newtown, accusing us of being actors, and a number of dots. Haven't we had our share of pain and suffering? All these accusations of government involvement, false flag terror, New World Order, etc. I used to enjoy listening to your shows prior to 12/14/12. Now I feel that your type of show created these hateful people and they need to be reeled in, ! Lenny Posner.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. And this wasn't one of these emails that just dropped into an email inbox and was never read. Actually, Paul Watson read this email, didn't he?
Yes, I think he responded.
And he responded to it.
Yes.
Let's pull up his response. Sir, we have not promoted the actors thing. In fact, we have actively distanced ourselves from it. That was not true, was it?
I think that there were still people at InfoWars actively engaged in the crisis actors line.
Well, you know that to be the case.
Well, Adon was still actively engaged in it, so yes.
Alex Jones had just the 2 days before claimed that Robbie Parker was an actor, hadn't he?
I don't know the dates, but I know he's consistently talked about crisis actors, yes.
Right, they're not just people. We've just went through. They invited James Tracy on to talk about crisis actors, correct?
Among other things, but one of the topics.
Alex Jones on December 19th was suggesting that Robbie was a crisis actor, saying that he'd been given a card, right?
You mean the article? Yes, the article, yes, talked about that.
Paul Watson disagreed with Alex Jones, continuing to falsely claim that the families were actors and that Sandy Hook was a hoax, correct?
He did. He told me as much when I interviewed him.
And he told Alex Jones that, correct?
He did, yes.
Right. And Alex Jones did not stop, correct?
Not at that point.
Well, he's never stopped, has he?
I think he's reeled it in. He did stop for a period of time
Wait,
and
one
started
second.
back up.
One second. When you say
Objection, Judge. She's
reeled
not
in-
been permitted to finish her answer.
Request to
he
cover
reeled it in,
Lawrence versus
at some
Commandant,
point.
10th Circuit.
He also stopped, he called it a
take
tar
a look
baby
at
at
it.
various points. And so he did direct his writers and his
Hold on a second.
news
I think
people.
this is going well beyond. my-
It is.
Okay. Ms. Paz,
Yes,
you're aware that Alex Jones right now is claiming that these families are actors, correct?
I haven't seen anything right now of what he's saying, so I
Did you
don't
see
know.
Did you see Mr. Pattis's opening statement yesterday that these families are exaggerating even today?
Exaggerating, what do you mean?
Did you see what he said, Mr. Pattis?
I was not here for his opening.
Okay, so you didn't hear Mr. Pattis call these families exaggerators just yesterday.
I didn't hear the opening statement.
Len Posner was bringing to InfoWars' attention that even as of 6 weeks after the shooting, families were being harassed, targeted as actors, correct?
Can I see the first part?
Let's do that.
Thank you. He does highlight the accusation that the parents are being called actors. So yes, he does say that in his email.
Right. And Free Speech System's position is right now, as you testified before the break, that you assume those were InfoWars audience members, correct?
Do I assume that that the people that were doing this were InfoWars members?
Did you testify to that?
I said the general public could have been InfoWars audience members. I don't know. I don't have enough information to
Okay.
formulate an opinion on that.
I guess we'll have that read back at the appropriate time. And Free Speech Systems had a choice on this day when they were told by a grieving father
Objection,
that
argumentative.
InfoWars had created these hateful people who need to be reeled in. Actually, you used that same term just now, reeled in, didn't you?
What?
That Mr. Jones had reeled it in?
Yeah,
I did use that term, yes.
right. But on January 27th, but they didn't reel it in, because on March 27th, Alex Jones again ran a broadcast with another gentleman.
Well, thank you, Ladybug Lisa, for sending a small donation via PayPal. That's
I'm not sure
appreciated,
the
as
date, but
always.
Yes, I know that there is a video with an interview of Dr. Pachenik.
And it was titled by Alex Jones, Dr. Steve Pachenik, Sandy Hook was a total false flag, right?
Yes, I
Do
believe that's the
appreciate
title.
all
He had
people
on
who
to
send
say that no
donations to help
children
support the
died
channel.
And that the parents were actors, correct?
That is what Dr. Pachenik said.
And Alex knew he was gonna say that, yes?
I don't know if he knew that beforehand.
Well, as soon as Mr. Pachenik said it on the show, Alex Jones said, "Oh, I got to get you back on to talk about this next week," didn't he?
I think he did invite him back.
Right. And that was April 1st when he had him back on. And this Alex Jones titled himself, Crisis Actors Used at Sandy Hook, Special Report, right?
I believe that is the title.
And that's where Mr. Jones said Sandy Hook involved a whole group of actors, right?
Did Mr. Jones say that in that particular video?
Correct.
I don't recall.
Thank you also to Terry Neves, who gave a little bit of support via PayPal. Thank you earlier for that, Terry.
Who is Dan Badandi?
Dan Badandi is a,
Appreciate Della. Thank you very much for that
I
kind
mean, I
super
guess
chat.
I
That's
would
very
term
nice of you.
him a, how do I put this? He's not a free, he wasn't a free speech employee, but he was a person to whom we would provide video equipment and send him on various various assignments, and he would then do some reporting that was aired on InfoWars.
Is it Free Speech System's sworn testimony that Dan Badandi was never an employee of InfoWars?
I know we got into this at our deposition, and I think I said I didn't think he was an actual employee, that he was a contractor. And I wasn't sure then, and I'm not 100% sure now, but I do believe he was a contractor.
Okay, so I just want to, I mean.
I know we talked about it at our
Right,
deposition.
I just want to, I'm not asking you to guess. I don't want what your best sense is. I want to know what Free Speech System's position and sworn testimony is as to whether Dan Badandi was ever an InfoWars employee.
I'm not sure.
You said you read Alex Jones's deposition
Which one?
in Connecticut?
I don't believe I've read the most recent one, but I've read probably 2 or 3 other of his depositions.
Shelley gives
I know he
70
was opposing
czar to
Texas
say
as
she was
well.
reading emails on her watch. Is that
Do
allowed?
you know whether or not you read the deposition?
I can't speak to what the court rules allow for, to be
The most
honest.
recent one I did not review.
It might be, I don't know.
Okay, so you understand that he sat for several days. right?
Yes.
It's all one deposition. It just happens over several days.
Yes.
Okay, did you read the first day?
Do you know what date that was?
I do. I believe it was April 5th. Did you read that day?
Of this year? No. I don't think, I didn't ever received copies of his most recent deposition.
So Alex Jones is presenting you to testify as a Free Speech Systems corporate representative. He offered sworn testimony about the allegations in this lawsuit, and you never read it?
I didn't have a copy of it. I also didn't get a copy of first 2 days of my deposition. So
Did you ask?
I did ask.
And they didn't give it to you.
I was not able to receive it.
So if I were to ask you about anything Jones said during the deposition testimony he gave in this case, you can't say anything about it.
For those 2 days, no, I've not read it. So I don't know what he said.
And you asked for it, and they didn't give it to you.
I asked for my depositions, his depositions. I hadn't gotten copies of them, no.
And that's because they didn't want you to know what he said, right?
I don't think.
Couldn't speak to that.
that's-
You don't know.
Well, when you asked them to send it to you, and they didn't send it to you, did you say, hey, why aren't you sending me?
No.
Dan Badandi. We'll do Dan Badandi.
Yeah, I was just checking the time, that's all.
If you need to know what time it is, just ask me.
Oh, okay.
Theater mode, do you know how to do that? Or airplane mode? so you know.
I could probably figure that out. Oh, I see it. Yes.
I'm sorry. I'll-
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
know if you asked a question.
You're aware that in November of 2013, 11 months after the shooting, that a Connecticut State's Attorney's Office responsible for investigating the shooting released its report, correct?
Yes.
That report concluded that 26 people had been murdered at San Diego Elementary School, correct?
Yes.
That Alex Jones, that Adam Lanza was the lone shooter, correct?
Yes.
That staff members within the school had acted heroically to save children, correct?
Yes.
That EMTs were in the school searching for survivors and trying to treat anybody who might need medical attention?
Yes, I did see that in the report.
And on November 26, 2013, Rob Dew, one of Alex Jones's most trusted employees, received a copy of that report, correct?
Yes, I do believe he was sent it in an email with an attachment.
Let's look at that. Exhibit 112.
We do not have 112 as a full exhibit.
Okay,
No objection.
So ordered.
An email address changeshorses@aol.com, right? To Rod Dew and Kurt Nimmo, correct?
Yes.
Rod Dew, as we said, longtime trusted employee at InfoWars. Kurt Nimmo, one of the lead writers at InfoWars, correct?
Yes.
You know what Alex Jones said about this report? Do you know if Alex Jones read it?
I do not know if he read it. I'm not sure.
Did you ask him?
I did not ask him specifically about the report.
Do
No.
you know if he received it
Received a copy of it after Mr. Dew?
at any time?
I don't know. I didn't ask him about it.
Okay. So let's go into 2014. Actually, you know what? Let's pull up exhibit 120.
120 is a full exhibit.
And let's go to 2013, please. Is there any way you can pull up 2012 with 2013 and still have big enough to be able to see? All right, I'll tell you what, pull up 2012 first. And we're gonna do this again. Now, the jury's familiar with this exhibit by now, as are you, Ms. Paz, right?
Yes.
let's start with sessions, users,
Judge, do we have to do this again? Objection asked and answered, repetitive.
page views. Now this is 2012, right? So we're gonna do, and we're gonna use round numbers, okay, Ms. Potts?
Sure.
For sessions, 119 million, right?
Total? Yes,
Total, yes,
I see
total,
that, yes.
okay. Users, 49 million, right?
Yes,
Page views, 280, let's say 286, okay? Just because that's the number there, even though we're not rounding up. 286 million,
Mhm.
right?
yes, I see that.
Let's pull up 2013. And 2013 is the year we've just been looking at, right? The video about crisis actors and James Tracy, yes?
Yes,
Why people think Sandy Hook is a hoax, right?
yes,
The videos with Steve Kuchenik, crisis actors used at Sandy Hook, yes?
yes.
All that. So now we're on 2013 here.
Thank you very much for your donation, Tish in Tennessee. Does it have a time limit? Yeah, I
Total
think it's about
sessions,
6 weeks.
179 million.
Yeah.
How many users?
73 million.
How many page views?
427 million.
This is just on Infowars.com, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Not Twitter, not YouTube, not Facebook, right?
Right,
Just Infowars.com.
right.
Now, I'm not good at math, but at least when it comes to sessions, I can tell this is about 50% increase, right?
I'm terrible at math, so I will accept your representation.
We'll have a calculator to it.
Sure.
There's no doubt in your mind as free speech systems that this represents a substantial increase in audience size over the year 2012 to 2013 when Alex Jones started calling this thing a hoax, right?
There is an increase, yes.
And that increase meant that Alex Jones did a lot better financially in 2013, right?
I'd have to see the numbers for the store.
Well, you know the trend. You've seen the numbers, right?
I've seen the numbers, yes.
So you know, without giving me it to the penny, that increase in audience in that year meant that Alex Jones had a much better year financially in 2013 after the shooting than he did in 2012, right?
I can't recall the numbers as I'm sitting here, so I don't want to say something and I'm not sure what the numbers were.
All right. So let's go into 2014. You're familiar with a gentleman named Wolfgang Howard.
Yes.
Came to Alex Jones' attention in the spring of 2014, yes?
Not originally Alex, but yes, it came to InfoWars' attention somewhere in early 2014.
I'm just asking about Alex.
Was Alex aware of him? Yes. In early 2014? Yes.
And Wolfgang Halbig was a guy who lived in Florida, right?
Yes.
Retired, yes?
I believe so, yes.
Not a media personality of any kind, right?
I don't think so, no.
Just living in Florida.
like any other person, right?
I guess I don't know much about him personally, but
Yeah. Didn't have a show,
no.
didn't have a social media following.
I don't believe so. He had a website.
Do you know when he launched that website?
The date? No.
We're going to hear more about that website. But he came to Alex's attention, and Alex invited him on his show repeatedly to talk about Sandy Hook beginning in 2014, correct?
Yes, he was on there a few times in 2014 into 2015.
He was on from 2014 to 2015, but Alex Jones kept repeating Halbig's lies about Sandy Hook well beyond that, correct?
He did.
Now, before Wolfgang Halbig
Okay, guys, I will be right back.
was given the InfoWars platform by Alex Jones to speak to his millions and millions of listeners, nobody at InfoWars did anything to look into Wolfgang Halbig's background, except to go to a website that Wolfgang Halbig created himself, correct?
You mean, did they investigate his background other than going to the website and looking at his biography that he posted there?
Let me ask my question again.
Okay.
Nobody at InfoWars did anything to look into Halbig's background other than go to Halbig's own website before they allowed him onto the Alex Jones show to tell lies about Sandy Hook, correct?
Right, that's all they did was look at the website, and his biography was posted on the website.
A biography that he presumably wrote.
Correct.
The first time Alex Jones had Wolfgang Halbig on was March 14th, 2014, correct?
I don't recall the date. I know it was early 2014.
You recall that Alex Jones titled that video, Sandy Hook, False Narratives versus the Reality?
I believe that is the title, yes.
And on that episode of the Alex Jones show, I'll tell you what, let's just play. Let's play clip 2. I'm sorry, 15B. This is 15B.
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And when you have a mass casualty event, you have got to have an incident commander. And you know what? They won't tell me who was in charge on that day. Now that tells me a serious problem, because that incident commander was in charge of requesting trauma helicopters. I'm 67 years old. I've never ever seen a school shooting where we don't get the quickest and the fastest medical help, and there's nothing like the trauma helicopter. They got the best experience, best paramedics, they got the tools that they need. Why would you not order trauma helicopters for those children and for those teens?
We have the videos of them, the same kids going in circles. They're not in the building. Unmistaken drill, and then they just tell them they were all shot. I mean, you keep going.
Well, Alex, I mean, for anyone to understand what you and I today are talking about, I got your listeners need to pretend that they have a child in that school on December 14th, 2012. Please, listeners, pretend that you have a first grader, a little girl, little boy, you love them in life, and they don't order trauma helicopters knowing they may be seriously shot, clinging to life. And then, why would they not let the paramedics and the EMTs inside the school? Now, who made that decision? That is just unheard of. It's cruel. You need to provide medical attention.
So they overrode the default, settings.
Now, we heard a couple of claims in there. One was that there were no trauma helicopters dispatched, right?
Yes, that's one of Mr. Halbig's, as he claims, 16 points.
Okay. And I guess Mr. Halbig and Mr. Jones didn't realize that Danbury Hospital is just 10 minutes from Sandy Hook, right?
Objection, judge argumentative, assumes fact not in evidence.
How far is Danbury Hospital from Sandy Hook?
I don't know. I'm not from there.
Nice answer. Good answer.
And Alex Jones said in this video, not Halbig, Alex Jones said in this video that you have kids walking around the school in circles, a clear drill. Did you hear that?
I heard him say that, yes.
That was a lie, right?
I don't know.
You mean,
I
was
don't know.
it true whether there were kids walking around in circles?
Yeah.
No, there were no kids walking around in circles.
Right.
Right.
And then you heard Halbig say, and there were no EMTs allowed in the building, right?
I heard him say that, yes.
And Alex Jones knew that was false, right?
I don't know.
Objection.
Yeah, it goes to whether he knew.
I don't know what Alex knew.
Free Speech Systems was aware that was false because they have the report indicating that EMTs were in the school, correct?
Yes, Rob had the report. He was sent the report.
And in the clips you saw of yesterday's testimony, did you see Bill Aldenberg's testimony that when he was in the school securing it, that he saw paramedics in there?
I don't remember whether I saw that clip of his testimony.
Let's play 15C, please.
That's full exhibit.
What do you make of the green screen with Anderson Cooper down there on the ground? What do you make of the obvious staged interviews and multiple actors playing the part of multiple people? I mean, this is undoubted. Something's going on.
So you heard him talk about the green screen there, right?
Yes.
And what he's referring to is this interview between a CNN anchor, Anderson Cooper, and Veronique De La Rosa, correct?
Yes.
Veronique De La Rosa lost her child at Sandy.
Yes.
And what Alex Jones is suggesting to his audience is that this interview actually isn't happening in Newton, that there's a green screen behind them and that they're faking where they are, right?
That Anderson Cooper wasn't there. Correct. So it was a green screen.
Did he tell his audience in the clip that you just saw that he was only talking about Anderson Cooper?
No, but he has said, I think in one of his depositions, that he was specifically referring to Anderson
Right,
Cooper.
he said in his deposition that he wasn't talking about Miss De La Rosa because he doesn't want this jury thinking, oh, I was calling her an actress.
Objection.
I was only talking about Anderson Cooper, right?
Argumentative, attributing thoughts to
I'm
his
not
mind.
entertaining any objections, Attorney Addison, unless you're standing
Object-
up anymore.
I beg your pardon, Judge?
I said, I'm not going to entertain your objections unless you're on your feet.
On my feet. Objection. Putting thoughts into
Okay?
Mr. Jones' mind.
Sidebar, please.
Lol.
never disrespected you like that. That was disrespectful. You didn't even stand up, you just sort of got up a little bit and hunched over. I literally will not, I say it for the record, so we have a good record. I will not, I let the last 3 or 4 go, but I will not entertain objections unless you stand up and formulate. I'm not asking for anything that's out of the norm.
Lol. He didn't stand when objecting. Now, to be fair to the judge on this one, that is standard protocol.
I've now lost. it.
Some judges
And the objection.
don't mind. Some judges do mind. This judge does mind.
No, I can.
So, fair enough. The judge wants them to stand for the objection.
You
Fair
just
enough.
offered Ms. Paz
That's
that
standard procedure.
Alex
So
Jones
I'll give the
offered
judge that one.
for the first time in depositions in advance of his trial, that when he was referring to this being a faked interview, he was only talking about Anderson Cooper, not Ms. De La Rosa, right?
That's what he said in his deposition, yes.
He never, ever said that to his audience. On the many, many times he claimed that this was a faked interview, and that's one of the reasons this whole thing was a hoax. He never claimed that it was just Anderson Cooper and not Ms. De La Rosa, right?
I don't think he specified either way.
All he said was that it was a faked interview, right?
I believe those are the terms he used, yes.
Okay. But even if he now wants to suggest that he was only talking about Anderson Cooper, I guess we're just supposed to believe that Ms. De La Rosa is just playing along, looking into blank space.
Objection, Judge. I don't even know what that is. Objection, relevance, argumentative. It's not,
Rephrase the question.
If Anderson Cooper's not there and Ms. De La Rosa is, who the heck is she looking at?
I don't know how to answer that. I'm not Veronique De La Rosa. I haven't spoken to her.
Nice answer. Good one. I like that. Very nice.
You heard him say in this last clip we just saw, you got multiple actors playing parts of multiple people, right?
That's what he said, yes.
And there he's talking about this claim that Bill Aldenberg and David Wheeler are the same guy, right?
objection, speculating.
Overruled.
I don't know who he's talking about. He doesn't specify.
I mean, it could be any parent, right? Maybe.
Objection,
maybe-
Judge. This is argumentative, speculative. If she doesn't know, he can't make it up.
Oh, this is a different question, so overruled. She can answer what she knows.
Maybe he was saying that
Objection, speculation.
Nicole Hockley, who lost her son Dylan.
Objection, maybe he was saying of speculation.
Who lost her son Daniel. Maybe they're the same person playing different parts, right?
Objection, speculative, argumentative. Excuse me. Objection, speculative, argumentative.
Do you know the answer?
I do not.
Free speech systems just doesn't know who he was talking,
I don't know. He didn't specify.
but we know it was the parents, right?
I don't know that. I don't know who he's talking about. I have no idea who he's talking about.
Ms. Potts, is it really your testimony to this jury? It's all the videos that you've watched and all the testimony that you've already given, that when Alex Jones is referring to actors, you don't know whether he's talking about the parents?
I know he has specifically referred to Mr. Parker as being an actor, and we talked about that. But that is the only person he's ever specifically referred to.
How do you know that, Ms. Potts?
What are you talking
You
about?
know that that's the only parent he's ever specifically referred to, when Free Speech Systems hasn't even given you all the videos.
From what I saw, that's all I saw.
Right, that's all you saw because that's all they wanted you to see, correct?
I don't know how to answer that. I don't think they specifically withheld things from me.
Good answer. You're getting better.
I just
Don't
think
answer.
that they
Don't stop.
purposely
You were
withheld
fine.
information
Stop
from me.
talking.
Okay, so they would go in front of an audience of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of people and claim that parents who lost children were actors, but they wouldn't dare to withhold a video from you.
Objection, Judge. Argumentative.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Now, after How Big came on, Actually, you know what, let's play, 15F.
That is a full exhibit.
You know what? Back up. Let's play 15D. Same video here as possible.
It's also a full exhibit.
Well, the biggest piece of evidence is that Bloomberg had his social network folks ready 2 days before.
Oh, absolutely. They had the website, there were websites up for donations, contributions.
Very sick.
This Bloomberg email, we're gonna hear about that a lot, right?
Yes.
It's an email that Alex Jones repeatedly told his audience, a gentleman named Michael Bloomberg, who's the former mayor of New York City, had sent out. Here he says 2 days before, sometimes he says 1 day before, by accident, that he jumped the gun. And he sent out an email to capitalize on the next school shooting. And what Alex Jones is saying is that Mike Bloomberg himself knew that Sandy Hook was going to be faked, but he accidentally sent out this email before. And that's how, one of the reasons we know it was a hoax, right?
He has said that, yes.
There is no email, correct, Ms. Paz?
There is an email, it's just not a characterization as he says it.
Wait a minute. Have you ever seen an email that Mike Bloomberg sent?
There's an email that I
Can you
reviewed
just
in
answer
the,
my question? Have you ever seen an email that Mike Bloomberg sent?
I don't think it was specifically by Mike Bloomberg, but it might have been from someone associated with Mike Bloomberg, and I did see something like that in the material. I was deposed on this issue.
Hang on 1 second. Your sworn testimony to this jury is that you saw an email that either Mike Bloomberg sent or somebody associated with him sent. You saw the email.
I'm trying to recall if it was the email or maybe it was an article on a press release, but what I specifically recall seeing in the material was Mr. Bloomberg is a member of a loosely connected.
Hang on 1 second.
Objection, she's not being permitted to answer,
I don't
Judge.
think she's answering right.
I think she is.
She is not, so why don't we move on?
I want to ask this question again. Is it your sworn testimony that you have seen an email from Michael Bloomberg or somebody associated with him that Alex Jones is referring to?
I don't recall if it was an email or a press release or in a news article, but I saw something to that effect. So I don't recall if it was specifically an email.
Would you mind, we're gonna have you back tomorrow.
So
Would you
joy.
mind
Something to look
overnight
forward to, everyone.
checking
We're glad
all
we're
of
back
your
tomorrow.
materials
I know you
that
guys were
you've
looking
been
forward to
given?
day 2.
And tomorrow, would you please bring in whatever it is that you're referring to? Because I'd like to see it.
I believe I was deposed on this issue either here or in Texas.
Okay, but I'm asking you, would you please, when you leave the courthouse tonight, you have access to all the Dropbox materials, right?
I think I still have access
Okay.
to it.
Would you please go through them and see if you can
It's not my
find
job to do discovery for you,
the-
counselor.
the item that
Lol.
you're referring to, and see if you can bring it to us tomorrow, okay?
I'm going to object to that.
Overruled.
Would you do that?
I understand your request.
And you'll.
I will make an
comply?
attempt to do that.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Exhibit 15F.
No promises.
I think it was just a planned, massive, FEMA, Homeland Security. I think it was a major drill, portrayed as one of the best illusions ever. And I think it was trying to create empathy across the country, for making us feel bad that so many children were killed. And look what happened in Connecticut. It worked. They're taking the guns away from people in Connecticut. And guess what? They're just law-abiding citizens. And they're using Sandy Hook as a nexus. It's a beginning. And if they're doing it in Connecticut, which is the next state? What's the next state? All because of Sandy Hook.
That's right. And then there'll be another shooting, and oh, how dare you see, it's your fault. It's so obvious they're using it to disarm us. They admit it. And it's just a total hoax, any way you slice it. And So sloppily that
Total hoax, that's what he said, right?
That's what he said.
Now, after this interview aired to Alex Jones's audience, a gentleman named Robert Heath sent Adon Salazar, gentleman that we've been talking about, an email, correct?
Yes, I believe there was an email from a Mr. Heath.
This is Exhibit 26, Your Honor. I believe it's in evidence.
Yes, it is.
It's not Exhibit 2.
Chris?
Oh, you know what? I was referring to the deposition exhibit. It's not 26, it's 116. I'm sorry, which is not in evidence.
Correct.
And I think there's an objection to it, Your Honor.
May I speak to Attorney Matty for a
So-
moment, Judge?
Take your time.
No, what I'd like to do is just bring it up on the witnesses screen there.
Very well.
We'll do it that way. So what you see here, do you have it before you, Ms. Possible?
Yes.
Okay, what you see is an email from a gentleman named Robert Heath to Adon Salazar, correct?
Yes.
And as we've already discussed, Adon Salazar was a writer at InfoWars.
Yes.
And the email is, in this email, Mr. Heath is warning Mr. Salazar about Mr. Howard's so-called credentials, correct?
Yes.
I offer it, Your Honor.
Hearsay. I don't know who Mr. Heath is, Judge.
This is offered, I'm sorry? This is offered to show notice to InfoWars and the extent to which they ignored warnings about Mr. Howley's credibility.
That assumes the truth of the matter is asserted by Mr. Heath. I don't know who he is. Hearsay.
I have to agree, so the objection is sustained.
Let me see if I can go a little bit further here. You'd agree that, let's look further up at that email. You seen that email after Mr. Heath emails Mr. Salazar responds, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Salazar essentially informs Mr. Heath that he's not going to look into the concerns about Mr. Howard's credibility, correct?
I don't object to the Salazar portion as an admission by my client or his agent.
Well, the only way that the admission is relevant, Your Honor, is if there's context to understand what it is that he was acknowledging. And Your Honor, you know what? We're at 4:20. I know that you wanted to let the jury go a little bit early today, so maybe we can kind of
That's fine.
discuss this.
It's been a long day. All right, so I will stay on the record. We will let the jury go for the day. I'm not going to repeat in detail all the rules because I've said them so many times that I know that you know what I'm talking about. But again, just especially avoid any media exposure, change channel, divert your attention. And if you're not able to avoid it, or there are any other issues, you'll follow the procedure that I told you, all right? We will start promptly at 10 o'clock tomorrow, so I'll see you then, and Mr. Farrar will collect your notebooks. Thank you very much.
Yay, it's over for the day. Huzzah. Good news. Okay, so that's over for the day. That was entertaining. I guess we're deciding it is entertaining. Well, what did we learn from today? Well, we learned from today basically that Alex Jones, we actually learned a fair amount, to be fair to everyone involved. We learned a fair amount. We learned a lot about Alex Jones's standard business practices, which is kind of what you would expect them to be. And then we also learned in the afternoon about the specific things Alex Jones has been saying on his news program, specific claims he's been making, specific apparent factual claims that he's been making. We showed why he holds himself out to be as an oracle of truth. He holds himself out to be a truth teller, that people are truth seekers. why people would believe him. We heard about his massive business. We heard about the fact that so many people watch his stuff. So we heard about a lot of stuff. That was very, very interesting, or it was very informative, at least. So let us see if we can find this thing from the Parkland shooting thing this morning, because that might be mildly hilarious. Let's see. Parkland polyphase this morning. This is to 1 day ago. This is 2 days ago. Let's see if I can find something on the Parkland shooter from today. Let's see. What is this? Is this what I need it to be? This looks like it might be. I'm looking now for the video, by the way, for the thing for today.
Regarding hearsay testimony not coming in between Heather Combs and Brenda Woodard.
Okay. I assume you've done that? Yes, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Secor, are you questioning the witness?
No, Judge, before we bring in the jury, and if I could please sit just because I'm having a conversation.
No problem.
We would like to enter some records, go ahead and enter them into evidence now. The state has no objection.
Okay.
I'm aware, so if we could go through them.
I understand.
And so in this record, that's what it says.
Okay, have you reviewed this with your client?
This is we of the defendant. We're gonna need a few minutes to get together the list of defendants.
See what I'm saying?
I do.
And then if I'm not satisfied with the colloquy, we can always deal with that later, but rather than having them sit back there until you can get all of that accomplished, which might be this afternoon.
Well, for planning purposes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And
I'm seeing if I can find where it happened this morning.
You all will close and they'll start deliberating the week of the 10th, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Okay.
I don't know if I need to, when we e-serve the motion, should we send that to your email also, not just Nicole? Or?
She is checked.
Judge, may I just have 60 seconds to make an objection to the colloquy?
That has not already been called. And do you understand, we had a motion about your brother testifying and his lawyer came.
I'm trying to find where this started happening this morning so I can blow to it. Volume is very low. I know it's the original audio. There's nothing I can do about it.
90. So there's 99 total. Just to double check, please.
While we're moving stuff in.
Go to through the 3 minutes on the long crime one from today. Let me see if I can find it from long crime. We're trying not to use long crime. We try not to use them as a source. Do you know where it is anywhere else? Is it 33 minutes into this one? It's not there.
I think that's reasonable. And we will try to do that.
Okay, and then, so I can tell them that we anticipate closing arguments being the week of October 10th?
Let the state contact our rebuttal witnesses, put it.
Defense 100 without objection. We also skipped, I believe, 2F. Yes.
Towards the beginning? Define towards the beginning.
Just go ahead and read it off like you're entering, and I'll ask the state if they have an objection to each one like we do in front of the jury, okay?
The first one is marked as D1Z, and those are tomorrow's rainbow medical records.
D1Z, you mean 1Z?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you created a new numbering system. All right, 1Z State, all right, 1Z without objection will be entered as 87. 2B as in boy. And those are the Dollar Tree employment records. Okay, without objection, 2B will be received as defense 88. The next one is 2E as an echo, and these are Medicare information from Social Security Administration records.
Asked to see those. I don't think I've seen them yet.
I'm sorry.
Can you skip this one for a second? Sure.
Sure. The next one is 2F. And those are Social Security.
I'm 2 minutes in. There is no much earlier.
Not the Medicare record.
I wanted to know what
Is it just not available in this video? Is this video not a good source? So now we have to find a different source. All right, let's see if we can find a different source if it's not in this video. WPLG10 local. Just give that a shot. Let's see if we can find their source from today. Let's see. Penalty phase stream 4 hours ago. Okay, let's give this a shot.
No, I don't know of any confidentiality. It says confidential, but it's no objection by us.
Okay, without objection, 2Q will be received as 92. 2B as. Be careful, because I know that not everybody in here practices independency or has familiarity with dependency, but please be very careful about asking people about abuse reports or anything to that effect. That has to be approved in advance by the judge who was presiding over the case. There's a whole bunch of rules, so please, Mr. Seco, are you going to be questioning the witness?
No, ma'am, but I understand what you're saying.
Oh, why are you standing there? To help me. Oh, okay, who's questioning this witness? Hello, which witness? Your next witness.
These don't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, we're just entering them.
These are just records, we're just doing it now.
So is it a secret who's gonna be questioning your next witness? Because I'm gonna find out in like 3 minutes. Who is doing it?
The records don't relate, but if we call the witness, it will be me. I'm assuming you're talking about that.
Who is your next witness and when are they being called and which attorney is going to question them? Let me be clear if I wasn't before. Because if these don't have anything to do with your next witness, then why are we having the jury wait outside right now?
Just as we were trying to move everything in, because in terms of timing, we do it now.
In terms of timing, it would be much better to do it during the lunch break when the jury needs longer than you all. So we'll go ahead and pass on this. Let's bring the jury in, please.
Your Honor?
Yes?
At this time, the defense rests, other than putting in our records.
We're not playing chess. I mean, will you please take the jury back in? Thank you. All right, go ahead and put in your records. 2B, Nicholas Cruz Henderson, episode 1 record. Let me just stop. State, are you gonna have anything ready for today?
No.
Vince
We're
last told
expecting,
us there was 80 witnesses.
we're waiting for 40 more witnesses.
I just wanna say, this is the most uncalled for, unprofessional way to try a case. You all knew about this, and even if you didn't make your decision till this morning, to have 22 people plus all of this staff and every attorney march into court, be waiting as if it's some kind of game. Now I have to send them home. The state's not ready. They're not gonna have a witness ready. We have another day wasted. I honestly, I have never experienced a level of unprofessionalism in my career. It's unbelievable.
I appreciate the judge's frustration, though. I have to be honest.
So, Judge,
I appreciate the judge's
you had
frustration.
pretrial matters, you asked us to be here at 9:15. We were here at 9:15 to discuss pretrial matters. I have been practicing in this county for 20 years.
You know what, I don't wanna hear it, I don't wanna hear
Well,
it.
Judge, you're insulting me on the record in front of my client, and I believe that I should be able to.
Okay,
defend
you
myself.
can do that later, you can make your record later, but you've been insulting me the entire trial. So blatantly, taking your headphones off, arguing with me, storming out, coming late intentionally if you don't like my rulings. So quite frankly, this has been long overdue. So please be seated. You can receive the evidence. I will receive the evidence, and then you can put whatever you want on the record at the end. Go ahead.
2B, which is Nicholas Cruz Henderson Records, episode 1.
Judge is pissed.
I'm sorry?
Episode 1, Henderson Records for Nicholas Cruz.
2B?
I'm sorry, 2B is in Victor.
Is there any objection to 2B as in Victor?
Sorry, what was that again, please? I can't read. Oh, Henderson Behavioral Health, episode 1. That's fine.
Without objection, 2B will be received as 93.
2W, Henderson Records, episode 2.
Is there any objection to 2W?
No, Your Honor.
2W without objection will be received as 94.
I'm going to have to excerpt this and put it up as a
2X,
separate thing so
Henderson
people will see
Records,
it.
episode 3.
This is good shit.
Is there any objection to 2X?
No, Your Honor.
2X will be received as
Super chat
95.
from Chris Lee, Chelsea. Let me see.
3A, Camelot Community Care Records.
I see no super chat.
Is there any objection to 3A?
No, Your Honor.
3A will be received as 96.
I see no super chat.
3W, Henderson Records of Zachary Cruz.
No objection.
3W without objection will be received as 97.
3X, Lutheran Services Records for the Littman Shelter for Zachary Cruz.
When is
And
the
you're
charity
certain
long
that
stream? Was the
none of
question?
these
The charity long
references
stream
to
is
abuse
currently scheduled
reports or anything,
for
because a lot of
the
times
30th.
kids are sent to Littman as a result of that.
Thank you for your donation, Shelley,
Okay.
for
But you
35
reviewed them, and
ZAR.
there's nothing about caller or
Appreciate it.
anything
Thank
like
you.
that. I don't want to get anyone into trouble, including myself. All right, is there any objection to 3X?
No, Your Honor.
3X will be received as 98.
And then 4S is in Sam, Nicholas Cruz Disciplinary Action Records.
So, Your Honor, with this particular record, this is pertaining to the attack on Sergeant Beltran at the jail. Now, in this record,
I thought you did school records.
No, disciplinary
Oh,
action records, I didn't make a
assumed that was a school thing. Okay, sorry,
so
go ahead.
on this record, it says that the defendant invoked his Miranda rights. And ordinarily, that might be an issue. And so that the record is clear that this is a trial strategy by the defense, and the defendant himself agrees, if he asks for that to be left out,
The
it
rest is
would be
just
left
normal?
out
Oh, okay.
because it's telling the
No more?
jury.
All right. Well, fine. Well, too bad there's no more fireworks, I guess. That's the end of that. All right. Well, I can understand the judge's frustration. I can totally understand it. I can totally get it. Like, because the courts hate inefficiencies is probably a pretty good statement, just generally. Courts hate inefficiencies. And this is an inefficiency. It's like no one was expecting you to rest. So we couldn't plan to have other witnesses there. And right, so you're wasting time, which also is something courts hate. So I totally understand the judge. I get it. And like it is pretty discourteous, to be fair. So I totally get it. Totally get it. So I understand the judge's frustration. I'd probably be pretty frustrated too. So yeah, I guess that's fine. So that brings us to the end of the stream, I suppose. So what did we think on the whole? I don't know. Maybe we'll try this again tomorrow, maybe not. I'm not sure that this was necessarily the best. Red says please continue streaming this trial. I mean, to be quite frank, it's just a calculation of what seems to be best for the channel. Obviously, I mean, that is the driving factor here. Is it best for the channel to do the stream or not? I did a whole stream. I did a whole recording session yesterday, recorded 8 stories, and I could have posted some of those stories today. I could have posted 3 or 4 stories today. And I didn't post those stories today because I was doing this all day. So it was like, okay, well, which makes more sense? So the question is, what makes more sense? What is best for the stream? Is it better for the stream? Is it better for the channel to do the live and do a live stream all day, which takes 6.5 hours, 8 hours? Or does it take more? Or is it worth my time? You know, and I sent out the notification to the entirety of LawTube. So someone asked, can I get Runkle or Law and Lumber? I sent out the invitation to everybody. Everyone in LawTube was invited. Only Legal Vices joined. I can't speak to anyone else's. Everyone was invited. So I'm not sure whether it's worth the time of this, whether it's worth the time. So that is the factor. And in terms of whether it's beneficial for the channel or not. We might stream tomorrow, we might not. Yeah, a lot of people are working lawyers and do have day jobs, and it's not something they plan for in advance. I mean, it was spontaneous, so I don't blame anyone for not being here. I'm not upset at anyone for not being here. I'm just saying that all I can do is invite people, and I invite people, and whoever came. They had no particular expectation I was going to do this. They didn't schedule for it in advance. I'm not insulted. It's just, didn't happen, which is fine. Viva's been streaming. Okay, well, good for him. I can't speak to what's good for Viva's channel. Maybe it's good for Viva's channel. I can't speak to what's good for his channel. I can only at best speak to what's best for my channel. So, okay, Viva's been streaming. Okay, noted. Inconsistent coverage is bad for the channel. Okay. That implies that consistent coverage is necessarily good for the cut channel, which, I don't know. I don't know that it's worth covering this every single day and committing to this for the long haul. So I don't know whether it's what's going on. I mean, I was here all day. I'm not sure how much more the word needs to get out. As long as I highlight, I'm not going to highlight if I don't watch the channel. If I don't watch it, there's nothing for me to highlight. Without me watching it, I can't highlight it because how would I create a highlight without seeing what's there is to highlight? So I don't know about any of that. Yeah. Maybe we'll give it a shot tomorrow and see what happens. It is currently Wednesday. So yeah, maybe I'll give it a shot. Christy says you're interested in this case. The question, I know there's people interested in the case. The question is whether or not it makes sense on balance to do this. Is there enough to drive the success of the channel? It's a numbers game, like so many things. What will do the best for the overall channel growth? That's the question. Is there a schedule of when Alex will testify? Not to the best of my knowledge, no. Can I take a poll? A poll isn't going to tell me what I wanted to know. A poll is not going to tell me what I want to know. Every single person who's here could vote yes and still wouldn't tell me what I want to know. It would tell me that people that are here will watch the stream. It won't tell me anything about the counterfactual. It won't tell me about because the people that are not here might watch the videos. I mean, they're not here to vote. So it doesn't tell me anything. You didn't get a notification? Subscribe to my Twitter, I suppose, is all I can say about that. Or subscribe to my Discord. Notifications go out on Discord. Notifications go out on Twitter for every single video so that you don't have to rely on YouTube. If you're not getting YouTube notifications, sign up for Discord, sign up for Twitter, and get notifications that way. There's a reason that every single video gets an automatic notification on those platforms so that you can stay in tuned. Did I get new subscribers today? That's a good question. I got 8 new members, but that was because someone donated 5. Did I get new subscribers? I don't know. It doesn't provide that information in the analytics. It gives me concurrent viewers, chat rate, views, average view duration. It doesn't give me new subscribers. What about Google Analytics? It's not there. We got new subs today? How do you know that? I suppose I could look it up in the YouTube studio and see if there were new subs. It looks like maybe. Let's see. Can I find out how many subs I got today? No. I got subs for yesterday. Audience. There's no data for today. I'm not sure how many subs we got today. See the live count. See, okay. 28 days, last 7 days. Let's see, yesterday it was 502. So we gained 42 subscribers since yesterday. We gained 42 subscribers since yesterday. Okay, so that's how much subscribers we grew. Ken W gives me super chat, says thanks for the stream. You're welcome. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. So yeah. Don't be cranky. I don't know if I'm cranky or not. I'm just trying to think out loud. So I have graph visualizers for YouTube. I already have graph visualizers in the analytics. It's just hard to find. All right, I'm going to sign off for now. I will give this some more thought. I will let you know, I guess, what I decide. Until later, my friends, I hope all's well. Cheers, my friends, and goodbye.